Hey, Black African Power. What's good? What's happening? A well organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh, man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God Killer in the house, man. And look, man, we got a powerful show today. And look, man, let's just get it cracking, man.
I'm in Rock Squad up, Magi Archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama move mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. Queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush and black top pottery jaws. 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? Yeah, yes man, agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. That's who it is. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer.
Black African Power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God Killer in the house. We're coming to do what we got to do, and we're going to do what we got to do. Standing tall, standing strong. Hey, and this I'm a Raw Squad up. What's good, family, man? Hey, look, we're in the building tonight. We're going to have a powerful show. We're sitting back, putting our thing together, and just really looking at the whole situation. The situation of miseducation is rampant in our community. We need to really get everything together and kind of really comb through some things. Information is real heavy and strong over here. It's all about scientific literacy, scholarship, to really bring this truth together. But let me introduce my comrades. Brother Wu Jai, Shashu Mani Meta Netcha. What's good? What's happening? I'm a Raw Squad up.
All right, peace. I'm a Raw Squad up. And Unc, I'm going to blame you for all the people who misspell my name and mispronounce it. you keep saying Wu Jai. Everybody always say it that way. But anyway, it's all good. So peace to the family, peace to those who are watching. Appreciate anybody tuned in. hopefully people benefit from our discussion today. So yeah, peace to everybody.
Yeah, we do it. You know what I'm saying? We do it with a little flavor, man. We intend to bring no disrespect to the community at all. I think we matured. I know I have a little bit, and the howling and screaming game is on zero these days. Just kind of getting tired of people getting out of the stranglehold. You know what I mean? So, if we just keep it at a certain level where everybody can hear the discourse, the conversations is always intelligent on the Raw Squad. Conversations you're not going to hear on a lot of platforms. Shout out to my brother, Vance was good, bro. Shout out to you, man. Politically incorrect. I'm on there on Thursdays at times. I'm gonna make sure the squad come through, and I just appreciate them young brothers over there. They practice scientific literacy, and I think that's important. Saw you around? Where you at, brother? Saw Hotep. I'm a Raw Squad up, Mocha University. What's good, bro? I know you on mute. Well, here, introduce this. Oh, there you go.
Peace. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
All right. Just getting off the JOB. Mm-hmm. I'm en route to the house, so I'm pumping gas. Mm-hmm. So I'm just listening at the moment.
Okay. All right. Just keep your ear open. So yeah. First things first. Thank the Straight Black Pride movement. And from what I gather, is dedicated to bringing pride back to the movement. Bringing pride. And, they deal with all things Black. I think that's important. I support the Straight Black Pride. Some things, I might not bang on like they bang on. But I'm always for the Black family. So, you know what I'm saying? And the Black family and what it means to have a Black family. Male, female. All right? Produces a Black family. Okay? So I think that's very, very important. And we appreciate that. But at times, I think we try to delve into too many things. And I talked about this on the Real Black Atheist channel. We delve in too many things, and we should probably just teach what we know or teach what we have an understanding of. And when we don't teach with what we have an understanding of, things get very, very mixed up and very, very complicated. And I'm saying that for us to be able to educate our people, for us to even to bring Black pride, for us to even to bring information properly, we need to know what the hell we're talking about when we're talking about it. And so let's go to the Kenya Museum real quick. Before I do that, hey, Wuja, where you at?
I'm right here.
Why don't you just go ahead and run the clips for people who ain't heard it on my channel? Run the clip, and we're going to kind of diagnose a few of these things right here. We want to kind of diagnose it. And so when you think you come to a good point, Wuja, you can just stop it. You know what I'm saying? We can address the point. That is important. The place where our brother Irritated Genie at is actually what they're calling the cradle of mankind. All right. And the actual area where he's at, it's dubbed the cradle of humankind. Now, when you start to hear you come to a good point, but when you start to hear the word humankind and the cradle of human and all that, for reasons of scientific literacy, whenever you hear the word human, it does not have to mean Homo sapiens sapiens. And I think that's an issue that the community need to understand. You understand? You get what I'm saying, Brother Wuja? You got to say on that point.
Yeah. I just for the benefit of the listeners and everything. So I'm gonna play the clip that you're referring to. So this clip is of our good brother, Irritated Genie. He is where you say he's in Kenya.
In Kenya, on the Rift Valley, bro. Rift Valley run right through Kenya.
Okay, so he's within the museum inside of Kenya, and he made a couple of statements about human evolution, early human evolution, and things like that. So the clip is about 3 minutes long. So So it's not that long. I'm gonna play the audio, not the video. I'm just gonna play the audio so everyone can bear witness to what he says, and then Unc, I guess you can kind of comment if you need me to pause it at any point or whatever. Then I'll just do it, and then we you could comment on that. So let me just go ahead and run that so everybody can hear. All right. So everyone should be able to hear this. All right. Here we go.
How y'all doing, brothers and sisters? The Irritated Genie at Southeast. I'm here at the Nairobi National Museum. I want to show you, it's a beautiful place. Everybody around the world, you got to come to this place to see the beginning of civilization and all the beautiful culture of the Kenyan brothers and sisters. However, I want to show you something. What we're about to see is an example of the danger when we allow whites, Asians, and others to control our narrative. And what we're looking at now is a depiction from the white perspective. These are the individuals who gave the money to help fund this museum of culture and history. What they have done is taken the phenotype of our brothers and sisters here in Africa, in Kenya, mixed it with monkeys, and created this as the image of the first beings, quote unquote human beings. This is not the first human beings. The first human beings look just like our brothers and sisters in Kenya, Congo, and East Africa today. But what they're doing is, in the psychology of our mind, is telling us that we came from apes, as opposed to the fact that we are God's first created people, which the real narrative is that we are the original people of planet Earth. So this is very dangerous, because by mixing the phenotype of the everyday Kenyan brother or sister with that of an ape, saying that this is the origin, as opposed to a superior position in terms of genetics, where we come directly from the Creator. They create a new narrative that we are somehow mixed with something less than the African species. So I want to say this in closing. This is the basic reality in the narrative that we must carry. Science and mitochondria DNA have proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that African people were the first people. What does that mean? That means that we have gotten it completely wrong. It is not God, human beings, Africans, Europeans, and Asiatics all on the same plane. No, it is God, Africans. If you're a Christian, that means Adam and Eve. God, Africans. And underneath us is human beings, because it's not till these genetic mutations occur that we begin to have different classifications of people, Europeans, Asiatic, that create human beings. It is God, Africans, then human beings. We're going to remain Africans. Thank you for tuning in. Come on out to the Kenya National Museum. The things you will see will blow your mind. It's beautiful. Come to.
All right, there you go. So hopefully, now it's probably a little hard because you got to see what he's pointing out. So but I just didn't know if we should play the video. You know how these channels work and things like that. So hopefully people can get it. But if people want to watch the video, where's the video? Where's the original video?
It's on Facebook.
Okay, it wasn't on YouTube, right?
No, it wasn't on YouTube. So it's not YouTube content. That's why you could probably play that.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and get your comments. I'll see if I can pull it up. If you got to play it, if you want to play another part, I'll show it this time. So,
well, it's a lot of things that were said in that clip, which actually shows that the leader of the straight black pride movement need to bring other people in to really have that discussion. And I'm not saying nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's fair to the people. I don't think it's even fair to the leader to have to be able to teach on every subject. But that seems to be the course of the day. That because you're the leader of something, that you should know something about everything at all times. And I mean, the world we live in is very specialized. Things are very complex. And it takes a lot of study in certain areas to be able to pull off giving proper wisdom on said subject. Science itself is complicated enough. Getting to the point where you're literate and have the propensity to actually put these ideas together, it's a lot of work. And one person shouldn't be charged with that. Those days of one person teaching on all subject matter, those days been dead a long time ago. And for us to be able to keep up with the world and to properly teach our people on what we're supposed to teach, we got to put together these study teams. And, we've been advocating that for years. As a matter of fact, we got a book, Ifa Kilimanjaro and Yara and them. It's called Study Teams, research teams. These are very, very important. Look it up. Look up research teams, study teams. These are important moving forward. You know what I'm saying? For our people to actually, be able to do this. You can't put the burden on one individual. And so let me share my screen real quick and show you. First of all, let me read this portion right here for you. Basically, it's the paleo is let me see. Hold on. Let me get this right. Right. It's one of those blogs here, but it's dealing with the National Museum in Kenya. It's entitled "The Ancient Past Challenges Modern Teaching in the Cradle of Mankind." Okay. All right. And so let me show you this real fast. This is actually in the museum. This is actually in that paleontology section. All right. You ready to say something, Wuja?
No. I have the video queued up. So if you need anything played,
all right. So yeah, go ahead and run that beautiful being footage. Run that, right? So the listening audience can kind of get a gist on what we're talking about, and so the straight black pride brothers and sisters could actually see what we talking about, and so we can just further this intelligent conversation. Go ahead, kick that.
All right, so here we go.
How y'all doing, brothers and sisters? The Irritated Genie at Southeast. I'm here at the Nairobi National Museum. I want to show you, it's a beautiful place. Everybody around the world, you got to come to this place to see the beginning of civilization and all the beautiful culture of the Kenyan brothers and sisters. However, I want to show you something. What we're about to see is an example of the danger when we allow whites, Asians, and others to control our narrative. And what we're looking at now is a depiction from the white perspective. These are the individuals who gave the money to help fund this museum of culture and history. What they have done is taken the phenotype of our brothers and sisters here in Africa, in Kenya, mixed it with monkeys, and created this as the image of the first beings, quote unquote human beings. This is not the first human beings. The first human beings look just like our brothers and sisters in Kenya, Congo, and East Africa today. But what they're doing is, in the psychology of our mind, is telling us that we came from apes, as opposed to the fact that we are God's first created people, which the real narrative is that we are the original people of planet Earth. So this is very dangerous, because by mixing the phenotype of the everyday Kenyan brother or sister with that of an ape, saying that this is the origin, as opposed to a superior position.
Pause that for a minute right there, Wuja. So he's actually in the portion of the museum, and he could have read it before he went through the door. Okay, he's actually in the portion of the museum. It's called the Cradle of Humankind. Okay, I'm gonna say this again. The section that he's in is is called the Cradle of Humankind. All right, and so you on the spot, you in basically the origin of humankind, which does not exclude Homo sapiens sapiens, but it's not saying it's only the Homo sapiens sapiens when they talk about that. And so we know in Kenya and the Rift Valley, they found ancient finds that go back 3 million, 6 million years ago. And anybody that studied in that area understand that when you start talking about 6 million, 7 million, 3 million, 2 million, you're not talking about Homo sapiens sapiens. You're talking about these archaic forms of humans. Okay? So this museum is giving you that general understanding of it. We can't ignore that. The exhibit is showing you a humankind. It's not showing you a Homo sapiens sapien. It doesn't say that. So I can imagine Genie going to that expedition and saying, oh my, because he's not understanding the scientific data. And he's think that when he go in here, because they're talking about the cradle of humankind, he actually thinks they're talking about human beings. You know what I'm saying? Of the variety of Homo sapiens sapiens. But that's not what this exhibit is even about. It's going back to the origins, the first hominids. You know what I'm saying? That's what this exhibit is really talking about. And let me share my screen real quick before we continue the video. See, can I do that right here? Let's see. Just share. All right, watch this. So if you look right here, y'all can see this. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, the National Museum in Nairobi of Kenya. Here you go. And right here it says school children. Look at early man. See, look what he's looking at. All right, this is in Kenya. At early man skeleton fossils on display at the National Museum in the capital of Nairobi on October 18, 2013. In Kenya, dubbed the cradle of humankind for its collection of early human fossils. Teachers have to judge between established religions, local beliefs, and the theory of evolution. There have been challenges to teaching evolution. It's largely because of the religious teachings on creation, which are deeply entrenched, said Frederick, Kalo Mane, head of the paleontology section at the National Museum of Kenya. All right, and I'm gonna show you this paleontologist, black man, right? He's in charge of this particular section, but we can clearly see the mistakes being made, okay, by, Brother Genie. So I understand he's in the craft. That has nothing to do with this section, though. That has nothing to do with his base of knowledge on this particular subject. And I just want to let the listeners know, right? And I want to let all the straight black pride brothers and sisters know that your leader is wrong when it comes to this. And he's so wrong on so many different levels. He's so wrong that it had to be corrected. Because think about this, even in Kenya, right? And this article talks about that later on. They got enough sense to teach their kids about the Bible, right? Islam, okay, and the creation stories that come with that. And they also teach the indigenous creation stories, right? So they have those religious classes, but they also got enough sense to teach them scientifically, and naturally where humans come from. These are Kenyan children right here, and they're in the museum getting a proper explanation. They're not going in the museum acting like that's not part of humankind right there. No, they teaching the real information. So they really, in Africa, and I'm loving this, right? In Kenya, they really leaps and bounds ahead of what the students in America are learning about. You know what I'm saying? They got that in their curriculum, and part of their curriculum is taking them to their museum, which is one of their national treasures. So shout out, to the Kenyan government, and shout out to the Kenyan teachers, and shout out to the young brothers and sisters that's getting that scientific literacy at a young age. Shout out to them. So now we got movements in North America that's not based on any type of scientific literacy, but yet in Kenya, where Brother Genie is, they are practicing that. I find that to be very interesting, and I just want to catch the rest of my brothers and sisters up on what's really going on in the world we live in. But go ahead and let me stop sharing my screen. Sharing my screen. Go ahead, brother Ujai.
I mean, you kind of covered enough. The only thing I would add is like if you watch the video, and the video's not that long, it's only 3 minutes long. And
yeah, finish it. You just pause it, right?
Yeah, I paused it. But from what we heard so far, what I noticed is that he's saying that he's citing something as being dangerous. He's saying this is the dangers of allowing someone else to dictate the narrative. Let me see. I'm gonna go back to it real quick so that people could see what we're dealing with here. All right. So he says that these are the dangers of allowing other people to dictate the narrative, to control our narrative, as he says. And then he goes to show you images, which is in the museum that he's standing in, of early humans. But because this may not be his strength or focus of research or something that he actually is trained in or studied up on, he's vulnerable to make mistakes. And so the issue is, okay, he has a video, he has a following, he has a war on the horizon, he has a straight black pride movement, and he's making these videos because he's talking to an audience. He's actually talking to an audience. So although this is his opinion, it is a very influential opinion. And so, when you make these opinions and you have people that listen to you and follow you or whatnot, it's your responsibility to do your best to make sure that although it's an opinion, it should be a well-informed opinion. And if you're not informed on a subject, then you should pretty much kind of stand down and leave it alone, or at least not speak matter-of-factly on these different issues. So as you pointed out, though, these images or these figures that they show that are behind him, they're not Homo sapiens sapien. Mm-hmm. So when he says that, these are our early man, or they're mixing phenotypes to say that this is where we come from and everything, he's not giving the context of what's actually on display at this particular museum. All right. So that's one of the issues and problems that I see so far. And then if I unpause it and you'll let him continue, he goes into the dialogue where a lot of people find themselves. It's a comfort zone where he talks about superior and superior, because this is where, the self-esteem and the pride comes in. So I understand he has a straight black pride movement, but sometimes the pride or the seeking of the pride, we get a little delusional and we start to ignore the reality or the facts in order to feel good. And so in what he says, and I'm gonna unpause it, but what he says, he is talking about human beings, Africans, coming directly from a creator. And so that's no different. And he said, if you're a Christian, that would be Adam and Eve, et cetera, et cetera. So that's no different than the Abrahamic belief systems where you have a creator and then all of a sudden, snap, crackle, pop, man comes on the scene. All right. So I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna let it play for a little bit. And then, y'all can see for yourself. So I'm gonna let it play. Let me rewind just a little bit so we can get some context what he's saying.
In terms of genetics, where we come directly from the creator, they create a...
Okay, so that's what he said. He said, come directly from the creator. Notice what he said. So let's see.
He mixes science with the creator. He mixes science with genetics with the creator. It's crazy.
All right, but let's see it. So let me play that little part again.
That of an ape, saying that this is the origin, as opposed to a superior position in terms of genetics, where we come directly from the creator.
Now notice he said a superior position from genetics where we come directly from the creator. So notice that. All right. So now so he mentions the creator. All right. So here we go.
They create a new narrative that we are somehow mixed with something less than the African species. So I want to say this in closing. This is the basic reality in the narrative that we must carry. Science and mitochondrial DNA have proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that African people were the first people.
Now notice what he said. He introduced a creator into the conversation and said that the African species is a direct result from the creator. And he's speaking against any mixture of that African species with anything else. Then he goes on to say what he just said right now. He said that this is the narrative that we should go by. And then he mentions that science and mitochondria says that African were the first people. So the problem here is that he's invoking science in this part of what he's saying, because he's saying science and mitochondria proves that Africans are, the first people. But then he's ignoring what those scientists say about how Africans are the first people and everything. So he's actually contradicting himself without knowing it. And I can only assume it's because he's not well studied in this particular
he has no scientific literacy in that at all. And so the fact that we mentioned DNA actually helps tell the story. The fact that he would say superior genes, no, that's not what makes us who we are. Superior genes, that that science doesn't teach superior genes. As a matter of fact, that would be considered scientific racism. And I suggest the straight black pride movement actually do a study on scientific racism. There's a history, you know what I'm saying, behind that, where they taught that Europeans were superior based off of skull sizes and the whole 9 yards. It was just wrong. And they taught it in Harvard and Yale. Okay. But it was science that overturned that. So we should never tell our children, you know what I'm saying, to run away from science, because that is the only way to check science. Science can only be defeated with science. Science can only be checked with science. It can't be checked with the creator. You know what I'm saying? It can't be checked with your religion. It's science. And so the fact that he makes these evolutionary statements, but yes, doesn't understand he's even making evolutionary statements, you know, I find it, you know, it puts me in a place where I'm wondering, like, okay, we need to just deal with this, you know, just based off of the size of the movement. So straight black pride should be based off getting accurate information, not false pride. Because if you run up in that museum, one of them Kenyan children gonna beat you down with the real information that they learning. These African children on the continent of Africa are learning about evolution. And in no way does it interfere with them learning about their traditional creation stories. You just need to have both. You want to add something to that, Brother Nahisi?
No, I'm just getting settled in right now.
All right. Okay.
I want to make another point, just to reiterate this, that the brother Irritated Genie, and see, this is what happens quite often in our communities, is that we have what's called, you know, cherry picking, selective, and so the brother Irritated Genie invokes science when he made a statement about science and mitochondria, proving that Africans are the first human beings. But then he rejects that exact same science, because it's through mitochondria, it's through genetics, and it's through the sciences, these various different sciences, that we have this evolutionary timeline of the various different species. And so we got the genus of Homo, and then you have all the other sub-classifications underneath that. And so what people have to do, and what he would have to do, is to understand biological taxonomy and how the labels are organized, and how everything is ranked and filed, and all of these different labels. And he'll understand that Homo sapiens sapiens is a subspecies of Homo sapiens, which is a species of the genus Homo. All right. So, and then we got different things above there where we get the idea that we're all mammals, the idea that we come from eukarya, the idea that we are chordata because we have a backbone, all these other different elements. And so what he would have to do, and others like him have to do, they would have to explain, because I hear people say this all the time, that man was always here. And so that all of a sudden you have a creator, and then all of a sudden, snap, crackle, pop, man. So what these folks will have to do is to explain how that happened, what took place. Because if we go to the Bible, because he invoked Christianity, he invoked the creator. So if we go to the creation stories in the Abrahamic beliefs, we look to the Bible. God took some mud or some dirt, shaped it, and then gave it mouth to mouth, and then all of a sudden, poof, man came. And then he put the man to sleep, the single human being, put him to sleep, took a rib out, and then molded and shaped a woman. And so that's the generalized story that you get from the Bible. So either you're going to believe that, or you're going to accept the science and start to explain it. And so, so I'm seeing people that are cherry picking, they got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, when they should really just kind of take the time and study it to actually, when they give their opinions, it's coming from a more informed place. So there you go.
Good night. Good night, Nunu. Man. And so that genetic evidence that he invoked actually proves that when he hit us with there's the African first, then the Asian, then the European, that genetic evidence that he invoked shows that we are actually the same species, and we're only 99 point, all humans living on Earth, Homo sapiens sapiens, are 99.99% similar based off of the DNA that he used. So he uses one part of the DNA, right, but fails to recognize the other half of what the story the DNA tells. And I'm saying, I'm not even going to say he's being disingenuous, and I'm not even going to say he's being dishonest, because I don't think him to be that type of a person. But what he is, he's ignorant to the evidence, and he's ignorant to what DNA is and what it is not. He's ignorant to the evolutionary process. When I say ignorant, I mean he simply does not know. He is not scientifically literate, because a scientifically literate person, one, would not even walk into a museum that's entitled, you know what I'm saying, the cradle of humankind, right? And then take offense to the hominids that he's showing to be the cradle of humankind. You feel me? And let me show you where the brother is slipping, because we all love Dr. Ben, right? And I'm gonna keep pounding it on. You would only have to go to the black man and now of his family, right, to even understand. So he should have had this book with him in the museum. And you go to chapter 2, prehistoric African Homo sapiens sapiens, page 73. And you go to page 73 of Dr. Ben's monumental work that I think everybody should read. My fault. Let's go to chapter, if you go to chapter page 75, he's talking about the Australopithecines, which is being shown, right? But if you go to page 77, he's talking about the hominids. He's talking about the hominid, right? Family that includes Australopithecus, extinct and much later forms of man. Dr. Ben is saying that. Dr. Ben is sure that's a form of man there. He's saying that. Dr. Ben is saying the same thing that the Kenyan Museum is talking about. Remember, Dr. Ben always say Great Lake regions, Omo Valley, Tanzania. You know what I'm saying? Tanzania, Kenya, Omo Valley. I've heard these words come out of Dr. Ben's mouth. You know what I'm saying? So if we just stay on par with some of our master teachers, we wouldn't be making these mistakes. And I know within the straight black pride movement, right? I know they should at least be reading these documents. So they like getting to this chapter and just skipping it. Man, I'm saying like it's brutally obvious, right, that there has to be some type of control. And then I started to ask myself, what in the hell is the African Senate schools teaching? I know the African schools, you know what I'm saying, in Kenya, because they're in Africa, they teaching evolution. And they taking them young babies to the museum. But go ahead, finish that. You ain't finished that yet, right?
The video, I can finish it up.
Finish it up.
What does that mean? That means that we have gotten it completely wrong. It is not God, human beings, Africans, Europeans, and Asiatics all on the same plane. No, it is God, Africans. If you're a Christian, that means Adam and Eve. God, Africans. And underneath us is human beings, because it's not till these genetic mutations occur that we begin to have different classifications of people. Europeans, Asiatic, that create human beings.
I gotta pause that. See,
yeah, pause that.
Here is the problem. See, you got those of us who will use keywords that are used in science, and we call it scientific jargon, but they really use it out of context, because Homo sapien sapien, human beings, Homo sapien sapien, is what we all are. Every single living person on the planet to date right now is of the same species that we call a subspecies that we call Homo sapiens sapiens. All right, we're one particular subspecies. All right, so he makes mention of that, but then he starts to invoke continents. He says European, that's a continent. Asian, continent. Africa is continent. So the way that this is being expressed is a mix and match of the terminology, which throws it off. It's conflating the issue. So the thing is that mutations have occurred that causes these differences, not speciation, because we're all human species. This is why a quote unquote black person can have sex with a quote unquote white person and have a viable offspring, a fertile offspring, because we're all of the same species. So when he explains it as he explains it, it's a tall tale sign that this is not his area of study, and this is not something that he's taken time out to inform himself about before going public and making an opinion, giving his opinion to people. And so this is something that we have to be careful and mindful of. Now, I'm not saying that, I don't want to imply that this is his MO or this is something that he sets out to do and whatnot, but we all just have to be mindful of our strengths and our weaknesses. We have to acknowledge the stuff that we study and know about, and that which we don't. And maybe we need to learn, like you said, pull somebody else in, or slow it down and take time out to study. Because the way he just even said that, the statements he just made, it's not even coherent scientifically. It's a mix of things, and you can tell because he's talking about superior, and he says it's God, then it's Africans, and even the way he said it, it's the whole thing about the feel good, what sounds good and feels good, as opposed to what's the reality on the ground.
Yeah, and I think it should be that, right? Well, I think we need that black pride. You know what I'm saying? That's why I support the straight black pride movement. I might not agree with all the things that they say, and I sure don't agree with the anti-scientific literary jargon. And it seems to be a close relationship between Pan-Africanism, being African-centered, right, and scientific literacy. Some way, somehow, those things got turned into anti-science. So let me show my screen real quick. Let me help out the brother, right, and the brothers and sisters in his movement to try to give him a better explanation on what's going on. So he mentioned those three. He mentioned Asia, Europe. Am I correct? Uja, Asia, Europe, and Wales.
Africa.
So let me share my screen.
While you're sharing it, let me ask you a question real quick. Okay, I think everybody can agree that pride is a good thing. To have pride is a good quality.
Right, it's good quality.
But the question,
not false pride though. False pride gets you killed.
Okay, so but pride in general is a good quality to have, and it's something that we should all seek and clothe ourselves in. Mm-hmm. But my question is, should our seeking of pride, or should our want and desire of pride, should that override facts and the reality?
No, never should it be, because then it'll get you in trouble. Get you in trouble every time. It's misinformation. You start to promote misinformation, which is bad. It's just as bad as not having pride. And so if you're in a game, if you're up against an opponent and you go in there with false pride and don't really know the playbook and all that, but you got pride, you're going to get beat every time. So this is why we're getting beat. We're getting beat because even in Africa, right, they're teaching the children scientific literacy, right? They're teaching them that. But they're also teaching them the indigenous study of creation. They teach them that too. They're giving them the whole ball of wax to get a full understanding of what's going on. They're not taking away one part to teach the other, and that's what the brother is doing. So y'all can see my screen, right?
Yep.
This is the spread of modern humans around the globe, right? So right here, we have map of Africa, okay, which he mentioned. So we know Homo sapiens about Africa maybe 60,000 to 100,000 years ago. Wherever you see these arrows right here, this is called a founder event. Or you could say the founder effect is where a bottleneck occurs in the population, is when the genetic diversity drops. So we go from Africa, and we know the Africans are the oldest on the planet based off of the genetic diversity. So when the brother Genie is mentioning genes and genetics, he's supposed to already know it supports the theory of evolution. It's one of the ways is one of the things they use to prove biological human evolution. It's a tool in understanding that. It's a tool in understanding genetic diversity. So when you make the statement that our genes are superior, that's not true at all. It's the diversity that separates us from everybody else. And that arrow right there leaving Africa, right, is called a founder event. Is when when one group breaks away from the mother group. So like Wujai, you say it all the time. You get the big box of crayons with 100 crayons in it, take 10 of them out, that will be considered a founder event. That 10 will mix back in with the 10, will only mix with the 10. And so 10 colors is far less than 50 colors. Colors representing genes. So this population becomes less diversified, thus creating a bottleneck or a founder event. It is found in another population. Okay, and this population is found outside of Africa. So you'll hear people say Africans and non-Africans. Non-African meaning your DNA mutated outside the continent of Africa. And then, later on, we're going to get into, well, what makes you an African? When do you stop being an African? We're going to get into that. That's always fun conversation, right? And so, boom, you see they go ahead, 35,000. We're in Asia now, right? Boom, go down to Australia. Boom, that's another arrow. Going to Australia, that's another founder event. That population is coming from Asia, you know what I'm saying? Now has bottlenecked again, right? And create another founder event or founder effect, okay? And that population becomes less diversified in Australia. Boom, go back up to Asia again. When you're crossing over the Bering Straits and all that again, boom, you see another arrow. So that means that Native American population, you know what I'm saying, is even less diversified than the population that was in Asia, than the population that was in Australia, than the population that was in Africa. And so really, if you use molecular testing, you can actually count the mutation going backwards, which will take you all the way back to Africa again, where the cradle is, where Brother Genie is standing at. Funny as I don't know what there. I know that was like a quick class, right? But it's take your time. Okay? Take your time. Right? Right here, the key is right here, look in the ledger, migration path with the arrow, then the source of the founder event, right? Where those arrows are, and then the founder effect. Okay? So just take a look, it's up on the screen. So Europeans is really part of what happened. How do you get Europeans? How do you get the Asians, right? It's based off of having the genetic population is less diversified than the original population that's coming up out of Africa. Okay, that's what's really going on. So white people are a direct result of a founder event. The Asians are a direct result of a founder event. The Native Americans, the Australians, all these peoples are a direct result of founder events. The thing is, where everybody get mixed up, and Sister Naya, how you doing, Sister Naya? I know you're listening in, and she explains it beautifully, right? The thing is that these human populations didn't stay isolated for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. Because if they would have, then you start to get speciation, whereas though they can't mix back in with that population again. They no longer can mate. A good example of that is watch the salamanders. Go to PBS and watch salamanders in evolution. They stayed apart for so long, going in separate directions, right? So let me give you a quick example. So these salamanders start off in what they're calling Northern California, right? Population of salamanders. When they started to migrate in the southerly route, one group decided to go towards the coastline, and the other group decided to go inward land within the forest lands. And as they traveled down over hundreds of thousands of years, right, going through different environments, by the time they meet up again, you know what I'm saying? They had different reactions to different environments. One group decided to use camouflage in the forest, And the other group that went down the quote unquote coastal route, they decided to use bright colors and to mimic certain things. You know what I'm saying? Mimic poisonous newts. But by the time that one population meet back up again, right, they can no longer mate with each other. That didn't happen to human beings. You already know, you get to North America, Native American population is there around 20,000 years. Then you get other humans that come later on and mix back in. You know, in Asia, although they're in Asia, you know that the Homo sapiens leave Africa again and meet back up with the people in Asia. Same thing with Australia. There was never an isolated population for hundreds of thousands of years of humans. So you can't say they're different. Now, if they would have stayed there for hundreds of thousands of years, then it would have been, then you would have had something, then you would have had a good argument. But that just did not happen. I just wanted to say that. We always wonder where do white people come from. Yeah, they come out of a bottleneck population, or what they call the founder effect or founder event. Go ahead, Wujab. Well, anybody want to add something to that? How about you, Naya? You talking tonight, Naya? Guess not.
Yes, of course I'm talking tonight. I was just listening because I came in late to the hangout. I just want to say peace to everyone. I think I see Wu Jawu and he see.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Greetings, Naya.
Yes, indeed.
I think you
I'm
cut
just
out.
Listening.
Okay. So
right now, until I get to the point where I want to talk, I don't really know what the issue is with this particular video and kind of the narrative, but I'll just wait to jump in when I have something to say.
Okay, so let me let's do a real quick review to get everybody caught up, because some people are joining the chat a little late too. So what we're discussing is our good brother Irritated Genie. He did a short video on Facebook where he's standing inside of the museum in Nairobi, Kenya, and he made some comments on the video that are not correct. And so we're just, having a discussion about where he went wrong and what he was saying. And so one of the things that's pointed out is that in his video, he's invoking science on one hand to support something he's saying, but then on the other hand, he's anti-science, and then he's invoking the creator. He's invoking a belief system, and that belief is that the creator spontaneously, at a snap of a finger, created man, and that man is the African species. But then he makes a statement that says that science and mitochondrial DNA proves that Africans were the first human beings. So on one hand, he's using science and the fact of the mitochondria studies and all that biogenetics and that whole field of genetic science. He's using that to prove to support one thing he's saying. But then when you study the same science among the same groups of scientists, they never invoke a creator as the progenitor of human beings. They talk about the diversity of life and how life transforms and unfolds on the planet in the various different forms. And so he's negating all of that. And he's doing all of this because of his ultimate statement, which he said in the very beginning and he said at the end. The beginning is that he says that it is dangerous to allow others, meaning white people, to control our narrative. And then at the end, he's talking about a superior position, the superior position of Africans, that we are directly connected to the creator. And then from the creator, it is the Africans. And then from the Africans, it's everybody else. And so this is where this is what we're addressing. So I just want to kind of do a little quick summary review of the things that have been said so far. And so where our brother is wrong.
Money. He said it was the money too. He said taking white people money make that exhibit like that.
Yeah. That's what he meant by controlling the narrative. The people who donate the money and stuff, which allows them an end to be able to control the narrative. So so where our brother goes wrong is that he is not equipped enough in the study of evolution to be making the statements that he's making. And so we're basically pointing those things out where our good brother went wrong.
Yeah, it ain't even a good political statement. You feel me? Because that ain't even the truth.
Well, I think it's an excellent political statement. I think that when you look at Africa and when you look at the corruption in Africa, and when you look at why Africa has so many problems, part of it is the money. It's the corruption of the dollar. Most of them take bribes from different nations and countries, and those countries come in and control the resources. So I think in itself, it's an excellent political discourse. That's when I looked at it, I didn't really hear his science, and it may be because I'm so jaded to, Black people telling that same narrative. I think in our community we have a lot of us have the belief that God is the creator, and I didn't look at his his comments as a scientific comment. I thought he was making a political statement. So I mean, I totally disagree. I think that the political statement is good because in order for Africa to be able to control its resources, it has to be able to create industry inside of Africa so it won't have to take so many bribes and so much money from outside sources. So, I totally agree with the political statement. The science, I think what happens in science in the Black community is that we like to separate science from culture. And we like to tell a story that's more consistent with what we've been used to hearing, which is that God is the creator and we're a direct result of God. And I think that, you hear that story so much in our community. I don't think people walk around our community talking about what scientists say. I think each culture has their own narratives and each culture has their own ways of viewing the world around them and the environment. And so I didn't take what he said as a scientific discourse on evolution, but it's interesting that some people did.
Okay, but now check this out. I
Really?
What? Really? What's going on? What I
No,
missed?
I'm laughing nice. He said interesting. Some person would have to be me because I absolutely understand that the statement he made was non-scientific and it wasn't even politically correct. That shit wasn't even political. It wasn't a political statement.
Hold on. Let me,
So
wait.
it's interesting that me and you seeing the same video and seeing two different things. And that's the beauty of what we do though.
Okay, let me just make my comment on what Nia was saying. Because I agree, but now what we have to be careful of is okay, this is what Irritated Genie has done, okay? He's identifying a cause and then the resulting effect. And that's where he's wrong. So he's right to say that Africans need more agency and more control over resources. Therefore, Africans need to control the narrative. So we can all agree with that. But where he errs at is he's saying, because that's what this video is about. He's saying because money was donated by non-Africans or some other entity, that's the cause of why this exhibit is wrong and showing that these early humans are mixed with apes and that the African is not really from this and African comes from the creator and stuff like that. So that's where he's wrong. His video is logically flawed, but he makes a valid statement that we all can agree with. We all agree that we need to control our own stuff.
Of course.
But he's wrong by citing that as if that's the cause of the science. See, he disagrees with the science, but he's identifying the wrong cause of it. Where instead of him just not just admitting that he just don't know the science, he's blaming his disagreement of the science on the fact that some outside donors donated to the museum, and that's where he's wrong.
Man.
That's where he's wrong. So his statement of it. Now he could have just done a video and just said, hey y'all, I believe, my opinion is that, Africans of these multiple 54 countries on the continent of Africa should take control more of their resources and not accept outside money, blah, 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 blah. He could have done a whole video just to make a political statement like that. But no, he is citing that as a cause for some science that he disagrees with. He can't refute it. He just disagrees with it. And he invoked creationism because he said the creator created man. Like a snap crackle pop, and that's what we are speaking on, that much.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So Wujabu, let me ask you this question. So are you assuming that museum? So when we think of a museum has art, it has culture, it has so many aspects to whatever community that you're in. If I was a donor and I was in Kenya, and I'm African, I don't know if I would have chosen um that particular display for that community at this particular time, because Kenya has a very rich culture. There's other displays that highlight the beauty of African life, other than evolution. Evolution is just one of those aspects. So as a donor, when you're telling your story, when you're in control of your resources, how you view your art, how you view pictures and narratives and events are different. So I don't think that we can say, knowing how art works, that if it was a pro-Black or African-centered person or a Pan-Africanist who had the funding to support that museum, that they would have chose that exhibit. I think that that's taking it a little bit too far, because just because that part of evolution is true, it doesn't mean that as Black people we would have chosen that particular chosen an ape in that particular part of history to display the rich culture of Africa or that particular region. I don't know why that particular thing was so important. I don't know the exhibit very well. I need to get more information.
Yeah.
But I could have chose 10 more things about Kenya, such as the tribal life, such as the food, such as some of its history. Why point to the ape? I mean, I don't know how a Black person could say that if it was a Black person, the evidence or the displays would have been different. I don't know how you can substantiate that.
Well, no, okay. So let me clarify, because I agree.
Wuja, wait a minute.
She was asking.
But my question was to Wuja.
Yeah, she was asking something.
No, but hold on, Wuja. The truth is that is just one display. Hold on. That's just one display. As a matter of fact, Naya, you're absolutely right. They have about 15, 20 displays in there, and that is just one of them. They show the exact things you just mentioned. I just want to make you aware of that. Y'all can continue the conversation.
Okay, so what I was saying was what we're addressing. We're not addressing the choice of the museum administrators to display X, Y, or Z. What we are addressing is Irritated Genie's statements of a cause and effect. Irritated Genie is against evolution. And it is evident by his statements, because we played the video earlier. We played the full video, and he's against the evolution of human beings. What the science says about evolution, he's against it. And so, although he's standing in this particular museum, and you see the exhibit behind him and whatnot, we're not questioning the choice of the administrators and how the donors and the money could have affected what was chosen to be on display. What we're talking about is his actual statements, the accuracy of what he was saying, and he's off. He's incorrect. He's talking about that man comes from a creator, and then he cites mitochondria and DNA. But then he tossed that in the trash and says that man comes from, a creator, and you could tell that he doesn't really know about it, because he's pointing to these figures behind him, thinking that those are Homo sapiens sapiens. And so, and we could replay the clip. The clip is only like 2 minutes and 50 seconds. We could play the whole clip again.
Yeah,
but
if you can play the clip for me, that'd be great.
Okay, so let's do that, because but just now I just want you to understand that we're not even talking about the art side of it, the artistic side of the museums. Yeah.
I think we shouldn't gloss over the point that they do have an art gallery there.
Yeah, but that's not
have temporary expeditions there. They have all that. They have exactly everything. So now they didn't just choose one thing like that. Because Kenya does have a rich history, and actually at this museum they do all of that. They got shopping, they got dining facilities. It's a beautiful place there, and evolution is just so happens that is the origin of their rich history.
Yeah, so let's play the video, because I just want to stress that we're not even addressing the art aspect of it at all. We're not talking about the whole museum.
But the museum does, though, Wuja.
No, but regardless, the museum could have an amusement park inside. We're not talking about
damn near.
So I'm saying what the focus of our conversation is on the accuracy, because the title of it is the mischaracterization of human evolution that Irritated Genie has done. So we're not saying he mischaracterizes any art. We're talking about he's mischaracterizing human evolution in his statement. So it's not that long, so we could play it again. It's 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Well, hold on. Can I read this part before you play that? Watch this. Hold on. This is the actual museum link. It says the artworks, the materials used in the fabrication of outdoor sculptures, the landscaping, and the botanic gardens linked to the 4 pillars of Kenyan national heritage: nature, culture, history, and contemporary art. I just wanted to let you know that these brothers and sisters ain't done. They on their A game. Our conversation is not talking about all the rest of the stuff, because now you really didn't see that, right? And I know what we're focusing on, but I want the listening audience to know that these Africans are on their A game. And at the center of their A game is scientific literacy. So we always talk about the African-American need to be scientific literate. These people right here actually are giving us a prime example of why you need to be scientifically literate, because that's what they're teaching their babies in their African schools. Go ahead, Uda.
All right, so we're going to play the video again. All right, so let me get my cursor on the play. All right, so let's just watch and listen to what he says again. But keep in mind everything that we were talking about, and then you'll see where our brother goes wrong. All right, here we go.
How y'all doing, brothers and sisters? The Irritated Genie at Southeast. I'm here at the Nairobi National Museum. I want to show you, it's a beautiful place. Everybody around the world, you got to come to this place to see the beginning of civilization and all the beautiful culture of the Kenyan brothers and sisters. However,
now he even admits all the culture of whatever. But now he's only in this one exhibit. But let's go. So we're gonna see where he takes issue in this one particular point.
However, I want to show you something. What we're about to see is an example of the danger when we allow whites, Asians, and others to control our narrative. And what we're looking at now is a depiction from the white perspective. These are the individuals who gave the money to help fund this museum of culture and history. What they have done is taken the phenotype of our brothers and sisters here in Africa, in Kenya, mixed it with monkeys, and created this as the image of the first beings, quote unquote human beings. This is not the first human beings. The first human beings look just like our brothers and sisters in Kenya, Congo, and East Africa today. But
now that's what he said. He said the first human beings look like our brothers and sisters in the Kenya and in the Congo today. So is that scientifically sound?
No, that's wrong. It's 2 left feet.
No, I mean,
so wait.
I'm asking Naya. Is she still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. It just depends on how you define look like. Like look like how? Did they have the same eye shape, the same jaw structure, the same morbidal eye? It just depends on how we gonna define look like.
Well, he said
Kenyan people have a diverse phenotype. And it just depends on what group he's talking. What is he saying look like? He talking about skin color? He talking about height? What is he saying? I don't
Well,
think I have enough information to make a sound decision. What is he saying?
well, he
I know
said
what he's saying. He's thinking they supposed to look like they look right now. That's what
Well,
he's saying.
I've seen some phenotypes that were very robust in Africa. So I
What
mean,
you saying now? You about to support the
what does he mean?
okay. Well,
I don't say
let me
it.
okay. Let
I
me ask
say
you.
it.
Hold up. Wait. Let me ask you, Naya. Let me. If you could still see the screen.
Okay, I see it now.
Okay. If you could see the screen, do these two figures look like modern? Look like our brothers and sisters in the Congo and in Kenya today?
I would say no, not as they look very archaic in this particular
Right.
exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now what Irritated Genie said, and I could play it again, but what he said is that these are the first humans. He's saying that the first humans look like our brothers and sisters of today, found in Kenya and Congo.
Yeah.
And so that statement is not, the first humans did not look like our brothers of today in the Kenya and Congo.
Could you be more specific when you say look like? Are you saying we had shorter brows? Are you saying we had wider noses? What do you mean look like?
Well, I can only take it from what Irritated Genie said. He said that early humans look like our brothers and sisters today, as opposed to what we're looking at right here on the screen. Because remember, he's doing a comparison and contrast. He's comparing this exhibit because his whole point is that the reason why these figures are on display is because of white people have funded this museum and have coerced their view their view on the first humans. So
now, do you know the name of this artist who drew these photos? Are you aware?
It's not a drawing.
No, it's
the sculpture.
Yeah.
Are you aware? Let's find the artist and let's see, because is the artist white? Is who funded the research behind this look? This how early humans looked.
Yeah.
Who are the originators of this type of art?
Okay, but now check this out. Okay, we could do that. That's fine. So maybe somebody could do that while we're still talking.
Would it matter?
But this is the thing. Irritated Genie made a claim. He said that the first human beings looks like our brothers and sisters in Kenya and Congo. He doesn't offer anything to support that claim whatsoever. His support for that claim is that human beings come from a creator
and have always been the same. That's his real thing. He's under the false notion that human beings have always looked the same since they first came to Earth. That's what he's basically saying, that we've always been the same, and to look like this is not in the process.
And then,
so what he does not, hold on, Naya, what he does not understand is that Homo sapiens sapien is really a result of the mixing of different archaic humans. So when you look in the mirror, right, if everybody right now, I want you before you go to bed or when you wake up in the morning, go stare in that damn mirror. If you stare in that mirror long enough, you'll start to see a chimpanzee. You'll start to see a little monkey. You'll start to see all types of things. What you won't see is you won't see a tiger, you won't see a bear, and you sure as hell won't see a whale or a lion. Why not? Why not? Because we're more similar to other apes and great apes on planet Earth.
Well,
plain and simple. And
then you agree with Irritated Genie. Then you agree with him because he said the same thing. He said we the first humans look like our brothers in the Congo and Kenya. So you're saying if we look in the mirror long enough, we'll also see the ape inside of us. So
that's right.
You guys agree?
What?
No, he didn't say that.
No. Hold up 1 second. The reason why that it seems like that, but is not, is because Irritated Genie is not making that statement, because he's looking at these figures that I have on the screen. He's let me put it back on the screen. He's looking at these figures that are on the screen, and he's saying that these images, these figures are incorrect. So Irritated Genie at no time is saying that when you look at us in the mirror that we should see a monkey or ape. He is actually saying the opposite of that. He's saying that it's from white people controlling our narrative that we imagine that, think that, and that's why these figures are sitting up here in this museum. And so he thinks that human beings originates as an African species coming from the creator. So I don't want to talk for him. Let's just finish playing the video, because we could I don't want to put words into his mouth. But let's see. I'm just rewind a little bit so we can see here is what he takes issue for, because he likes the museum. He actually invited everybody to come visit the museum. He said it's a beautiful museum and it displays culture and all that stuff. But then he says he gives this as an example of what not to what to be look out for. And here we go.
The danger when we allow whites, Asians, and others to control our narrative. And what we're looking at now is a depiction from the white perspective. These are the individuals who gave the money to help fund this museum of culture and history. What they have done is taken the phenotype of our brothers and sisters here in Africa, in Kenya, mixed it with monkeys, and created this as the image of the first beings, quote unquote human beings. This is not the first human beings. The first human beings look just like our brothers and sisters in Kenya, Congo, and East Africa today.
You hear what he said? He said from a white perspective, this is what the white perspective dictates as the first human beings, how they look. They mix in the phenotype of today's brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa, mixing that phenotype with apes and monkeys, and producing this. And then he emphatically says, as a matter of factly type of statement, he says that is not how the first human beings looked. They look like our brothers and sisters in Kenya and the Congo. So that's what he's saying. I'm just want to walk through it. So let's finish what he's saying.
What would he want the first humans to look like?
But let's just see.
Years ago.
Let's just finish what he's saying, because I think that if we allow him to say it, we'll see what he says.
But what they're doing is, in the psychology of our mind, is telling us that we came from apes, as opposed to the fact that we are God's first created people.
See, he said that the white man, by doing this, is psychologically telling us that we come from apes, when in fact, according to Irritated Genie, when in fact we come from the creator.
Yeah, that's creationism right there.
All right, that's what he's teaching us. So let's keep going. Now
well, he actually says, he said as opposed to.
Yeah,
he said as opposed to, in the psychology of our mind, what they're telling us is that we came from apes, as opposed to
coming from the creator.
Yeah, right. So he's creating a creationist story.
Yes.
But it seems like he's trying to create a narrative, that's different for what science is saying. Okay, proceed.
Right. Okay. So let's go. And then also we have to understand
narrative of foolery.
But also that the fact that how we know that he's not as studied is because even scientists don't say we come from apes. They say that we are apes.
Great apes.
That sounds like a small, minute difference, but that's a big difference that people are going to have to accept, because that is what scientists say. We are of the family of Hominidae, and Hominidae nickname, or AKA, is great apes. And so we are of the family of apes, but people switch that word great apes between Hominidae. All right, so I want people got to understand that. All right, you got.
If they scared to use the word great apes, it's a difference between a great ape and a lesser ape. Yes, it is. A monkey is a lesser ape. A gibbon is a lesser ape. What's the difference between lesser apes and great apes? Lesser apes will stand in the mirror and not recognize themselves. Great apes will look in the mirror and recognize themselves. So if a gorilla, chimpanzee look in the mirror, they're going to realize that's them they looking at. They're going to start feeling on their lips, their eyes, and feeling themselves. They're going to realize that a monkey just look at the damn mirror. Monkeys have tails, ladies and gentlemen. Great apes do not. Great apes have coccyx bones, meaning vestiges of having tails long, 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 long ago. Can you look in the mirror right now, turn around to the mirror and look? Yes, you used to have a tail millions and millions and millions of years ago. I think the problem is understanding geological time. That's part of it. The other problem is racism, white supremacy. Now, all of a sudden, taking the white narrative. So the funny part about this whole conversation is Irritated Genie is actually taking on the white narrative when you actually separate yourself from the whole of nature. Is that not what they did? They felt like they was more special than nature. They felt like they could control nature. They felt like they could control nature so much that they actually made a creator that made nature. From an African perspective, watch this. The creator would be existence itself. That's not an arrogant statement. But the arrogant statement is that you know that there is a God that made everything. So that actually puts you in the seat of power because you're the one that wrote it. And what you wrote was you gave your idea what the creator was. And you said that the creator made everything. Separating itself from its creation, that comes from the mind of an egomaniac. That's who made that story, that God made everything instead of everything being God. You can proceed.
All right, let's I'm gonna finish playing because we're gonna hear what he's saying.
God's first created people, which the real narrative is that we are the original people of planet Earth. So this is very dangerous because by mixing the phenotype of the everyday Kenyan brother or sister with that of an ape, saying that this is the origin, as opposed to a superior position in terms of genetics where we come directly from the creator.
He said, in terms of genetics, we come directly from the creator. How does that make sense? Because you see what I'm saying? This is what's the problem with what he's saying. He's given an unscientific opinion, but he's using scientific jargon. He's talking about mitochondria. He makes mention of DNA, and he makes mention of different scientific terms, but he's actually invoking a creationist narrative. And so what he's saying, in essence, is that because this museum is funded by whites and Asians and others, as he says, that's why you find this thing on display in here, and it's psychologically trying to tell us that we come from apes, when in fact, as he says, as opposed to coming directly from the creator, which is in his mind is a superior position. And you can hear him say that. He says again,
in terms of genetics, where we come directly from the creator, they create a new narrative that we are somehow mixed with something less than the African species. So I want to say this in closing. This is the basic reality in the narrative that we must carry. Science and mitochondria DNA have proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that African people were the first people.
Now notice what he did. He just now said, this is the narrative that we must hold to. Science and mitochondria proved beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt that Africans are the first people. So right there, he invokes science. So he's loving it. He's loving science. But that same science disagrees with everything else he says. Every single thing else he says. That exact same science. So that's a contradiction in what he's saying, and I don't know if he realizes it, but this is why we're saying that this is not his subject of study or focus, and by him having a platform and a following and stuff, this is irresponsible on his part to do this. You know, he should just sit that out. Like he could have made a political statement about having agency and having our own funding. What?
So what did Hitler and them say? Hitler and them said what, y'all? What was Hitler's argument? That the blonde-eyed blue race was the superior race. Right? What was the Europeans teaching in Harvard and Yale in science classes? In science, what was the scientists saying at that time? That the European was smarter. I think you mentioned
that black people came from apes.
The black people came from apes, right? They said white people came from chimpanzees, didn't they?
No, they didn't say that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I think they said Chinese came from monkeys. It was crazy, just like that. I could definitely find that for you. right? They said that, but they said we was definitely half human. We wasn't all humans, right? You kind of threw me a little bit, Naya. And they also said that they were smarter and it was craniology or some shit. Measuring the skulls, their skulls was bigger. If you watch the movie Django, right? And remember that white guy was trying to use scientific terms? He was kicking that scientific racism thing. So then on the flip side, now we saying, right? A lot of our leaders promote just the exact opposite of their argument, that black people are superior, right? That black people are closer to the creator, right? That white people aren't human. How in the hell did we end up doing the exact same thing that they did? Neither side is telling the damn truth.
Right, but you need a level of propaganda. That's what makes it political. I mean, all nation
Really?
building, you need propaganda. You want to create any nation. If you want a nation build, you have to have a superior narrative. You don't want to create a narrative that you're less than superior. So why I said that Genie's position was political and not
real smooth.
scientific.
Hey, now, yeah, real
Can I
smooth.
finish my statement?
No, because you didn't let me finish
Because you
my statement.
no,
Real
you asked the
smooth, you cut
question.
me off in the middle of me talking. I'm gonna let you finish, but you did that real smooth. But go ahead, and then said let you finish talking. But go ahead, Naya.
You said how did we repeat the same?
Yeah, I wasn't a question. That wasn't a question to be answered.
Okay,
I was
go
in the
ahead
middle of my
then.
statement.
Go ahead. And I was just explaining it's called propaganda.
Well, I know, and I'm saying is, yeah, good, great, but that's racist, crazy propaganda. When it's been the shoe on the other foot and you spitting the same narrative, nobody's taking you serious. You know why? Because they have defeated those arguments in science. That's why it becomes crazy and Looney Tune. At least they got hold on now. At least they got an excuse for it because science hadn't overturned it yet. So that's the excuse. Now for us to turn around and do the same thing after all that nonsense been overturned, then you looking super crazy. You're really looking crazy than they was looking when they did.
Science substantiate that black people are superior human beings when it comes to genetics.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, it has. Absolutely, they have.
So you need to pull that up. No, go get that. Don't talk me to death. You know how the young boys say, don't talk about it. Be about it.
I mean, if you look at the cancer research in America, like black people, the whole stem cell, wow. All of that has to do with black genetics. Everything, all the cures as a result of black genetics. Science has absolutely substantiated when it comes to DNA, and it's an evolutionary.
Why are you doing that, though, Naya?
It's because of evolutionary reasons.
Why are you doing that, though, Naya?
Let me make a comment. All right, let me make a comment, please, y'all.
Why would you say, hold on, man? See, you know what? That ain't fair. We got people listening to the show, and now we starting to sound like them crazy.
Wait, but hold up, y'all.
All you would have to do is just bring up the reference to it. Don't mischaracterize the argument. Man, our genes are more diverse, so you got more chances of getting the cure. That don't mean you superior. That just means there's more diversity. That's the difference, though, Naya, than saying that.
Okay, but what I want to kind of do is get back on.
We're in trouble now.
I want to get back on.
Trouble.
Okay, I just want to get back on track to what we're talking about, which is the accuracy or inaccuracy of Irritated Genie statements. And so, if we get back on code with that, Irritated Genie made statements that are just absolutely not correct. And so I think we need to stick to that because that's what we. What we're trying to address. So, I'm trying to kind of bring it back home is that he made some statements that on their own we would agree with. Like we all would agree that Africans in the multiple countries that are on the continent should own and control the resources that they stand on and control their own narrative and the expression of their own culture. I don't think anybody will argue with that. But the problem is Irritated Genie is saying that because some non-Africans have funded this museum, that is the reason why that display is there, and the display is projecting wrong information, and he is correcting information by saying that no, these are not the first human beings. They didn't look like this. The first human beings are of the African species. They look like brothers and sisters in Kenya and Congo today, and they came directly from the Creator. Then he goes to invoke mitochondria and DNA evidence to say that it's beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt that proves that the first human beings are the African species or the Africans. So in one hand, he's invoking the science, and then on all of his other hands and feet and toes, he's rejecting the science. And that's a logical fallacy. That's a logical flaw. You can't have a premise and then just go off in a no man's land with your conclusions. So that's what we're having a problem with here. So it's not about anything much else, like the art or anything like that. Irritated Genie is just absolutely wrong on the points that he's making. The point he's making, not, like I said, the isolated statement that we can agree on. Everything else is just not true. It's not accurate. It's not. Now, it's only a 2-minute video, so of course he's not going to pull up any quotes and scientific journals to back himself up. But even the statements just in general, it shows an ignorance on his part of evolution and what evolution actually says, because it doesn't say we come from apes or monkeys. We are classified as apes, great apes to be more specific. Hominidae is more of the formal term that's used. Hominidae. All right, so people got to understand that. All right, and that's just has to, let me just show this real quick. I'm sorry. Let me just show this, and I don't know if y'all looking for something, but let me just share this real quick for everybody.
I wasn't looking for nothing. I was wondering if you agree with the statement that science says that we are superior. Science says that?
Science doesn't speak general like that, like overall superior, because, like, for example, people like what we call white people, like what we socially call white people, they would be quote unquote superior in Arctic environments. So the superior and non-superior is a very subjective conversation to have, and I'm not getting into that. So
I'm getting into it, Wu-Jai, because what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not letting that narrative run crazy, because that's the narrative we've been promoting. You know what I'm saying? And I just vehemently disagree with you, Sister Naya, that science does not teach that. Science teaches that those who genes, you know what I'm saying, are passed on, and certain environments live on. So the survival of the fittest was really survival of the fit genes. And so you can be as black as tar, sub-Saharan African, 6'5", and a whole tribe of 6'5" jet black Africans get shipped off somewhere to Europe, and little feeble Europeans in Europe, you know what I'm saying, close to the colder areas, will have more babies than you will.
Yeah, that's why they had the zero.
That you're less superior or more. What does that mean, Naya? That means that they're best fit for that environment. So it's dependent on the environment you're in.
Well, in their environment currently in Europe, they're at a zero birth rate, which means that they are on the brink of extinction because of their genetics.
Yeah, go get that article though. Go get that.
I will, no problem.
Yeah,
all right, that's what I was saying. I thought she was gonna pull up, but let me share this with everybody real quick, and I'm not gonna be long at all. I just want to reiterate this, and I encourage everybody to study biological taxonomy at the very least, but study taxonomy in general and ontology. I always say that all the time.
So this, zero birth rate. How long is the zero birth rate going?
Hold up, she gonna find it. Let me finish. All right, I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
All right, so I'm sharing this on the screen. I want people to understand that this is the taxonomic rank and file system, and the labels and the naming conventions. Okay, so at the very, very top, we have a very, very broad macro lens, a macro level. It is an all-inclusive level called life. All right, everything that's living fits into this first rank or first category. All right. As you move down the list, you're going down in rank. As you move down, you're becoming more and more and more specific. And because you're becoming more and more specific, the numbers within each of these ranks are going to decrease. So over here, you see specific, it means less number of organisms within these ranks here at the bottom. As you move up, the greater number of organisms. All right. So this is the rank. You're going up and down is rank. When you're going left to right is file. All right. So we're starting at life. We come down. We're in a domain called eukarya. Now this whole rank system is for us, Homo sapiens sapien, which is why I got over here big, Homo sapiens sapien. It should be an S on both of those, Homo sapiens sapiens. All right, moving down, eukarya. So what is a characteristic inclusion statement to be in this category of eukarya? It is cells that have a nucleus and organelles within a membrane. Okay, everybody can agree that human beings that are living today fit that criteria. So therefore, we are of the domain called eukarya. Next, kingdom. What kingdom are we in? We're in the kingdom of Animalia. Why? Because of the inclusion statement of organisms with the ability to move on their own. Okay, as opposed to another file in the kingdom rank of called plant. Animals and plant. Plants cannot move on their own volition. They cannot move. They move when the wind blows, but they cannot move on their own volition. All right. Animals can. So we're in the kingdom of Animalia. All right. Going down. What phylum are we in? We're in the phylum called Chordata. What is the inclusion statement of Chordata? Animals with backbone. So notice it says animals. So we first have to be an animal of the kingdom Animalia. Then those animals that have backbones are in the phylum of Chordata. That's us. We have a backbone. Going down further, class. What class are we in? We're in a class called Mammalia or mammals. What is that? It is chordates, which means we have to be chordata first. Chordates with hair and milk glands. All human beings or our species has it, especially, women. All right. Going down further, order. What order are we in? We're in the order of primates. Primates are what? Mammals. So we got to be mammals first. Primates are mammals with a collarbone and grasping fingers. All human beings living today, if you're healthy, of course, if you weren't born any defects or whatever, you have grasping fingers and a collarbone. So we're the order of primates. Now we're getting to the great ape thing. What family are we in? We're in the family of Hominidae. Okay? And I don't have it here, but Hominidae, aka, is also known as great apes. Okay, we are in the family of Hominidae, which are what? Primates. So we got to be a primate first. These are primates with relatively flat faces and 3D vision.
Our eyes forward, not on the side of your damn face.
Now, these inclusion statements that I'm reading off are just one of many inclusion statements, but for brief purposes, I only have one listed here. There's more requirements within each one of these that I've been reading. So to finish up, you go down further. Genus. What genus are we in? We are in the genus of Homo. Side note, Homo is the word for human. Human and Homo are two words that are changeable. All right. Homo means man. All right. It's man. So what are Homo? Homo are hominids, which is we have to be of the Hominidae first, with upright posture and large brains. Going down further, species. What species are we in? We are of the Homo sapiens species. So these are members of the Homo genus with high forehead and thin skull bones. And then further down in the subspecies, we are classified as Homo sapiens sapiens. All right, because you have other species, Homo habilis, Homo heidelbergensis, and other homos that are extinct now. We are the only living subspecies of the species Homo, of the genus, of Homo. We're the only survivors of that. All right, so I wanted to quickly do that so people could understand what is meant, and get some of the terms and what is meant by the terms, and you can see this ranking file system. All right, it's not something to even be mad at or to blame anybody for. These are labels of classification. This is why I encourage people to study taxonomy. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. So go ahead. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'm gonna do you one better. Watch this. Watch this, Wuja. That's how we're gonna do it. It's real simple.
All right, just real quick. For those who listen, again, y'all appreciate, everybody hanging out with us tonight. Hopefully, you you learning something. You may have some comments or some questions. We're gonna start paying attention to the comments and questions once we could start leveling out the conversation and actually pay attention to the conversation chat. So listen, if you have questions, make sure you type them or write them down so you could type them when we start to take the questions and can pay attention more to the chat. So I want to let people know.
You give them the link to come in and ask the questions. So here we go, sharing the screen right here. We got, so first we're going to look at, Brother Wujaj did an eloquent job of giving the classification system, but seeing is daggone believing around here, right? So what I would like to do is, I would first like to come, my screen, you see a bear. Everybody see that, right?
Yeah, we can
dealing with the scientific classification system, right? So a bear is a what? Is an animal. Okay. Let's go to the next one.
Wait. So we're in the same. Put that back.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go down the line with them.
So Homo sapiens sapiens and bears are in the same kingdom. Wait, you got to go back.
All right, hold on. I just want to put the humans on there. I'm gonna go back. All right. All right, you see it?
Okay. Yeah. So Homo sapiens sapiens, us today, and bears, we share the same kingdom. Look on the right hand side. If you could point to it for me.
Yeah, I'm going to go down the line with all of it. I got some interesting things here.
Hold it. Yeah, okay, but hold it. Stay there for a second, because I want to, because you're showing what I'm saying. So Homo sapiens sapiens and bears share the same kingdom because we're both animals. Homo sapiens sapiens and bears also share the same phylum because we're both chordata. Homo sapiens sapiens and bears share the same class because we're mammalia. We're mammals. Now the order, that's where we differ. This is where we split taxonomically. We split from the bear. The order of the bear is carnivora, and the order of Homo sapiens sapiens is the order of primates. All right, so I just want to let everybody understand where that labeling system goes different.
Mm-hmm.
And you can show human, right. You'll see it.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I'm gonna say them for last because the humans is easy. So we did the bear, right? Okay, hold on. Did the bear. Mm-hmm. Let's move to the fish real fast. Watch this. So we're gonna go right to the fish. So we see what? The kingdom is animal.
So we share that.
Bears are animals, right? Bears are animals. Fishes are animal. It's a cockroach. What is a cockroach? Cockroach is what? Is it in the kingdom of Animalia, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. It's a cockroach. I don't like that. How about whales? Whales is also an animal. All right. Oh, let's come to the monkeys that everybody hate. Hey, these monkeys are animals too. Mm-hmm. The problem is we've been faced with Europeanism that want to separate themselves. Here you go. That's a gorilla. A gorilla is also an animal. Well, how about the Homo sapiens? I ain't gonna make it easy. I'm not even gonna show you some. I'm gonna show you. Here you go. Animals. Okay, now let's go backwards. Chordea, right? Showing you. And we know what a chordea is. That don't nobody want to hear. What's that? A chordate is an animal consisting of the phylum of chordata during some period of their life cycle. Chordates possess the what? What's this? A notochord?
A notochord.
Dorsal nerve cord, right? And the phylonil slits.
Pharyngeal.
And endostyle and a post-anal tail.
Pharyngeal slit and endostyle.
I messed that up. It's okay.
That's why I just simplified. It's animals that have a backbone.
But I wanted to show the post-anal tail, right? We call it the coccyx bone, a vintage. That means this is how you know evolution is real, because you can tell where the tail used to be at in all these animals. See, why y'all playing? You're not going to get around that. So even if you come up with your own taxon system, you still going to have to find a way to make that, to say, man, this thing going to be, so everything that you want to act like that you ain't messing with, going to be in a, even if you change the names, if you was going to do it scientifically, you would still have them in the category. You just call it something different. But they would still be in the category. Because if you would strip them down to the bones, they would all have that area where a tail used to be at. See? So now, mammals. Boom. We know what mammals are. Vibrates animals consisting of class of mammalia characterized by what? The presence of mammary glands. Right? All mammals have that. Okay? Female produce milk, feeding, nursing their young. Neocortex, fur or hair, and their middle ear bones. That's how we know whales, right, was on land first, because of that middle ear bone. Whales had that middle ear bone, right? But that middle ear bone is terrible for hearing in water. Whales don't hear well in water. But since whales are in water and they have that middle ear bone, they knew they was mammals, right? And they know they was hearing like mammals were hearing. We're gonna keep it moving. That's the same with the gorilla. The gorilla is a mammal, y'all. And if I hit this button right here, it's gonna say the exact same thing that we just said about the humans. Here you go, same thing. It ain't changed. Even the monkeys you hate. Same thing, they mammals, no matter what you say. They got that little bone. The women of the species produce milk. The females produce milk. It's the exact same thing. You can act like it ain't real. It's happening right in front of your face, no matter what y'all say. Oh, here's a whale, ladies and gentlemen. But the whale is a mammal too. Exact same thing. It don't change. Mammary glands produce milk, neocortex, fur, hair, 3 middle ear bones, all that. Distinguish them from reptiles. It ain't same thing Brother Wujah just said, but I'm showing you the pictures. Oh, but when you come here, a damn cockroach is not a mammal. It's an insect. It's what that is. You're not an insect.
And they're not of the same phylum, so that's where the cutoff is above that.
Correct, and they're not the same. That's the cutoff point.
Why? Because they don't have a backbone. Remember, chordata character. One of the main characteristics of chordata phylum is having a backbone. Insects don't. And
Facts.
So
See?
they're called anthropoids.
Oh, here you go. You got this fish. This is what animal is an animal, right? But look, it's in a different class. It's not a mammal. Why is a whale a mammal and the catfish is not? Don't they both be in water? First of all, a fish can breathe in water. A whale cannot. A whale has to come up to breathe. He holding his breath underwater. Does not have gills. Whole different class. See what I'm saying? Whole different class. Hey, but this bear right here, hey, it sure enough is a mammal. You feel me? And so let's deal with this monkey real quick. Oh, this gorilla real quick. No, I like the monkey. Since everybody hate the monkey. You hate the monkey. Ho, what order is this monkey in? It's a primate. Since y'all seem to like that word better, we'll use the word primate until you're comfortable with using great apes. It's a what? Primate.
Well, wait a minute though. Primate is the order. Great ape is the family. So it's both. They can't. You don't swap one for the other. It's primate is the order. The family. Like go down.
And that's as far as that's going. Oh, you mean right where?
Scroll down.
Groups included.
Oh, it's not showing the family. When you get to the family is Hominidae.
Right here. This is the suborder you talking about right here?
No, the family. The family.
And then they got the family on this one.
Go to the gorilla, see if it would have it. See how it's family? Look at the family. What does that family say? Hominidae. Now go to the human. Now look at the family, right? Look at the family. Put it cursor.
Right here? Oh, you talking about the family. Oh, the human. All right.
It says Hominidae. Now go to the human and look, what's the family? What's the family?
Hominidae.
That, my friends, is great ape. That's why a monkey is not a
Let's come
great
back
ape.
over to the monkey again. Let's come back to the monkey again. I think we got a breakthrough here, brother. All right, see? We need to have a family. What families they putting them in?
They're not showing the complete ranking, but you can see where the gorilla is of the family Hominidae, and the human being Homo sapiens sapiens is also of the family Hominidae. That family called Hominidae, that word Hominidae is also called great ape.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on who you reading and everything. Like, matter of fact, if you click on it, you'll see it. Do that. Go. No, not no. Go to the family where it says Hominidae. Now, real quick. Now I know you highlighting, but click on it, and you could go back after. Read that first sentence.
The hominidae, whose members are known as great apes.
Stop.
Well, hominids. Mm-hmm.
Read it again.
It say whose members are known as great apes.
There you go. Hominidae is the family whose members are known as what? Great apes, or what? Hominids. All right, you can click back. I just wanted to show
great
you.
Apes. Look, great apes is a common name rather than a taxonomy label. See? And there are differences in usage, even by the same author. The term may or may not include humans, as when Dawkins writes, long before people thought in terms of evolution, great apes were often confused as humans. And gibbons are faithfully, which is monogamous, unlike the great apes, which are our closest relatives. Yeah, it's funny. You know what monogamous is, right?
Mm. But I just wanted.
So could you just go back? Did it say that great apes are generally considered humans or look like humans? I'm sorry, I missed that point.
Let me go back.
Nah, you had clicked the back button, because I had asked you to click on Hominidae to.
No, I did the note right here. There was a note right here. That was just a note.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, now where you want to be at?
Yeah, right there. What did it say?
They say the great ape is a common name rather than a taxonomy label. All right. They say, and there are differences in usage, even by the same author. They say the term may or may not include humans. May or may not.
Okay.
Depending on the author.
And then he gave an example when Dawkins, probably talking about Richard Dawkins, when he says, long before people thought in terms of evolution, great apes were often confused with humans. So you have a series, you have a chronology of different scientific books where different authors will use these terms differently. That's why I keep saying that Hominidae is AKA great apes. So people need to understand that Homo sapiens sapiens and gorillas and chimpanzees and everything, we are all primates. And then as far as human beings, we are of the family of great apes. But great ape is the more common term, whereas the taxonomic label would be Hominidae. All right? So just want everybody to understand that. Hominidae.
Gorillas, let's see. Common chimpanzees, bonobo, and homos. Look. Which include modern humans. And its extinct relatives, Neanderthal, Homo erectus. Yeah, I can see Irritated Genie now. Look, there they go with that again. So, I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think, so how about this one? This is the good one right here. How about the whales, right? You come to these whales right here. Watch this. Whales. They in this category, right? Let's read that. Read that, Wuja.
That's the order. So that's a different order.
I know, but read the order though.
Yeah, it says the even-toed
Ungulates.
ungulates are ungulates hoofed animals which bear. That's a whale.
Okay. Yeah,
it
keep
says
going.
it says which bear weight equally to on 2 of the 5 toes, their third and fourth toes. The other 3 toes are either present, absent, vestigial, or pointing posteriorly. By contrast, odd-toed ungulates bear weight on 1 of the 5 toes, the third toe, and then it goes on. Can't read it, but it goes on.
So why would a whale be in here, yo? Why? Let me tell you why. Because whales started on land first, and they had 4 legs. That's why. That's why whales fall into this category. You know what I'm saying? And so scientists, some of them, they want to kind of mix that category together. Right? But the consensus is that they should be in this category right here. Yeah, you would have to know that, though.
Artiodactyla.
You would not only have to know that, it would have to be important to you. No one goes around saying that my classification rank is Homo sapiens sapien. It's, you have to have a certain amount of abstraction. Like your brain has to be able to categorize and analyze. And most people don't look at humans and automatically begin to evaluate their taxonomy and what
that's
origin
true.
and what order they come in. Like it's just not something we do.
And that's a really good point, and I'm glad you said it. But now this is the thing with that point, people, because that's true, people need to pipe it down, calm down, and relax, and stop talking about it. Then because if the average person doesn't think like that, then the average person don't need to be on these videos, on the videos trying to kick it and talk about it. Then because if you're gonna talk about it, you
know
need,
about it,
right? You need to look into it before you open your mouth, and that's what I would say to people, because the moment you start using the scientific jargon, at the very least, your responsibility, especially if you got a following, and you know that you influence people, then you should take on responsibility to make sure that you know what you're saying and you're accurate as possible. And then we all make mistakes, of course, but I'm saying at least put in the effort. And as far as getting back to Irritated Genie, this particular video that we've been playing, the brother falls short on his accuracy of what he was saying. Period. The video is short. I don't know. The point he's making is on its own is something we all agree with, like I said, but his evidence and proof and demonstration for his point is completely false, completely wrong. He should have used a different example.
So, and you know what? I totally agree with you. And so, everybody just needs to stay in their lane. There's a certain, I only can go but so far in teaching evolution. You know what I'm saying? And I know how far to go with that. And everybody should know how far to go with what they're doing and understand your limitations. I think that's a beautiful thing when you know your limitations, right? And so, did you hear what our sister Nigel said? When she makes that statement, she's looking at that, you know what I'm saying, from a psychological standpoint of view. She's actually putting what she do on the line when she make that statement right there. Like she knows what she's talking about. And she's right. Ain't nobody walking around like that. That's why people just need to shut up, because you're not walking around like that. And you shouldn't walk around and act like that. You know what I'm saying? You just bring somebody else in and teach that subject like they're doing in the Kenya Museum. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, before we top out on this, I just like to finish reading this article that was reading. And I showed y'all the picture. I'm proud of these Africans in Kenya. This article says, in Kenya National Museum, wide-eyed children gazed at blackened skeletons, right? As long gone ancestors, 1.5 million years old, remains that provide key lessons today for modern teachers of mankind's origin. And they got the skull right here, right? And You just got to know what the hell this skull is right here.
All right. You said you're gonna share?
Yeah, I'm gonna share it real quick.
All right. So listen, let me ask you this. We've been going in a little bit long on this one particular topic, and so I don't know if you want to deal with
the mischaracterization of the AOS as homosexual. Yes, I would like to finish off with that.
Okay, because that's maybe getting to a lengthy conversation. So I don't know if we want to kind of entertain some questions. Entertain some questions, because we've been talking about this for a while, and I'm seeing people in the chat having their own conversations.
All right, we can do. Let me finish this. We can go into the question, and we can just do another show on that then. Which I'm trying to get y'all to do it. I've been waiting for y'all to do it. So right here.
Come on, no, I want to talk about ADOS. That's why I'm here. I'm just trying to wait.
All right, so go ahead, do your thing.
I'm gonna close it out with this, and so that's that sculpture right there. That's that fine right there, right? And let me finish reading this. And it says, for deeply religious Kenya, dubbed the cradle of mankind, right? For the wealth of early hominid fossils dug up from the soil showing man's evolution. The famous remains challenge literal teachings of Christianity, Islam, and traditional beliefs. They say, while across the world, teachers must juggle science and religion, the fossils of Kenya provide stark examples found in few nations elsewhere. So when you're in Kenya, man, you got to be fossil hunting. You got to be really like, you can come back to America, you know what I'm saying, and really tell us what it's about. Because you're right there on the Rift Valley. You can't be in Kenya, you know what I'm saying, trying to destroy evolution in their national museum. You know what I'm saying? Like, God damn, let me finish this. So
wait, Unc, you stopped your sharing.
Oh, all right. Well, I got this shit. Well, let me see.
No, it was one line that's gonna top it off. You clipped it off right there.
Wait a minute. While juggling, hold on. All right, hold
on. Share it again, because I think that's gonna cap it off. You were getting to it.
I ain't stop. While across the world teachers must juggle. That's what you're talking about,
right? Where you at? No, go ahead, keep on going. You're right under that.
Okay, while across the world teachers must juggle science and living fossils, can you provide stark examples found in few nations elsewhere? It's a there have been challenges to teaching evolution. That's what you're talking about, right?
Now you had already read that. No, go ahead, but keep going. It's gonna be the lines under it.
Okay, it'll be challenging that largely because of the religious teachings of creation. And that's what Jimmy is doing. He's teaching creation, which are deeply entrenched, said Frederick Kayomaye, head of the paleontology section at the National Museum of Kenya. And I can show you pictures of this black man.
Okay, here
he charged that section.
Here's the cap off right here. Go ahead.
Such teachings tend to discard the scientific explanation.
Disregard.
That's what I said, disregard. Did I say this? I said that wrong. Disregard the scientific explanation that all biological species, including humans, have generally evolved from simple forms to complex forms, he added.
All right.
He said, in the museum, in the capital of Nairobi, school children troop past world famous early human, or, watch this, hominid remains, right? Understand what he's not talking about Homo sapiens sapiens. He's talking about humans, right? The oldest of which goes back to 18 million years. It challenges admitted primary school teacher, what's this, Manessa, like Messiah, Manessa, am I saying that right?
Manessa,
okay. Leading a cheerful class of children through the museum, stopping to share at the fertile, what's this, rib cage of Takano Boy, right? Okay, one of only two nearly complete skeletons of hominids in the world. So that's nearly complete. I think you kind of talked about that now, I ain't got no complete and all that. Okay. Everybody knows what's complete, was not complete.
But that's
They
but
say a plaque proudly calls a fossil the single most important collection in the world. That's crazy. So you talk about the most, you know what I'm saying? One of the most important fossils in the world is right there at your fingertips, right there for African Americans to see and know about. And to mischaracterize all that wealth of information, man, I find it to be very, 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 very crazy.
all right, hold up. While you still have it shared, highlight that where your cursor is. Go up to that sentence. Nah, next one up, up, right there. Nah, next one up. Okay, it says in the museum in the capital of Nairobi, school children troop past world famous early human or hominid remains, the oldest of which goes back 18 million years. Modern, anatomically modern human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, do not date back that far. So whenever you're looking at reconstructions of any hominid looking structure that's dating back millions of years, you are not, and I repeat, you are not talking about modern human beings. All right. Again, you are not talking about modern human beings. So when Irritated Genie is standing in the exhibit, one thing he should have done was to show the tags, because every in the museum they have these informative tags and labels and writing next to whatever the exhibit is. He should have shown that, read that, and then said what he said, because the figures that were behind him are not even talking about modern human beings.
Nope.
So all of his statements are just completely out of place. And I just want to point that out, because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the video, and our good brother Irritated Genie, although he means well, he is just not correct on anything that he said in regards to what he was showing. The first statement he made, the point he made, I think we all can agree with it. Outside of that, everything else, is a problem. All right. So I just want to sum up. That's my last statement on that.
And I just have one last statement before we wrap up, and just not to play devil advocate, but you have to think about where he is. I mean, he's on the African continent. I mean, when you look at religion in Africa, I mean, the countries, those continents, though not those continents, but those countries are very religious. Huge Muslim faith there, huge Christian faith there. And so when we're saying it's out of context, we have to kind of understand the perspective that we're evaluating his actions on. And this is not to get into a debate about white science versus black science. But when a person goes to Africa, you have to know you're going to a very religious place. You're not going to a place that is super scientific, although we have the history there, yeah, in terms of religion. I mean, religion is huge in Africa. I mean, it's huge. So when he's creating this narrative, it's consistent what people of our ancestry believe about creation and God. And although I agree that science is important and we need to push science, methods, and how to get things done, we have to understand that the continent is very much still religious. So that's one of the reasons why when I listened to him, I didn't hear science there. I heard more of a political plea to Africans to get back to being taking control of your resources, and B, control your narratives. And so I think it's important for us to look at the context of when we say it's out of place. Out of place for who? It's out of place in Western societies. It's out of place in African societies. Africans don't view the world around them as a byproduct of necessarily animals all the time, although they understand nature and everything is everything. But generally, the idea of a supreme being, a god, is a pretty much a fixture within our culture. And we have to be comfortable with saying that, although we may not disagree, and we have this wealth of knowledge, and we know about science and evolution. It's still a lot of work to be done. So we have to be empathetic to those people who may not have the same resources as we have.
Yeah, to that I will say that.
Oh my God, man! If y'all don't let me finish this, man, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought you were finished.
No, hell no! I'm right in the middle. You stopped me to read the thing for me. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought the point was made. Shoot, if you're gonna
read the whole
article,
why you gotta read it?
Because y'all cut me off. Because let me finish. I know what I'm doing. Shit, with my mind.
Okay, well, let me just say something. All right,
because we'll talk about the religious part that you talked about.
Once you finish reading that, I got something else to say too.
Okay, well, can I say something to what she just said real quick?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I just want to say that that again, if Irritated Genie's intention was to give a political plea, then he should have just gave the political plea. He should have left the science. He should have left the science out of it. And so that's what I would say to that video, because that's our problem. Our problem is that we may have good intentions and be sincere and whatnot, but our execution is very poor. We will mix pseudo stuff and accurate stuff together, and that confuses the audience. That is not beneficial whatsoever. So the political plea, which is for Africans to take control of their resources and to control their own narrative, bam, that's on point. That's a given. But he should have had a 3-minute video saying that. But instead, he uses that fact and that emotional draw in, because that'll pull me in, because I agree with that. That pulls me in. But then he miseducates me though. And see, that's the problem we have. We get pulled in with the feel good part, which is accurate, but then we get miseducated. So what he did, he pulled me in, and I feel good about that, and I agree with him, but then he just miseducated me on science. So he need to leave that alone. So I just want to say that because we got to call it what it is. All right? Cuz Irritated Genie's our good brother, but he should have left that alone. And that's just it. So we don't come from no creator, although religion is very popular and all that kind of stuff like that. But if it's a political decree or plea, then leave both religion and leave the science out and just say what you want to say. Just tell the Africans, say, listen, I'm here. My boots are on the ground. I'm in Kenya. Woo, I'm in Kenya. It's beautiful here, this, that, and the other. But I tell you what, y'all, man, what pains me is the fact that I walk into a museum and I realize that it's funded by outside sources. Man, we got to do better, y'all. Let him talk like that. Let him say stuff like that. But don't try to point out some 18 million year old hominids as if they're modern human beings and say the people of Kenya supposed to look like that and stuff like that. Nah, man, come on. Can't do that. So now,
for the record, they changed the name of the museum. They taking care of their own funding on their own damn museum. I just don't feel like looking for it. All right, hey, we gotta cut that out too. They paying for their own, like Africans can pay for their own museums.
Yeah, could you provide with that? Could you provide us with that?
Yeah, I sure will. And while y'all talking about the ADOS, I'm gonna get that. They changed the name, right? Because it was a European was a governor, right? During the times when they was in power, when they kicked their ass out, right? Then they took over their thing, they rebuilt it and all that. Yeah, but I ain't want to do all that. That's how deep I've been on this. So nothing patriotically, that all were discovered in Kenya. It goes on to say Eastern African Great Rift Valley that comes from Tanzania to the south through the heart of Kenya and on northwards into Ethiopia has provided key fossils that revolutionized scientific understanding of mankind's evolution. So you can't be in Africa, in Kenya. This is the area where it's revolutionized scientific thinking. Not in Europe, not in Asia, not in North America, but in Africa. And guess what, y'all? Our brothers in Kenya understand that because they provide this information. This ain't got nothing to do with no white people. This ain't the white people thing. We've totally taken over this. Watch this. It says, when you start explaining evolution to children, if you don't have concrete things, it can seem very unreal. How you say his name again? Mania added. But it also contradicts what the Bible says on how God created the world. This is what they do in Kenya, y'all. In Kenyan schools, God's creation of Adam from the dust and Eve from the rib, as described in Bible books of Genesis, it is taught in religious studies. So they got religious studies when they talk about that. Now watch this. But in science and history classes, children learn Darwinism and evolution, the evidence of which they see as they stare at the fragile bones. It's like there is a contradiction somewhere, but we like learning about both evolution and the Bible, said Joy, a 14-year-old pupil, as she and her classmates, right, dressed in neat green uniforms, crowding around one of the many skull displays. U.S. inspired evangelists. Now here's what we want to talk about. It. U.S. inspired or white people inspired evangelists. The fossils have proven controversial. It's a tempest flared in 2006 and 2007 when being Adio, a bishop, right, at the head of several thousand strong evangelistic congregation, led a campaign to restrict access to some of the most impressive examples. So you got this person influenced by racism, white supremacy, religious ideology. He the one messing the things up. It's not the scientist. His move prompt an angry reaction from leading paleontologist Richard Leakey, a longtime director at Kenya's museum, who called the proposal outrageous. He said he argued the museum's authority should present a very forceful case for evolutionary theory on the origins of mankind, as its early fossil collection is one of Kenya's very few global claims of fame. It's a Today Education Ministry spokesman Kennedy Buher said the conflict was easing. He argued that traditional tribal beliefs, right, often blended with Christian and Islamic traditions, right, this is what Naya is talking about, create a complex picture that temper literal creationist interpretations which hold that God created the world in a few thousand years. It says, how you say that? Evangelical churches. I didn't even say that right. I just said it. Evangelical churches in Kenya are powerful, similar to the US, where creationism, right, is gaining ground, but their leaders are still keen to downplay major divisions. They say, I don't think there's ever been a serious conflict to the point where anyone has challenged the curriculum, right, said Annie Mawali, who funded Green Pasture Tabernacle Church in Nairobi, told the AFP. Kenya children also learn versions of creation under beliefs that mankind rose up out of the anthill. The Kikuyu people believe that the creator sitting on the snow-capped mountain in Kenya, man-made and gave him 9 wives, while the cattle herding Maasai say that cows were lowered from the sky on a rope when heaven and earth split. Today, teachers like Mane said he and his colleagues simply present all the possible versions to their pupils. We tell them that according to science, this is how man came to be, and then according to social studies, which covers the different ethnic communities believe about creation. This is what happened, and then according to the Bible, it happened in this way, he explained. That's all I'm saying. That Irritated Genie, you should have did the same daggone thing that they do in Kenya. They give them all sides of the story and leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and close with that.
Right, which is an excellent public relations move. You shouldn't go to Kenya trying to teach something that's not within their culture. That's what Europeans do. They go to Africa and they try to dictate what people believe. You got to meet people where they are, you know. So, I mean, I think you guys make some excellent points about that. I think You know, we need to get better at science, but we also need a political agenda as well. Because Africa is very religious. I was listening to what you were saying, and you know, to try to say that they teach evolution in Africa, I mean,
They
it just
did.
seems
That's
like
what
a
they do.
delusion. It seems like a delusional belief that you have.
Wait, oh, nah, you know what? All right. You know what? You ain't just see what I just read though?
Yeah, you said that they teach religion.
Evolution.
They teach
And,
religion and
huh?
God and Christianity.
No, that's not what I
Evolution.
said, Naya. I said in social studies, in religious classes, they teach religion. In science class, they teach science. That's what I said, Naya.
Right, but science evolution is just a small part of science. It's not a big part of it. So
I
what
mean,
In
are
Genie it is,
they?
though.
but hey,
Huh?
what we can agree on is that both are taught. I mean, I think we should leave it there because both. That's what the article just said. Both are taught,
Right. That's what I was saying.
and people in Africa, they we know both that people are very religious. I mean, the data shows it. I mean, it's there.
Yeah,
So
but with the very religious aspect of, they still got enough sense to educate their children on their national treasure, which is the human finds that they found.
yeah,
That's my whole issue.
right.
That they doing better than the African American community is, because we over here fighting this shit and they in the museum doing it. That's my point. That they really up on their A game as opposed to where we at. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. That they far better off and gonna get scientifically literate before we do on that sad subject. That's the damn point I want to make out there. No matter how religion
Boo.
they is, that religion don't stop them from learning science. And religion and believing in God ain't never stopped you from understanding science. Hell, the Catholic Church agrees with evolution. So religion and believing in God do not stop you from understanding where man actually diversified at. That's my point, and I'm done.
Okay, so now just to kind of segue over into another thing, just the last thing on Irritated Genie. So I think that
Ain't the last thing on them. You get
no,
ready.
the last thing on that point of the evolution part. So to our good brother Irritated Genie, I think he makes an excellent point about Africans of various different nations and countries and ethnicities, etc. They should control the resources that's under their feet, and they should control their own narrative and control their own expression of their own culture. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I think you pretty much crazy if you disagree with that. But that is not what he made this video for.
Nope.
The video does make that statement, but he's using something out of place to back that part up, which he starts talking about science. And this is what happens in our community all the time. People will step outside of their lane and start to miseducate and misinform people to try to make a point on something else instead of just leaving it at the point and expounding on the point and knowing what you're saying. People do some other stuff because it's something that they disagree with. So it's clear that Irritated Genie disagrees with the theory of evolution when it comes to human beings. All right, it's clear, and he's using this opportunity
In the
to
museum.
in a museum, because that's what the museum, one of the exhibits is right there in your face about the human origins, etc. So he's using that in order to express his disagreement with the theory of evolution, and he's using a sensitive, agreeable statement, political plea, which is the fact that yes, Africans should control their own resources and narrative. So that's what is problematic. All right. And I guess people could look at it and take it how they take it, but that's my take on it. And that's just it. So I'm just
He was trying to
like
prove where man came from. That's the hell he was doing in the evolutionary museum portion. No damn political statements. Politically bugging out.
And we have to understand that in this video, it's clear that Irritated Genie is invoking a creationist ideology where he says that human beings, what he refers to as the African species, comes directly from God, or he didn't say God,
Facts.
he said creator. So that implies a snap, crackle, pop. All of a sudden, man is here. All right.
So about the sun, fully formed, carrying their babies. The man came from the stork. That's what he believed. We came from the stork. You know how the stork bring the baby fully formed? That's what he thinking.
All right. So that, we can't be any more clear on that. All right. So now, I guess what we intended to talk about. Are we gonna take any? We're gonna deal with any questions now, or we just gonna
Yeah, what the questions at?
go into what was not Naya said something earlier. You wanted to go right
Well,
into.
yeah, we could talk about ADLS, but if you guys want to take questions about Irritated Genie, I don't necessarily think it's this deep to take questions, but I think, if you guys would like to do that, we can certainly go ahead
No,
with
no,
that.
I was just wondering if anything stuck out in the chat so far, because I haven't been paying attention. So maybe because we don't want to leave the audience hanging like that. I just
All right,
want.
let me check right quick.
Yeah, just see if anything sticks out. If anybody had any points or questions to address. I'm gonna mute you.
Good night.
I'm gonna mute you, Unc. So yeah, if anybody had any points that came up or whatnot, any questions or points before we move into ADOS conversation.
Web Funk, he brought up an interesting point. He said, by the way, Africans don't believe in evolution. They live it and feel it. Ask any African to explain their totems, you'll see it quickly.
Okay. Yeah, and that's a different lens, whether they believe it
What?
or live it.
What?
No, Unc, he's not disagreeing. So you taking it.
I'm trying to make it make the sense though. Make it make sense to me. What he's saying that what? That they don't believe in evolution, they live it.
Right.
Yeah,
they live
I mean
it.
you
They
can't.
live evolution. That's why I like the totems, like the ancestor worship and stuff like that.
Yeah, you
What?
can't get any more
See, if you don't know what
plain.
that means, like I wouldn't try to.
No, why don't you explain it to me, Naya?
It's
And then I'm gonna
ancestor
let
worship.
Wuja explain and see if y'all on the same page.
I mean, it's
not agreeing.
just read what
You
he
said,
said.
hold on, you said what, Naya?
He's not disagreeing like Wujabu said.
I didn't say he was disagreeing.
Yeah.
So what part of what he said don't you understand?
Well, because I mean,
the totem is like it's kind of like.
I mean, Unc, you even said it. You even said it before, so he's not he's saying something that we've said before. So it's I'm trying to see any worthwhile things. So we either we gonna entertain or
totem is the
move
animal
over.
basically, and then they see spiritual significance in the spiritual connection with the. So he's not disagreeing with you. Okay, let me go see if there's something else over here.
He's basically saying like the Africans are directly in the lab. They don't have to speculate and philosophize. They got foot on the ground, so they're not disagreeing.
Someone said, "Can you guys show the skeleton of Homo naledi? What is that? Naledi?
Naledi?
Yeah, that was recently found."
All right, maybe Uncle, you could pull
that
up.
Homo naledi.
Yeah, so
found in the cave. Mm-hmm. It was burned as dead too. Mm-hmm.
I do want to address something I saw way earlier. I forgot who said it, but there was somebody when we first began to talk about Irritated Genie. I just want to make it clear that if anybody heard what we're saying, we're not trying to target the brother in terms of slandering the brother let me finish. Anything like that. We're just speaking on his public comments because these are public statements that he made on a public video on a public forum called Facebook, and so we're just giving our commentary about what he said and showing what we agree with in terms of what he said and what we disagree with and what's problematic and what's not. So hopefully everybody can take it like that and not think that we are trying to slander the brother, because I say that because I saw somebody make a comment and ask why didn't we call him or why don't we call him? And I'm not sure I'm not sure if they were talking to us about us talking or
they said why we ain't calling. Let me tell you why Unc ain't calling. Let me tell you why I didn't call.
Let me just finish though real quick. Because I don't make this into anything. Because I don't know if that person was talking to us. You said he was. So I don't.
They was, bro.
All right, because they were having a conversation with other people in the chat too. So I'm not sure if it was directed to us or somebody else in the chat. But whether he's talking to us or somebody in the chat, that's not a reasonable request. Only because people like Irritated Genie and others don't call other people that they always give commentary about or critique about or praises about.
Like the sister who part of the ADSO movement. He didn't call her and say, are you gay? He didn't ask her. But go ahead, yo.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just making a point that I don't think anybody should I don't think that we have to call people to qualify us to give some commentary and critique about something that is already made public. So when we start thinking like that, then there's a problem. All right. And that's just that. So that's why I'll leave it at that. We shouldn't have it. If I make a video and my video is public and I say whatever, I'm not going to sit there and demand somebody call me before they give commentary on my public video that I put out there in the public. I mean, that's just not, I don't think that's reasonable. All right. So, that's that. And plus, what we're doing is giving commentary about what was made public. So anyway, I just want to say that. So Nia, did you find anything else?
So basically, we should just call them and have a private conversation, and no one ever gets to hear the conversation, and none of this shit get corrected, and it's still out there. So maybe we should do the same thing that Sadie and them do. They don't like nobody to respond to nothing and keep it all private. You can't talk about the election no more. You can't address them, right? Because there ain't no more debates in the community, no more conversations. Europeans routinely have conversations beating up the misinformation, and they do it the same way we do it. Trust me when I tell you, it should not be a problem, and it ain't disrespectful. If you wrong, you wrong. If the ADOS is not a homosexual movement, and you say it's a homosexual movement, and somebody makes a video and show that it's not a homosexual movement, then that's not no shot, and that ain't no shade. I'm gonna tell you like this: I never signed up to protect misinformation. How about that?
Yeah, and I just want to say, to give an example, is when you go to a bookstore and you pick up a book that's published for the public consumption, for the public reading. I mean, you buy a book, you get it, and you find some inaccurate information in there and the misinformation. You are not demanded or required to call the author. You may do a book review. You may review the work and then publish your review. You don't have to call the author and have permission to do that or anything like that. So these are things that are unreasonable and not in the normal process of things. So I just want to point that out, and that's it. That's all. So I just hope people can understand that, because we should be able to have these kind of conversations very mature. We're not slandering the brother. We're not speaking about the brother's personal life, right, or anything of that nature, or whatever the case is. So I just want to point that out. I don't want to make it too big of a deal either. So we're gonna move over into ADOS, right?
Yep.
All right. So what is this? What this is about? I guess because we're also talking about Irritated Genie as well. Irritated Genie made another video that's longer that we're not gonna play. It's like slightly over 30 minutes long, and the title of his video, as a matter of fact, let me I don't want to misquote the title. Give me a second. I just want to make sure I read the title properly, unless you already know it.
What, the video?
His video, yeah.
No, I don't have it.
All right, give me a second, because I just don't want to misquote his video title. Where is it at? Because this is exactly what we addressing. And by the way, go to his channel. Obviously, subscribe, support his channel by subscribing and check out his videos. Wow, I don't see it. It may be old. We could go. Here it is. So one week ago, he has a 33-minute, 25-second video, and the video is titled "ADOS is another LGBT front movement." All right, so that's the video that he made, and so he's making a claim. In the video, he makes a claim that the ADOS advocacy is a front for the LGBT agenda, a movement. And the exact title is ADOS is another LGBT front movement. And then he says, Irritated Genie with receipts. Okay, now if you go and check out his video, he offers absolutely no receipts to back up that particular claim at all. He doesn't show anything where ADOS is a front for LGBT agenda. What he does show is really a continuation of his stance overall, and what he always says is that he is anti-homosexuality, he's anti-gay, he's anti-lesbian, he is anti-homophiles, as he puts it, and that's what the entire video is basically about.
Mm-hmm.
He basically is just reiterating all of his continuous points about being the straight black pride and his anti stance on everything homosexual, to the point where he tells people to use that as a litmus test for supporting or getting involved with anything, whether it's against homosexuality or not. He says to use that as a litmus test. And like I said, we're not gonna play the video, but go watch it and everything. So this is the second part of our discussion, is that we have people out here that are misinforming, mischaracterizing, and deterring people from the ADOS movement, but they're never, ever, ever once engaging the actual data, the demands, and the information about what is being advocated. Everybody and their mother that has something criticizing the ADOS movement, it's always shallow, emotional, irrelevant jargon. Either it's about Yvette, either she's too light or she's a lesbian or whatever. It's either about Antonio, why he gotta always wear a LA hat, or it's something that is peripheral and off to the side. Never do you see anybody argue or talk about, even discuss the actual issues themselves and the data that supports it, with the demands and the political strategies and so on and so forth. People don't engage it. And that's problematic because of what this movement represents and what are the demands actually represent. We never even get to the meat of it because people are always talking about the emotional peripheral stuff. Whether ADOS is anti-African, whether they are anti-Pan-Africanism, whether they are pro-homosexuality and all this other kind of stuff. But never once do you see people actually argue the issues that are actually being advocated.
Right.
And so I'll just open with that. And so the only reason why we're using Irritated Genie again is because this is a video that he made, and other people are posting it as if he proved his point, as if Irritated Genie showed how ADOS is an actual front for LGBT agendas. And he did no such thing. All right, absolutely none.
Read the comments underneath the video, just like the video we just did. Read the comments, man. So there's a lot of misinformation following Genie too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like his followers are misinformed the same way he is. And so my question to Naya and Wuja: does a person's sexual orientation have anything to do with them presenting a case to the United States government based off of whatever it is? Does that disqualify you from doing that?
Well, I'll go first before Wuja will go, and I know Wuja will have more experience in how to present a case, but I'm going to kind of take a different route with this question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Don't scare me.
again, what I'm just going to preface this with, and what I do as Naya is I'm always evaluating what people say that they do. So to me, Irritated Genie and what he represents, it's more of a political front, and he's, in terms of his movement, the straight black pride movement, it's a position that advocates for the black man, black woman, black child, black community. And so they're politically fighting against the onslaught of homosexuality within with the black community, and encouraging black people to get back to um, the family and the black man, the black woman. And what he does is he talks about that, and he identifies people who he considers what would say homophiles, which are people who support the LGBT movement, people who are sympathetic to the LGBT movement, that that and so forth. To me, that has an important place. Politics, propaganda, all of that is very important to nation building. And what Irritated Genie does, Irritated Genie is not a scientist. Irritated Genie is not a leader who's going to be in the forefront um, talking about reparations. That's not what he does. So to me, the question of whether or not um, LGBT agenda should be at the forefront of anything that we do, I absolutely don't think that it should be. Yet, the thing about the ADOS movement is that the question is loaded, because if you really study the movement, that question wouldn't even come up to people who study the movement. ADOS movement applies to all black people, regardless to your sexuality, regardless to anything. It's about your lineage in America and your experiences here. Now, if you choose, such as any black person, choose not to follow the movement because you suspect that one of the members may be gay, or it goes against your ethical code of honor, then as a black person, I respect you for that. Just like I respect you for not liking Irritated Genie science. But that has nothing to do with sexuality, has absolutely nothing to do with the movement. You know, what Irritated Genie is doing is it's propaganda and it's politics. It has nothing to do with the actual movement. So for me, it doesn't matter, because I understand what it's about. ADOS is about wealth inequality. It's about the politicians, the Democratic Party, being held accountable for the disruption in the systems that they've created. You know, under Obama, it was the largest wealth transfer. Under Trump, he just passed the most non-progressive tax bill, like taking all of the middle class. Black people are wiped out in California. Black people are being wiped out. No one has any money. So it's much more serious than someone's sleeping with. It's a political discussion about money and wealth. So for me, I don't even consider that. I mean, she hasn't come out and said anything about her sexuality. So for me, it's not even an issue. I'm not going to sit down and think about who somebody else is sleeping with. I don't really care, because for me, it's about the core issues. It's about wealth inequality, black people, and reconciliation. We got to stop fantasizing about Africa. Like, just hearing you talk, it was brutal for me. Just to listen to you talk about, those, like, what's going on in Africa, what's going on in America. Like, could you quote one thing that's going on in America? You sit there reading the whole article about what's going on in Africa, trying to convince yourself Africans not religious. What's going on in America? Like, the poverty here that black people are experiencing is devastating. The kids go to school.
Man, I reject that, Naya.
That's not a question.
I reject that.
It's just a
I'm just
statement.
letting you know I
telling you
reject
how
that.
I feel.
I'm just letting you know I'm saying I brutally reject you saying what you just said.
Okay, and that's just
right.
me.
Because you did what Irritated Genie did. You mischaracterized everything I said. At no point did I say that they was non-religious. At no point did I say they didn't believe in God. And at no point did I say they shouldn't believe in God. I simply read the article that said they teach both. That's for the
It's just
record. You can
brutal.
continue.
It's just brutal. And then for you to turn around and talk down about black people like they more scientific than us. I mean, it just shows a lack of respect that black people have for each other. Our black kids
What?
go to school eating hungry. Yeah, I'm going in. You want to fantasize about Africa all day?
I'm fantasizing about Africa right now.
Wait, one
Fantasizing
sec. Hold up,
about
but one
Africa.
second. Let like if like I think that if you like whatever Naya says, just like let her say everything and then go
No,
in.
but that's
with
going to
some-
make us have a conversation. It's going to take us off the real point, and then you're going to jump in and say, "Yo, let's keep it to the point." After she didn't already say what she wanted to say,
Right, but you're not letting
me.
me make a point though. How you know my point is when I
Yeah,
have
I'm
You
saying.
just made the point. Anytime you throw me into the mix
I
and
just told you that
mischaracterize what I said,
it was just difficult. I'm just saying it was difficult for me. I apologize if I missed it. It was difficult for me listening to that whole whole paragraph about Africans. We talking about like when
Oh
there's
my
stuff
God! All right, go
that's
ahead.
going on in America.
And don't cut me off, Ujai. I'm telling you, do
I'm
not
definitely
cut me
gonna
off.
cut you off just like you cut me off. So don't. I'm gonna give you my odd all day long. You cut me off. You interrupt me, and I'm gonna interrupt you. Just
No,
keep
I wasn't
going.
even talking. I didn't say you, Naya. See, you can't hear. I didn't say you.
All right, but
I'm trying
go
to,
ahead,
but
Naya.
you're not letting me
But
complete my point though. That's
Yeah, I'm gonna let you
rude.
complete your
because
point.
we going around taking turns to comment on the ADOS movement in regards to Irritated Genie's
No, we're
claim
not.
claim
No,
about
we're
it.
not. We just left that. We left that, Ujai.
No, I'm saying that's why I'm repeating
So
it.
would y'all? Well, I close out because I'm not gonna be able to. He's not gonna let me finish. So I just close out by saying that I really that's not the focal point of ADOS. It's about America and what's going on here in America with Black folks. It has nothing to do with what's going on in Africa. It has to do with what's going on here in America. So, I haven't heard her put her sexuality at the forefront of this movement. So, I can't comment on what she does when she goes and lays down in the bed. I'm not really sure of that. So
Okay,
that's all I
so
have to say.
okay, I got a question though. So how do you feel? So because I understand Irritated Genie's position.
Can I respond to Naya Ujai?
Okay, let me just ask her a question because she's closing out. I'll just ask her a question.
I know, but can I respond to what she said
Yeah,
about me in particular before you ask the question?
No, just right after I ask the question because it's not long. I'm just asking her a question. And it's taking me longer to explain that to you right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's how you do it though. You want to respond directly to the person after they make their statement though, brother.
No, I do different.
You do that.
But my statement
you do that.
Listen, I got a notepad. I'm patient. I know how to be quiet.
God, no. We can go back and listen to this. You be like, come on, Unc. Let me just respond to her. Come on, yo.
Go ahead.
No.
Let him respond.
Let me respond. My point of reading that article wasn't to glorify any situation. The purpose of reading that article was to clearly show that they have the ability to teach religion and science, and it's not in conflict with each other. That's why I read that article. I didn't read the article to make it seem like that they was all of a sudden non-religious and all of a sudden gave up all their gods for religion. That is not why I read that article, and that is not what that article states. That was my point. And I'm appalled that you would even say this why I read that. I'm appalled at that.
All right, so now I got a question. So now you said that you find no evidence of Yvette Carnell putting her sexuality as any on Front Street or anything in terms of the agenda. Okay, so my question to you is, that's exactly what Irritated Genie says it is about. So and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you agree with Irritated Genie when he says that the ADOS movement is a front for the LGBT agenda?
No, I don't. Absolutely not. I disagree with him.
Okay, so that's good.
That's
clear.
I feel like Irritated Genie is handicapped, like most leaders in the so-called conscious community. It's like the conscious community has a problem, and it's lack of leadership. And it's rooted in a lot of fear, and like you guys were talking about before, miseducation, and so I think that he has to go in that direction. But the good thing about a society and culture is that there's room for everybody. So I mean, we have to learn how to put the people who are serious about what needs to be done in our community. We have to learn how to kind of tune people out like that and address the claims like you do so well, Wujawa. I appreciate you. Address the claims and go from there. But no, I don't agree with him that it's a front. I listened to his argument and he gave three, and it was there. It wouldn't hold up in a court of law. He said the first reason he felt that she was a lesbian because she made a comment about the ancestor Dr. Kreslin Welsland. He made a comment about her. The second thing that he said Boyce Watkins said it, claimed it. And then the third thing was just, because she hasn't outright come out against LGBT. So those were his reasons. And that's the formula and that's part of his science he used. But the thing about ADLS that people have to realize is that it, all people can follow the movement. It's not about your level of consciousness. It's about what you know about wealth inequality, about your ancestors and what happened here deliberately by the United States government. It's a fight for reparations. It's not a fight. It's not about your sexuality or anything like that. It's a fight towards reparations and getting poor people the justice that we all deserve.
Okay, so yeah, so I just wanted that clarity there to ask you straight out. So that's good that you answer straight out. But now this is what I see. Some people
you gotta ask. Hold on, Wuja, you gotta answer the question I asked. Remember?
Okay, what was your question?
Does her sexual orientation affect the movement? Right? Meaning, can she be whatever she is and still be a part of that movement, and the movement not be, a homosexual movement?
Absolutely, and that's Naya just said that, so I agree because ADOS is first of all, ADOS is two things at one time. ADOS are the people that fit that criteria. If you are an American, a United States citizen, United States of America citizen, and you are a descendant of a slavery victim, then you are ADOS. Period. Now the movement, which when I want to distinguish between a ADOS as a person and an ADOS as the movement, this is where the hashtag comes into play, and this has been the way that people have been making that distinction. So you put the hashtag when you want to talk about the advocacy part of it, the movement, versus ADOS as a person, etc. So to be ADOS, all you have to be is a United States citizen, and you have to be a descendant of a victim of the institution of chattel slavery from the colonial and United States side. Also, you have black codes and Jim Crow. Okay, all the way basically from 1619 all the way to 1952. All right, roughly. All right. So it doesn't matter if you poor or rich, light skin or dark skin, a male or female, or what your religion is, or what your sexuality is. None of that stuff matters to be an inclusive of to be an ADOS. All right, it's just that simple. So, and in terms of the advocacy, there is no membership application that people are filling out. There's no card holding members of something called ADOS or anything like that. It's an advocacy, and what they emphasize is education and advocacy. You got to educate yourselves on the issues and the data, and then take those issues and take that data and use it and advocate. And I saw people in the chat, they said knowledge is nothing unless it's applicable, unless you can use it. And that's what the movement is about. It's about educating yourself on these issues, finding out the causal reasons of our conditions today, address them, have the data to back it up, not just speak it, but have the data to back it up, and then advocate. And you advocate, you got to teach yourself you got to become politically literate and legally literate. If you're not those, then you're going to be handicapped as an advocate. All you can say is hoorah, hoorah, hoorah. But once you understand the political process and you understand the law that governs that process, and you research the data, and are you competent in the data to back yourself up, then you are suggested or encouraged to advocate. That's what it's about. So it has nothing to do with a person's sexuality or their income or whatever case is. You could be poor or rich. You could be a Christian, Muslim, or whatever. None of that stuff matters. All right, so I want to make that clear, and this is made clear by them and on the website. So nah, but now, so hopefully that answered your question. But what I wanted to say right before that was that on the issue what Irritated Genie is bringing up, and what some people are taking away from that is whether or not Yvette's loyalty is split, because that's an issue that people still have lingering. Even though Irritated Genie never substantiated his claim. But that's the lingering question that people have is okay, is Yvette Carnell, it's a matter of her loyalty. Is it split? Is it LGBT, or is it ADOS? And if people were to simply take the time out and watch her videos, one of her most recent videos, she clearly does not speak in favor of LGBT anything in terms of ADOS or none of that stuff. And she don't address it directly as far as answering that question, but in one of her latest videos, that is a no. Matter of fact, the ADOS advocacy is against anything that's outside of ADOS, inclusive of minorities, any kind of categorization that starts this all-inclusive thing with other agendas. They are in full rejection of every other agenda. Period. You can hear Antonio Moore say this all the time. You can hear Yvette say it all the time. They're not trying to hear nobody else's agenda, which is why, for example, Pan-Africanists are upset about the movement, because they're not trying to hear nobody else's agenda. They don't want to hear nothing about a Pan-Africanist agenda. So it's the same thing applied to Pan-Africanist agendas. Same thing with LGBTQ whatever agendas, or the Latino American agendas and all these other agendas. They're not having it. They're like, nope. LGBT and all the other stuff, nah. This right here is strictly ADOS. We need set aside specifically for ADOS to handle specific damages perpetrated by specific people called the United States government. Period. So there's no question about a split loyalty or anything like that. If people like what Naya said, if people just take the time out to research and review what's being said by the official outlets. Now, mind you, let me say this too. This is a little side note. There are, and this has been acknowledged by both Antonio and Yvette. There are what do you call it? Impersonators. There are Twitter accounts that are impersonating the movement and causing problems. I mean, causing saying things that are causing people to fuss and fight. And I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen people will take a screenshot of a Twitter a tweet and then post it on Facebook and then say, yeah, see, this is what the ADOS movement is all about. See what they're saying, this, that, and the third. And it got so bad to where Antonio had to say something about it. Not that's one. Two, you got people who went out their way and created a website that says I am ADOS, and then they're asking people to register. They're asking people like a registry. They're asking people to register as if it's a tribe, and you're going to register your name and say where you're from. Yes, say where you're from and all this other kind of stuff. So we got to be mindful that we do have saboteurs out there that are impersonating the movement, that are impersonating Yvette and Antonio to whatever extent that they can. And people are taking it as if those are official stances of the movement when it's not. All right. So I always tell people, listen, just watch the videos yourself. Watch Yvette, watch Antonio. Go to the official outlet of the their Facebook group and go to the website itself, and you can't go wrong. Period.
Damn. They go through all that. The hate. Boy.
Well, it's not really the hate. It's like a movement that everyone can get involved in. It's not a movement that's limited by a particular ideology. Like, you can be ADOS and a Pan-Africanist. There's no limits to it because, like Rujawu said, it's basically a claim against a specific people by a specific government in this specific place. It's in the U.S. So, I mean, it's by numbers, it's about like at ADOS is about 36 to maybe 38 million um, Black people who've been here for a while. I mean, and so it's just a movement that people can get involved in because, you know, a lot of Black people, let's face it, don't have passports. You know, I'm a Pan Africanist, but I'm not like a Pan Africanist that's delusional. Like Black people don't have passports. Like the majority of Black people don't even travel, you know, out of their state, let alone going to Africa. And so, although we know Pan Africanism is the long term strategy, and we know that's home, and we know that we have to mobilize for the continent to ensure a super state. We know that Africa has to be a super state because without Africa becoming a super state, we're doomed, even here in America with reparations. So, Africa has to become a super state and it has to organize itself. We know that, and that's the long term strategic plan. But there are also goals and strategic plans that we have here as the ADOS that we have to fight for. I mean, we have an obligation to do it. Like our lineage and our ancestors, they fought at every era in this country to be included, to have the same rights, you know, to be heard. And I think what's happening here, and especially in this very small community, is the paralysis of analysis, or the analysis of paralysis. Is like everyone is so smart and they can analyze things, but no one is doing anything. No one, you have all these Pan Africanists without passports who don't understand that you have to be in Africa mobilizing, getting to know these people in these groups because it's a large continent. It's like thousands of languages and cultures. Like you can't just be a Pan Africanist in America wearing dashikis and selling products. Like you have to actually go to Africa and be part of that culture. But here in America, we have a group of Black people. 38% of Black people are in poverty. The majority of them are children. Um, and, you know, the wealth inequality is getting more and more expensive to live here. And you know they're pushing us back into service industries like the Ubers. That's why the Uber's doing well. Like it's becoming a service industry driven society where you have your degrees, you have your student loans, and then you have to drive an Uber to be able to pay your bills. And the thing about white people is that white people have a cushion. They have their family. When they go and they sign for a loan, they can go to mom and get $50,000. White people can't do that. A lot of times Black mothers are living with their children just to survive. So, you know, Claude Anderson, I feel he did a great job in his book Powernomics. I encourage anyone who, you know, really don't, you know, not feel any that, or Antonio for whatever reason, you know, read Claude Anderson's book, read but Blueprint for Black Power book. A lot of these motifs and things are in these books about how to nation build, how to organize the ADOS in America, because we are actually the spark of America. People, we don't know it, but we're the spark. Like everyone is really looking towards us to move. And one thing I know about Africans is that they respect autonomy. And so when we move and we have a successful movement based on solidarity, even if we disagree with each other, you know, the whole world will begin to move. But we have to like reconcile what has happened to us in this country. We can't keep moving forward and not do anything about it because we can't compete at this rate. Like you can see, like Forbes just did. I posted something on my Facebook. Forbes did came out with the new billionaires, and Kylie, like one of the Kardashians, is on there, and they said that she was a self-made billionaire, and her mother gave her $250,000 to start a makeup company. I'm like, who has that amount of money? Like Black people, when you talk about liquid assets, you know, not having money, not having access, can't go to, you know, 401ks. Like these are things that we should have. It's not like we are not pulling ourselves up from the bootstraps. It's not like we're not working hard. It's just that every century, every era of growth and opportunity in this country, Black people have been systematically prevented from participating and engaging in that system fully. And there are those of us who have made it. There's approximately 380 wealthy families in the top 9.9%. Everybody else is at the bottom. Those groups, those baby boomers, those people who have the savings and the 401ks, they're making it. But for the majority of Black people, there's a huge gap in wealth, and we need to demand justice for that, because that was a travesty for our community. So I can go on and on, but I'll stop now.
And what I would say is that nobody is arguing the data. Nobody is refuting the data that Antonio and Yvette are advocating and using. You have William Darity or Sandy Darity, who's done papers and lectures and written books on the data, brought everything up to date from other groups. Because I know people talk about because the reparative justice claims and things is not something new. Nobody claims that it's new. Like Yvette and Antonio did not invent the cry for reparations or anything like that. They never claimed to be the inventors or creators of this or anything like that. What's different and sticks out with the recent movement is, one, that they emphasize its timing and its data, because they have the data now that other organizations did not have and did not produce. Now the timing is ripe. And so a lot of these organizations that have been in the game for a long time, such as NCOBRA since 1987, 89-ish, right now is the time to shift into fifth gear and put that fire back under that. So all of these organizations that have put in work from the past need to jump on board and corral behind this entire advocacy movement, and not be at odds with one another, and not do the gossipy, immature thing like, no, I started it first. No, I started it first. No, I was first. I'm the one that started it first. No, I'm over here. I like my name in Cobra. No, I don't like ADOS. See, we get into that little petty stuff instead of actually advocating the actual issues and the data that's backing it up, and appreciating the work that's been done now to back it up. So that's something that we have to be more cognizant of, instead of these petty conversations that people are having that do nothing. Like, they go absolutely nowhere at all. People are arguing over silly petty stuff that don't have anything to do with the actual issues that's being demanded. And we do this every time. We are our own worst enemy, and so there's a whole bunch of things. Like, I had a conversation before, so I don't know if y'all want to kind of look at the comments inside here and see what people are saying and address what they're saying, because there's a lot to be said about ADOS, because it's not new. It's something. But let me say this too, that ADOS is a restorative justice claim. It has to be framed in that framework, not a social justice claim. And there's a big difference between the two. What's the difference? Okay, a restorative justice claim is governed by law. Law can care less about how you feel. Law can care less about what you like and dislike and your beliefs and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Whereas a social justice claim is more psychologically different, and it's the framing of it being a social justice claim, which is why people are having this all-inclusive, more global view of things. Want to throw everything in the claim, even among all black people around the world, on the continent, on the diaspora, and so on and so forth. Everyone wants to throw everything in there, and not understanding that this is a legal issue, legislative. Matter of fact, I think Naya just came out for a second. Give me a second. Yeah. So this has to do with law. So if you don't understand the political process, the legislative process, or the legal issues and laws that surround this kind of process and claim, then you're going to be handicapped, and you're going to only view it as some kind of social justice outcry, and that's what keep getting us stuck. And this is the problem that people are having, So people got to understand. People got to start looking into things as lineal descent, the laws governing lineal descent, the laws governing dynastic wealth, the laws governing heir estates, how things are passed down through lineage and things like that. Whether it's debt being passed down, or the wealth being passed down, and the results of that. So people got to understand that, and the law that governs inclusion and exclusion of identity, the boundaries that are set for a claim. Because what the three main elements of any particular claim is that you have to identify the victim, you have to identify the damage, and you have to identify the perpetrator of that damage. And so you have to be very, very specific. And restorative justice claims are very, very specific. They're very, very detailed in the language that's used and their specificity. Whereas social justice, it's more vague and it's more of an all-inclusive type of thing, which is why, and it's more emotional, which is why people are emotional, which is why people are trying to throw everything in their whole kitchen sink inside this, because they see it as a social issue, more of an all-inclusive collective thing, and that's not what restorative justice is about. So people got to understand that from a legal perspective. All right, so that's a different thing, and it's hard to kind of keep it demarcated like that, because especially with this particular restorative justice claim, it has some social elements in there, because economic wealth and the wealth gaps and stuff like that. So it's really hard to maintain that view through the legal lens, and that's understood. But that's why people got to educate themselves. So I don't know. Did Naya roll out?
I don't know. She might be on there. But look, hey, let's take a 1 minute, man, and tell everybody to go to the GoFundMe, man. Go to the GoFundMe. Gonna be at ASCAC in April. Make sure y'all go to the GoFundMe and support that. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the support we've gotten so far, man. So make sure y'all support that. I think the link should be in the chat room. We're gonna be sharing the link, and we got a goal. We're trying to reach $2,000. That should take care of the whole thing for us. Me and Wuja coming from Atlanta. You got Asal coming from Philly, and it's going to be in New York. And we're just going to, how they said, ascend on ASCAC and just put that real information to the people. I think it's very important for us to be able to do that. I think Wuja, not Wuja, but Sanjetti and Asal have already presented at ASCAC. So this will be an opportunity just to really give them a little bit of the Raw Squad for real. And make sure y'all support that, man. Everything counts. And like I said, I appreciate everybody supported thus far. All right. Make sure you also support Hecka Multimedia. Where your website at, bro?
HeckaApparel.com.
HeckaApparel.com. HeckaApparel.com. I say again, HeckaApparel.com. All right. Also, make sure you support Mail Tracks. All right. What's the website for that? Anime Productions.
AdAnime.com or AdAnimeProductions.com. You can go to Dr. Deanne. Trying to think of her Facebook name. Dr.
Bailey.
Deanna Bailey. Go to her Facebook and you'll see it, or go to AdAnimeProductions.com or AdAnime.com. HeckaApparel.com, AbjuWear.com. Make sure everybody support.
You put your shirts up there yet?
It's on the screen.
Got you on the screen. Let me put mine on the screen. Shit, we've been talking. Shit. Boy, we need to sell some shirts and shoes. Won't be around for to get the check, the ADOS.
All right, so if you're gonna share it, But I'm looking through the comments because I don't want to see, the ADOS issue is a hot topic, and it's really a hot topic in the fussing side of things. Like nobody, like I'm looking at the comments, like literally right here. Like Shaka Ross Speaks says, Yvette, Antonio, and Tariq's words speaks for themselves. No impersonation is necessary. Their own videos say enough, and that's true. If anybody has a problem with their own videos, then have at it. But the point is that everybody is talking about some emotional, petty, irrelevant stuff, and not the actual issues and data that's being spit out. People feel a way about Pan-Africanism or the statements that are being made about Pan-Africanism or Africa and stuff like that. So let me explain something about Africa for a second, because people have a problem with this America and think the A should be Africa. People have to understand that Africa, when I say that I am of African descent, what I am saying is that I have recent ancestry that comes out of one of the communities on the continent of Africa. That's what people are saying. That's what they mean. That is understood. There's nothing wrong with saying that, and we say it. We use that. But when it comes to restorative justice claims, that has absolutely no value and no place, because Africa is a continent. It is not a political entity. It is not a nation, and it's not a country. People have to understand that. And in the acronym ADOS stands for American Descendants of Slavery. And so people get mad at the acronym, not understanding that it doesn't matter what the acronym is, it's how it's defined and how it's used. So the A for American, because people say, oh, well, America could be Canada, America could be Central America or South America, it could be, all these other kinds of things. And the answer, the reply is no, it cannot, because it is defined. The acronym does not sit there by itself, just sitting out there in the middle of the ocean. The acronym is defined. The A in ADOS stands for American. American is properly defined or further defined as a United States citizen or a national of the United States of America, a United States of America citizen, period. And then descendant, everyone knows what descendant is talking about. By descendancy, it means lineal descent, not a collateral descendant, but a lineal descendant of someone who was a victim of the institution of chattel slavery and or a victim of black codes. And by chattel slavery, I mean colonial and United States, because obviously before the United States formed the United States, there was 13 colonies. So we have to be specific. So it's talking about.
Hold it right there, yo. I got this over the screen. Let's do the American thing and sell some daggone shirts. We ain't even gonna be able to talk about the ADOS if we can't pay our rent. That's for sure. All right. So yeah, here we go. We got a line of t-shirts. I call it the scientific literacy t-shirts. All right, this one is self-explanatory. Fighting sleepwalking, scientific literacy. So most people are walking around here sleep. You swear you woke, but you really sleepwalking. You know what I'm saying? Most people that's in the conscious community swear they woke. Yeah, they woke, all right. They sleepwalking. All right. And so they can't even really hear what Wu-Jai is saying, nor do they understand what he's saying, because their thinking skills ain't on par. And scientific literacy will actually help you break down what Wu-Jai is talking about right now. Yeah, look up the definition for scientific literacy. We done been through that. It helps with the decision making. But can you understand what the words is coming out of his mouth? Yeah, so we got these t-shirts, all right, scientific literacy t-shirts. It's my favorite one right here. Never argue through others' ignorance. You know what I'm saying? And so you argue with a person. So I would never argue with Irritated Genie, right? Because on that particular subject matter, he's ignorant. You know what I'm saying? And so Wu-Jai just said it best. He said, there's a whole lot of back and forth over nothing. You know why? Because people are ignorant on it. And no one is willing to shut up and listen. We did a video, Shut Up and Listen. Because most people's position is from a position of ignorance on it. All right, go to abjewwear.com. All right, sneakers, t-shirts, belts, everything, watches, you know what I'm saying? It's all here. And we just appreciate the support. Okay, so we can further our mission. All right, very, very important. All right, so yeah, I mean, conversation gets real around here. No God but nature. Yeah, it get real. All right. So I appreciate everybody that has been supporting lately. I really appreciate that. I appreciate those who supported Brother Ruja and all his designs on his website. Sister Naya, support us with all the books. I mean, this is what we do. This is where we continue to be able to give you this information. It's through your support and donations. So we just appreciate that. All right. So y'all know what it is, man. Make sure you hit that GoFundMe link too. All right. So yeah, there you go. So we straight.
All right, so what I was saying is that when it comes to the acronym, this is something that people stop at, and it's real petty, because if people can't get past the acronym, then they're not even going to delve into the actual issues and demands and things like that. And this is what stagnates the movement and is detriment to any kind of progress that we make. So what I was doing, I'm just explaining a little bit about the acronym so that people can kind of get off that. Because you have different acronyms. And so if anybody who's used to contracts and stuff like that, you'll notice that in most contracts, there's a definition section. There's a section that defines words that tend or possibly be ambiguous. And so things are precisely defined within the framework or within the corners of a contract. And so you'll see a whole definition section that'll say, herein, this word means such and such, such and such. So the A in ADOS is for the United States of America citizen. All right. Descendant is a lineal descendant of, for the O. And then slavery is talking about, it's not slaves, but it's slavery. It's talking about the institution of slavery. It is an entire institution. It was systemic. And it is talking about the chattel slavery of the colonies and the United States of America. It's talking about the black codes, Jim Crow, et cetera, all the way up until 1992. That's the time frame that is being dealt with. All right. 92, meaning, going all the way up to sharecropping, redlining, mass incarceration, and all this other kind of stuff. You can read that on the website. All right. So which it kind of trickles down as a domino effect, and all that stuff is being covered. All right. So it is understood that every single person who is an ADOS person is of African descent. But Africa is not a political entity. Africa is not a country. Africa is not a legal entity or any of the above. Africa is a continent. So when people say, and when I say that I am of African descent, that is valid and has value in an anthropological discussion, not a legal discussion, not a restorative justice discussion. And this is something that people are going to have to understand. All right. It sounds good and we use it and we know what we're talking about when we say it. But by default, every single ADOS person is of African descent. Why? Is because the S part in ADOS is a slavery victim. The victims of the institution of slavery, they were kidnapped and taken from the continent of Africa. That is understood. But the problem is people are so emotional, they want to actually see the word Africa in writing or uttered out of somebody's mouth when that's not necessary and it's not in the proper context. And so people got to get over that. It should be understood. Like, for example, we don't go around talking about that we're mammals, or we don't go around saying that we're bipedal when we say we're humans. We don't go around saying we're bipedal. That's an obvious. That is a self-evident type of thing. We don't go around having to say that. So ADOS people don't have to inject inside this restorative justice claim or reparative justice claim the fact that we are of African descent. It is understood to be the case. Anthropologically, we have African descendancy because our ancestors were kidnapped from the continent of Africa in the multi different communities and ethnicities from over there on the West Coast and somewhat in the central of Africa and brought in various different places. But those of us who are here in the United States are making a specific claim for that portion. And that's what people have to understand. All right. So it should be no fussing and fighting about the acronym and whether it's Africa or whatnot, to the point where people are saying that ADOS is anti-African. And that's not true, Because even like people charge the sister Yvette by being anti-African because she has a title of a video saying that, you know, if you sold me into slavery, then you're not my family or something. I'm paraphrasing, but people can look it up to see her exact title. But it's something along those lines. But if you actually watch the video, you'll see the point that she's making. And she doesn't mean that because something bad happened by your own people that they're no longer your people genetically or anthropologically. They're saying family. Like we do that today. It's called estranged family members, or you alienate certain family members because, you know, they may have done something wrong in the family or disgraced the family or whatever the case is. It happens to this very day. That's the context that she was saying that in. And then two, she did a DNA test a while back, and she shared the results. It's in another one of her videos. She shared the results, and she was saying how, you know, her results are whatever percentage African and this, that, and the third. So you know, so it makes no sense if people, you know, read the context of what's being said. So people need to get off whether ADOS is anti-African when every single ADOS person is of African descent. Period. That shouldn't have to be fussed at or argued or whatever. It's just that we are emotional. We want to see African because people have a problem with that word slavery. Like, how can you be a descendant of slavery? Like, ain't nobody a genetic descendant of slavery. How you be a genetic descendant of an institution? No, it simply means that you descend from a victim of that, a slavery victim, a victim of the institution of slavery. All right, people got to understand that. This is called lineal descent. And you got to identify victims. You got to identify the damage. You got to identify the perpetrators. All right.
Hey,
yeah.
Let's deal with the two questions before we close this out.
What are two questions?
I think your question was, when do you start being an African, or when do you stop being an African? Yours was, when do you stop being African? Right? Mine was, when do you start being an African? Because we were saying that everybody's ancestors started in Africa. Am I correct in that?
Say that one more time.
That all human beings living today have ancestors that started out in Africa. Is that a true statement?
Every single human being can trace their ancestry back to Africa. Every single living human being today can ultimately trace their ancestry back to Africa.
So then that would make everybody living today African. Or at least fundamentally African.
of African descent. And see, that's
African descent, right?
Right, and that's an anthropological discussion, and so people, if anybody on the planet were to make that statement and say, "Hey, I am of African descent," technically, they're right. You can't refute that because everybody living is technically of African descent.
So hold on, Uja. So then you got the Berbers been in Africa for 7,000 years, 8,000 years, bro. So when do you start calling them? Are they still African? Are they not? You know what I'm saying? Like they migrate in from northern portions and come into Africa, and they've been there for 7,000 years. Would you consider them African? See? So the African term gets a little bit, like, okay, so we've been in America for 400 years, right? We ain't been in Africa for, so then are we still at, like, what's the, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Okay.
See, and that's a good point. So we gotta tease this out for a second. So on the technical end, on the technical end, everybody living today can actually accurately make a claim and say that they are of African descent. But now that's not what the average person means when they say that, though. But like I said, technically they would be correct in saying that, but that's not how it's used today. So the question becomes, when people say that they have African descent, when is the cutoff point? in terms of the timeline of humanity, when is the cutoff point for people to say it in the way that we do use it? And what I have been saying in the previous videos and stuff is that the transatlantic slave trade, the kidnapping and the slave holocaust, however we want to characterize it, the slave trade is that catalyst. It is that demarcation line of why we're even having these kinds of discussions. Because without that, like, I have to say I'm of African descent, but when I say it, I'm saying I have recent African ancestry. And so who we call white people, if they're sitting up there in Europe, if you have a community of what we would call white people in Europe, they can say they're of African descent as well. But they weren't involved with the transatlantic slave trade or anything like that. So we don't call them African, European Africans. Like, we say we're African American. So they don't say they're African European. They don't use that. We don't use that. That's like unheard of. And if you heard somebody say it, you think they're crazy. But they could say it technically on the technical side of things. They could say that. They could say that they're African European. African Europeans.
On the genetic side of things.
Right. That's what I mean. The scientific. That's what I mean. I'm talking about biogenetics and everything. They could actually say that because they could trace their ancestry back. So what my point is that our social dialogue when we talk about these things and what we mean semantically about these things is that the catalyst of this whole thing is the slave trade, is the transatlantic slave trade. That is what makes these conversations, that's the root of these conversations. And so that's the whole, African thing. But what people miss though is this. Like, Unc, I know I asked you this earlier, but I'm gonna ask you this while we on the air. So, like, you yourself, right? You have children, and they were born in America, right?
Yep.
Okay, and you yourself, you were born in America.
Yep.
Okay, and the mother of your children born in America, right?
Yep.
Okay, now your two parents born in America, right?
Yep.
Okay, now how about your 4 grandparents?
Yep.
They're born in America. All right, so we count just that. We'll stop right there. We count your 4 grandparents, your parents, you, and your children. All 4 of those generations, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 generations are born here in America, right?
Facts.
Okay, so now this is what ADOS, the advocacy movement, is making people realize, right? Is that our people in general, and I'm only speaking in general, we have an apolitical stance. That means we are anti-politics in general. Like, we don't really participate in politics directly. Like, we don't have direct participation in politics and stuff like that, and we just started beginning to vote relatively recently. Okay, I say relatively recently. All right, but overall, we have this apolitical stance. We have this stance of self-determination, do for self, and all this other kind of stuff. But we have this anti-political type of stance. Now, we have to understand what ADOS is making people aware of is that politics and government controls our lives on a macro level. And that's from the federal, even the state, and locally. All right. Government and politics actually controls and dictates and shapes our lives on a macro level. And so this is the problem. By us not participating in politics, while politics is actually affecting our lives on a macro level, in essence, what we're doing is we're giving the car keys to someone else, and then we're just hopping inside of the trunk and just going for the ride. We have no say-so. And so what ADOS is advocating as far as the educational part is to become politically literate so that we can participate and so that we can stop being the caste of black, which is an exploitative class, which is a failure class. And I'm not saying we are failures, but I'm saying the caste that was set. Black is at the bottom of this caste system that we call racial classification. So these social constructs, we have to move from being that the consumers, the exploitated class and the failure class, and we have to take the ownership producer class. We have to become that class of people, and the only way we're going to do that is via government. And so our participation in politics and participation in government is directly tied to that paradigm shift, that change in our lifestyles, that change. And so what happens is that the reason why Yvette and Antonio are pushed back on Pan-Africanism is because along with that side of things, you have the sense of self-determination, but elsewhere type of thing, and more global. And so, and this is just in a nutshell, because obviously Pan-Africanism is more than what I'm saying, but the idea, the realization of it, because there's a lot of people that say they're Pan-Africanists, but then when you look at them and their lifestyle and stuff, like, you can't tell it unless they wear some red, black, and green on you wouldn't know that they're really a Pan-Africanist. Like they're, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. I'm saying a Pan-African doesn't have a display of something that you can say, oh yeah, that's a Pan-Africanist right there. That's a such and such right there, in terms of that. So, but the idea.
So you think we should just be moving towards, so Pan-Africanists need to be really moved into the space age. We need to upgrade a lot of those things that the institutions and organizations that was based in Pan-Africanists. And I'm an advocate for teaching scientific literacy to the Pan-Africans, right? And so as I consider myself a Pan-Africanist, I know Dr. Ben did. He was scientifically literate. John Henry Clark was scientifically literate. And for some reason, all that got struck down. Scientific literacy, understanding real conversations, the ability to build a community. These things take scientific literacy and financial literacy. And for some reason, the new wave of Pan-Africanists, right, it just is, all of it is just lost, man. I don't know where the anti-scientific literacy, anti-financial literacy, like now a lot of Pan-Africans claim to hate money. Money, we ain't gonna have the whole thing, man. So we need to revamp everything that we doing, bro. I just would like to say that because I'm feeling real disgusted about being a Pan-African these days. Just the whole argument against the ADOS. Like me, I love the name African American. You know what I'm saying? I love building a community in America. So that's why I was kind of taken back when Naya kind of said, like, I was in some kind of mythological land in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, y'all go back and listen to that video and you hit me in my inbox and let me know if that's what I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't never glorified it like that. Like, I understand this is position right here. Like, I would never try to build a community 100,000 miles away before I build a community right around the corner. Like, only an idiot would do that. And I don't consider myself to be an idiot. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that we're lagging these days. We're very, very outdated in our thinking, right? No, this does not mean we all of a sudden, just accept everything. Oh yeah, we're going to accept all types of agendas. Nope, it don't mean that. But it means that we're serious about building a strong community. We need to get financially savvy, right? We need to make sure we go after some of this money that's owed to us for this free labor. Sue these companies. We need that. Don't beat up the movement that's trying to do it. Shut up on that. If you're not with it, then shut up and make sure you don't have your hand out when the next generation get that check.
Yeah, but let's say because that's another misconception is everybody focus on the check and stuff and they don't understand.
No.
No, I'm not saying you.
I was just making a point.
I know. I'm not saying
you. Didn't say what it was we was going after. I'm simply saying what I use the check as an example. Whatever it be, like if it's something to go to school, do not use it. That's my point. I wanted to make that.
Yeah, no.
I'm not saying that is about. I'm saying whatever that movement brings to better the lives of people in America that has descended from slavery, right? Whatever it is, if you shooting it down, don't you have your damn hand out? That's my point, Wuja.
Yeah. So So anyway, I kind of like I said, it's a lot. So with this kind of conversation, there's a lot of things that people say against ADOS, and like I said, summarily, everything that people are fussing about is some irrelevant, emotional, shallow, petty stuff. Nobody can touch the data, and nobody can deal with the issues that are being advocated and that are being demanded. You got people that are saying pipe dreams, or reparations is a pipe dream and stuff like that. People need to take that pessimism and go elsewhere with that. Like, we don't need that around us again. And you got people who are not even ADOS, who are immigrants here, who are taking advantage of the opportunities here that our ancestors did in this particular country, and got the nerve to say that when we want to demand justice for those ancestors, that it's a pipe dream. See, that's starting to get a little offensive and stuff like that. And every time somebody say that, I'm gonna be stepping up in their videos and stepping up in their inboxes and on Facebook thing. I'm gonna make it clear, because you got people over here that are taking advantage of opportunities that our ancestors sacrificed and died for and built this country, and then they're gonna say some things that when we want to demand justice and actually participate in the political thing and move our weight around and stuff like that, that it's a pipe dream. They could go somewhere else with that pessimism. You know what I'm saying? We don't need that. Either people need to support or stand down, sit on the sideline somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So that's what people got to start doing. And this is something that is being said. Like, we don't have time to babysit people's mind over this little petty stuff that people keep talking about, whether it's the acronym, whether somebody, too light skinned, whether somebody's a lesbian and stuff like that. What about the issues themselves? HR 40, which is a bill for the study of slavery and the effects of slavery, and to offer a remedy, to make proposals for a remedy of it, has been on the books for 30 years. Why has it been on the books for 30 years? Why has it been that long? So something has to give. So this is where the timing is. People got to educate, because like I said, generally our people have an apolitical stance. People don't participate in politics, and those of us who do vote, voting is not particularly participating in politics, although voting obviously is the catalyst of politicians getting in office. But check this out. Most people who vote, the average person who votes is not really competent in the issues of all of the candidates that they are voting for. So most people, as far as black folks, when I say we, African Americans, we tend to traditionally or historically, in recent history, vote Democratic. So when we go to the voting poll and everything, we'll know about a key issue of a main candidate, especially during presidential elections. We'll know who the main people are. But then all those other names for other congressmen on the federal level and the state level and all this other kind of stuff, people tend to just summarily vote Democrat, or if a name looks like it's a black person or whatever the case is. So what ADOS is doing for people, advocating or pushing people, encouraging people to do, is to educate themselves on the political process and have a voice, understand the issues, speak as one, understand what our issues really are, to identify the problem, because you cannot come up with a solution until you properly and accurately identify the problem. So this is where Sandy Darity or William Darity, Derek Hamilton, and the others are coming with this data. They're doing the data. These are professional economists who are crunching the data. You got Dr. Claude Anderson, who does his thing as well, and others. Bring all the data. They're putting the data together so we could understand and trace out and tease out and unpack the causal agents of our problems of today. And so it's because of all this data and everything like that, we got to identify these issues and come up with solutions. And that's what the advocacy is all about. And I see some people put into the chat about, lobbying or having a campaign and stuff like that. Listen. As far as Antonio and Yvette are concerned, they've been doing this separately as Breaking Brown for Yvette, and Tone Talks and Dash Radio on Dash Radio for Antonio Moore. They have come together and gave birth to this movement of ADOS, all right, American Descendants of Slavery, all right. Now, there's other people who obviously advocate reparations under even similar acronyms, and you got ones who are completely different, like Cobra and stuff, who've been doing it for a while. And so it's all about the data and all about the timing. If you were to go back at least to 2016 and watch Antonio Moore's videos and what he's been saying since 2016, do the same thing with Yvette. since 2016. Just start watching the videos, and you'll see all of the data, all the presentations, all the context of the things that they're saying that leads up to this modern thing ever since February. Because ADOS, people ain't even hear about ADOS until late January, February, as far as this recent hashtag movement. And it's all because it blew up, because when it first popped off on the scene was that the so-called spokespeople in the media was accused ADOS as being a Russian bots, as Russian movements, as of Russian bots to disrupt and to cause divisiveness, and divide people and stuff like that. And you can see how people are using that same language even right now. Or ADOS, they're just dividing people. Why they got to divide and separate black immigrants from native black African Americans who were, whatever. It's like, duh, it's for the justice claim.
It's just business, yo. It ain't personal.
It's for the justice claim. So
some shit ain't personal. It's just business, yo. Like, cut it out, yo. Like, we all understand and recognize the family, yo. And I had to work through some things. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't never want my brother to feel like I'm you know what I'm saying, I'm alienating them. But the truth is, yo, it's just business. No more than when you get the Caribbean community, you know what I'm saying, they support themselves in certain things. They just do. And I'm not going to sit up here and act like they don't. But that don't mean that they don't like me as an African American. I'm like, but there's certain things, there's certain experiences that they share. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like celebrating my differences. Celebrating your differences is how you make a damn difference. If we was all the same, if all of nature was all the same, all of us be dead. Yeah, it's the diversity that rules the day. So we celebrate our differences and understand our unity within those differences. So we could be that. We can work on that claim to get some more money or to get some more education or just get what's due. That don't mean I'm alienating my brothers. And I suggest they all do the same, which they have. I think you spoke of that in the Caribbean. They did go after certain insurance companies, stuff like that. And I think they won that suit, did they not? Uja.
You're talking about CARICOM. CARICOM is the 15 Caribbean nations came together to push a reparative justice claim, a reparations
claim. How did it work out?
They're making headway. They've made headway with that. And
so I'm saying, is the African Americans on the list?
No, they're not. And nobody complained about that.
I'm going to say this again. Is the African Americans on the list?
No, African Americans.
I'm going to ask you one more time because I'm about to get mad. I'm about to get mad up in this piece. You mean to tell me the African Americans ain't on the list?
No, why would they be?
Because we Pan-Africanists and we supposed to be on that list. Why they want to alienate us? Yeah, see how y'all sound? That's how everybody's starting to sound, yo. Everybody got to chill with all that, yo.
Yeah.
Y'all just handling y'all business over there, yo. That's all. Come on, man. It ain't personal. It's business.
And so listen, let's just take some of these comments though, because we've been on here for a while. I'm trying to address some of the things that people are saying. So if you see anything, I'm trying to scroll up as far as I can go back and address some things, because this ADOS conversation is really an ongoing conversation, and it's a conversation that I'm gonna continue to have. And I'm gonna have a panel discussion like I did the other night. I invited people, and we had a really good talk about some issues and some of the things that people have been criticizing about it, in support and in opposition to it. And it was a really good conversation. So it's gonna be an ongoing thing about that. So let me, before it scrolls up, it says Shaka Ra speaks. Web Funk says Africa is a political entity. Africa is not a polity. All right, so let's not mislead people. Africa is not a polity. All right, it's not a country. It's not a nation. It's not a polity. All right.
No, it's not.
So,
goddamn.
So let's not misconstrue that. And see, man, the comments going so far up now. Now I missed some of them. So let's see.
Shit, I doubt if anybody love Africa more than the fuck I do, yo.
Okay, Shaka Ross, he says, yet ADOS leaders can speak on Pan-Africanism from a place of ignorance and somehow should not be corrected by Pan-Africanists on the issue.
Not true.
No, Shaka Ross speaks. When you say that, again, anybody that speaks misinformation about anything should be corrected, period.
Facts.
It should be corrected no matter what. So if I see somebody that misrepresents something that I know of, that I'm competent in, then if I have time, I will correct them. So a person who's a Pan Africanist and somebody's misrepresenting Pan Africanism or whatever, then by all means they have a right to correct them or whatever the case is. But the problem is that most people they mischaracterize what people are saying. I've seen it myself. I've seen it where people will take read bites, not sound bites, but they will read only a half of a sentence or even take a half of what somebody say and then just blow it up and exaggerate and then fuss about it. So we got to be careful of not doing that. But if somebody's wrong, they wrong. Period. This goes both ways. It's not a one way street right here. All right, period. But my point though is that in doing that for either side, if we don't stay with the issues and advocate the issues, then we're hurting ourselves. We're daggering ourselves, and it's a distraction. It's a distraction. So if Pan-Africanism is doing its thing, prior to the ADOS movement, Pan-Africanism has been in existence. Like, do that. This particular advocacy movement, do that. All right, it don't have to be a this or that. We could walk and chew gum at the same time. You just got to understand it. So I'm trying to read this thing going fast. Africa is political. Attempts to depoliticize it don't make it. Wait a minute, don't make it any less political. Amos Wilson. Understand, Shaka Ra. Africa is not a polity. It's not a polity. All right, it's not a polity. So we don't have to do the fluff and say, okay, Africa is political. It's in political conversation and stuff. People use the word Africa. The word Africa is used in those conversations, but Africa is a continent that consists of 54 polities, countries, or nations. All right, period. When somebody comes over here from an African country, they can identify with that particular polity. They are a member, a citizen, a national of a particular country, not a continent.
And it's not unified. Let's get that straight. Like the United States is unified with different states. They ain't did that yet.
All right, let me keep going. It says the point.
Am I right or wrong there, Wuja?
Nah, Africa has never been socially homogeneous. It's never been unified that way. It would be nice if that could happen, but we don't have any precedent as far as the whole entire continent. We don't have any precedent for that. So I'm trying to see. Okay, Admiral Majay, would y'all stop wasting your time on this earth? Soon you're going to be a lifeless piece of meat on the coroner's dissecting table. Instead, go buy land in Africa and develop business relationships in the process. See, that's somebody, I can't even address that. People act like they can't walk and chew gum at the same time. People are so limited, man. People are real limited. They act like that. They act like we don't have a claim. And that's the thing. Understand this, that the one of the things that's advocated, one of the points about ADOS advocacy is the fact that our ancestors are owed, and we being the descendants, we are owed. There's a debt owed. The forced labor, we built this country. We built it. I don't think people understand that. There's a debt owed. Period. So everybody who is talking like it's nothing, you gotta really think about that. Think about that.
Yeah, we supposed to be able to fight for it. We supposed to be able to save money, invest money. We supposed to be able to do all those things. We supposed to do the program that Brother Reggie and Garfield be talking about. We supposed to be able to do all those things. Like, to think that we can't do all that at one time is fucking crazy. Yeah, we supposed to be able to do all that at all times. Yo. We supposed to be an African American and support the ADOS, which by default you are. anyway. You ain't supposed to be mad at that. You supposed to be a Pan-African and support the ADOS anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the division shit. No matter what you thought they said out their mouth, you know damn well the next generation is gonna need the extra push. You know what I'm saying? Based off of being depleted and brought over here. Like that's kind of like, you know, it didn't make sense to keep fighting that. Like, okay, so as far as this being a Pan-Africanist, right? How in the hell does that change our position in the world? How does that bring us to stabilize our education? You know what I'm saying? How does it do that? All along with the scientific, anti-scientific literacy rhetoric. How does that help the position? If we was to win as what does it mean to win as a Pan-African? Now remember, you know what I'm saying? I consider myself a Pan-African.
Hey, look, hold up. Let's just go ahead and give the link out because a lot of people are just talking, right? And
they gonna keep talking. They ain't gonna get on there and ask no real questions or make a good point. They never do it.
Yeah, because this is the thing.
Never do
I've watched. Matter of fact, Shaka Ra Speaks. I've watched a couple of your shows, and there's a lot of criticisms that I could have for a couple of your shows. We had a panel on there where people were misrepresenting things on the show, and so you know I'm gonna revisit it and I'm gonna point those out. I'm gonna take some clips and point those things out. All right, so just like anybody who's misrepresenting things can give some
comment. Get it. Anybody can. Mexicans,
give some
Africans, ADUSians, anybody can get it. Come on, man. We all make mistakes in what we do at times, man. But those who are willing to listen when the mistakes are brought to your attention is those who are going to make it in the end.
See, so hold up. So Wab Funk or WAB Funk says, "Well, Ja was getting into the essence of the movement." See, this is the problem I have. Is that everybody's fussing and fighting. I see it as a bunch of immature children fussing over irrelevant things. It's almost like, and I typed this on Facebook, it's like a bunch of people are sick, then sick with a virus. Then you got another group of people who are or a group of people who are developing a cure. And then you got another group of people are trying to argue over the name of the cure instead of trying to facilitate the manufacturing of the cure so the people who are infected with the virus can receive it. And so it's real silly that people are arguing over petty little things and not dealing with the actual issues and what's being advocated. You got people cherry picking sound bites out of a few videos. They have not done the homework and watch the whole videos to see the context and see the data and see what leads up to the context and all this other kind of stuff. And they're cherry picking. Now, I've personally have seen this, and I've seen the back and forth arguments that transpire and go back and forth. And some of these people don't even have a dog in the fight at all because they're first or second generation immigrants. And if you listen to the videos, like at least Antonio, both of them, they will always talk about allies, immigrant allies, immigrant allies, immigrant allies. And they always talk about the other claims, such as CARICOM, such as the other claims that are being made elsewhere, and their support for it. They're like, hey, I support. I'm not going to go over there and try to have my hand out and try to partake or have a stance in your claim like that. But they got the support. It's like they're allies. They talk about that. So if people listen to the whole thing and listen to the context and not cherry pick because they're emotional, because they're like, if you're a Pan-Africanist and you hear something like Pan-African is dead, then of course that's going to wake you up and you're going to start fussing. You're going to start fussing. But did people fuss when they said hip hop is dead? You got people that fussed about that. But hip hop is still doing its thing. But what's the context of saying Pan-Africanism is dead? And then if you take all the statements that she made about Pan-Africanism and run them together, just every time she brings up the context of Pan-Africanism, extract them from all her videos and then put them all together and listen to them all, and you'll see the theme and the point that she's making when she brings that up. But anyway, so I'm trying to follow, man. This thing.
Did you give out that link though?
I'm about to.
Yeah, don't get that link out.
Hold up, I don't want to miss any comments. See the comments, I'm at the top. So as people keep typing, it's pushing it up. So I can't see the comments. Make sure I catch up to everybody first. Let's see. Yeah, see Garfield is in here. See Garfield is definitely one. Garfield is in my opinion, Garfield is detrimental. Garfield doesn't like Yvette and Tone. Garfield is real petty. Garfield, because he don't like Yvette, or because Antonio blocked him, and Yvette is said to be a lesbian. Garfield won't support it at all. Garfield is for reparations, but he's against CARICOM. He thinks CARICOM is a waste of time. He thinks this is a waste of time. Everything's a pipe dream to Garfield. All Garfield want to do is fix people's credit, thinking that that's reparations and stuff like that.
Yeah, you crazy. All you want to do is fix credit. I think he can fix the credit and support that. Or, you know what I mean? He can do both, right?
Yeah, but that's not my point. I'm saying that you got people like that will be very pessimistic and have a discussion about something that they're not even a party to. So people are using their platforms and stuff to discourage people and even being educated on it. Because I noticed that like Garfield, for example, Garfield plays videos of anybody that speaks against ADOS. He played Irritated Genie. He played Javen Bullets. And both of those people never proved their point or anything like that in other videos. so it's very biased. I'm saying this, knowing Garfield is in the chat. I'm saying this because Garfield has said this himself. So it's not. I'm not like outing Garfield. Garfield has publicly said he doesn't like Yvette. He doesn't like Antonio.
Give him the link though,
and he doesn't support the movement.
Yeah, give him the link.
Yes,
speak for himself.
Yes, Unc, I'm gonna give the link out. Let me just catch up with this. He can speak for himself. Everybody can speak for himself when I give the link out. But I'm saying I'm trying to catch up on thing. Are you looking at the chat?
I ain't moving. There's so much in the damn chat. We got 70 people watching. You know.
No, I'm just making sure I don't miss the ones that's gonna go off my screen.
Why do you like Javen Bullets got some hard knowledge on the subject matter? Come on, man. That's Javen Bullets, man. You got no hard knowledge on it, man. Come on, man.
Let's see. I'm trying to see, man. It's too.
Hey, can they get the link, man? I can't even copy and paste the damn link. I will give them the damn link. Shit. Yeah, y'all getting the link? Might say Sonny B. Coy. Unc ain't ready yet.
Like, listen, you can't see. I had to explain the black agenda to folks. Like, people don't know how to even read. Like, we had to go over the agenda, the first bullet. People don't even know basic reading comprehension skills and stuff like that. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give the link out. And anybody want to come in here and have a conversation about it, just have some data to back up what you're saying. And if you on the whole sidebar petty stuff like that, it's like, man, take that to Facebook, take that to your own channel, whatever the case is, because that's been going on for the past 2 weeks. People talking about a lot about nothing. Just like James Brown say, you talking loud but not saying nothing. It's like, are we going to get into the issues or not? Are we going to get into the reparative justice claims or not? Are we going to get into what's being demanded, what should be demanded, and so on and so forth? Those are the kind of things, and not how it's going to happen, but why it should happen. That's the problem. And what's the problem that we're having? What's being said? What's going on politically right now? Why is everybody talking about reparations? Oh, is it because of an ADOS movement? Or they just doing it on their own? Is it just a spillover? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Why is this included in the conversation? Because without the ADOS movement and people talking about it, hitting these social media platforms, all we would hear about is the wall and DACA, and all the fake news that Trump claims that exists and stuff about Trump, what Trump's doing. That's it.
Yeah, so we actually got something stimulating conversation, really. So the views that Garfield and everybody else bring, I think that's important too to hear what they say. But I'm sitting on the show when you explained it to me and Garfield. We read this shit and I misread the word. Remember that?
Yeah, but that's not good enough for some people though.
That was good enough for me. I shut the fuck up. I realized I ain't know what I was talking about. Shit, I know when to shut up. I know when to stop. You gotta know when you've been beat on certain things. Don't let it go. Relax.
Nah, but some people got agendas though. Some people got some other agendas, and they feel a way.
Who you talking about now, man?
No, people. Period. You just look on Facebook. people got agendas, and
Everybody gotta calm down, yo.
people got agendas, and they talk out of ignorance. There's the link. I put the link up there. It's going real fast on my screen at least.
That's a rule we have. No arguing through other people's ignorance.
Hold up. Let me put it. I'm gonna post it a few times.
What does that statement mean to you, Wujan?
1 second. I'm just trying to post this link. Say it again.
What is the statement? Don't argue with people through their ignorance. What does that mean?
Yeah, you can't. That's a fancy way of saying what I always say. You can't acquiesce to a faulty premise because if you do, you'll always reach a faulty conclusion.
Yep. Do not do it. Don't do it. They might be reading the word wrong. They might have the wrong definition.
So I'm posting the link up.
That's funny, yo.
Everybody, I'm posting the link up. I want everybody to acknowledge. I'm posted a few more times because my screen is flying, boy. The people in the chat is flying.
Chat.
It's flying. Now listen, this is what I have to say about you coming in here. We practice, just very common courtesy, normal communication etiquette. We don't curse each other out. We're not disrespectful, and we don't cut each other off.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Everybody, get a chance to speak. The more people in here, obviously, the more times the mic got to be passed around, and so on and so forth. So we're gonna make sure we be easy on that. We got somebody. I am King Sosa. Peace to you. So I don't know if you want to introduce yourself and make your comment, question, or whatever. I hope you can hear me. I am King Sosa. Hey, you can't argue with a stop sign. You sure can't. You cannot argue with a stop sign. Okay, well, y'all, throw that damn link in the chat already. I'm willing to make an international call at 6 a.m. just so I can teach you a lesson. All right, good. I put the link in there. If you click on that link, it'll that should be
international call. Oh, so he in Africa.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. That'd be good. Maybe we could ask him some questions about that.
Mad at the African Americans. You shouldn't be mad at the African Americans, yo.
All right, we got a couple of people in here. We got Shaka Ra. I don't know. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you. I don't hear them, though.
All right, so we had I Am King Sosa came in, popped in first. So I'm not sure if your mic is working. But hopefully,
let y'all unmute yourself. Kadeem Stewart. All right. Can't hear you.
Zane Montego.
Oh, Zane Montego. Okay, he's that's a brother, Kadeem. So yeah, you gotta unmute yourself, and the floor, Shaka Ra. I'm not sure if you hit the button, appropriate button, because I don't even see that you have a mic or anything. So if you can hear me, you may have to leave and come right back and make sure you hit the appropriate button or whatever the case is. And then I Am King Sosa. I should be able to hear you now. And I can't hear anything.
I don't want you to hear now.
All right, so we're just gonna keep talking. So hopefully y'all could work it out. If you're having any kind of issue, you may want to leave and come right back in. All right. So hopefully y'all can hear me. When I say that, or you can hear me on the YouTube side letting you know that as well. All right. Now, if anybody come in here, I'm gonna keep posting the link a few more times. But anybody that comes in here, please mute your YouTube video so we don't have that double feedback. All right.
All right. So we're just gonna keep talking. So hopefully y'all can work it out. If you're having any kind of issue, you may want to leave it.
Okay. Pan African Design, Hotep, peace, brother. And yeah, if you could mute your YouTube side, like, cause you'll be able to hear us right in here now. All right. So just want to let you know I had muted you just now. You can unmute yourself. All right, because I was hearing that double feedback.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so yeah, if you have any comment, I guess you'd be the first one if you want to go ahead and if you got.
This stuff is really amazing to me. Yeah, I got a lot to say because y'all keep talking about y'all Pan Africans, but then y'all ADOS. So hold on, slow down. So these people have totally removed the word African from their whole identity. Mm-hmm. And we've already started out with trying to stay together by calling ourselves African. Mm-hmm. After that word being stripped from us, and then people are going to the semantics of saying that we wasn't always Africans. We don't have time for that. We need something to unify up under. And the word African was what we were unifying on from a global scale. Dr. Clark and them is the ones who gave us this ideology of unifying up under Africa. Now y'all want to say that we're supposed to fragment ourselves again? Like the whole 54 countries being fragmented was done by Europeans. They're trying to eliminate those European borders and come back together under one continent. And y'all want to fragment us and say we're just American? That's what I'm trying to get an understanding of. How can y'all call yourselves Pan-African, which means Pan means all together, and just go with an American thing? I mean, that's the first thing I want to get an understanding of.
Okay, so
can I answer the first part?
Yeah, let me just say this real quick, Unc. All right, listen, when y'all come in, because we may end up getting a lot of people. When you do have a comment or something, try to be as concise as possible, so that everybody will get a chance to chime in on conversation. All right, so we're gonna keep it easy, we're gonna keep it respectful and all that good stuff, but try to be concise as possible. But go ahead, Unc.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hold on for a minute, bro. We can hear you.
All right, good. All right.
I consider myself a Pan-African because I want to see all Africans globally unified on a common cause to fight against racism, white supremacy, and have the ability to reconduct our own business. So I'm a Pan-Africanist, but also I'm in goddamn America, and my ancestors got this shit worked out for free, and I want to be able to take care of that too. That's how I can be both. Yep. On one hand, I'm an African American. I got to be, but by default, you know what I'm saying, I'm a descendant, you know what I'm saying, of those who was kidnapped. I mean, that's Bible shit. Can't get away from that. Ain't trying to get away from that. I embrace that because I can still feel that pain. I embrace that. So, you know what I mean? I'm just both, bro. Yep. And I don't see no problem being both. Love both.
Hold on. But they're saying that they're just American. They denoted the African word. You don't have a problem with that?
No, that's their personal opinion. It's just business at the end of the day. I don't need them to be like me. I need that diversity. I'm not mad at them. I support what they're doing, though. Think about that.
Hold on.
Wait, let me say something.
This is not to say that we're not old, but you have to also have a 2,000-year understanding that these people don't work by just giving you what you owe. They're not. If that was the case, the Indians would have their land back. You think they're gonna give them their land back by asking?
No, you know what I said. I said that criminals don't give you nothing back.
I know.
Didn't I say that?
And that's what's amazing to me.
Let me finish.
The other night, you had that stance, but for some reason,
I still got the same stance. But just because criminals don't give money back, don't mean you don't try to get it back. You just don't stand around and don't do nothing.
Yeah, okay. So I agree They don't mean don't try to get it back, but you don't get it back by asking.
All right, so hold up. Let me say something now. All right, I'm gonna start.
I heard you, brother. Go ahead.
I'm gonna start.
Go ahead, Blue Jay.
I'm gonna start with the last thing you said. This is not asking for anything. Everybody got to understand. Like, people got to do the research on this. People got to do the research on the reparative justice claims that it's been on the table since forever, ever since 1860s. All right, technically since the 1860s. But you got to do the history on the whole history of the reparative justice. All right, you're not sitting here around asking or waiting and begging, because people like to use those terms, asking and begging, use them synonymously. These are demands being made of legislation, prescription, policies, and programs that are being made. Because we don't have the seats in government at this very moment, we could, but we have this apolitical attitude in general. Not everybody, but in general. Most of our folks in America are basically apolitical. But I want to say something about what you were saying earlier. The fact that ADOS understands that we are of African descent. The reason why you don't see the word African in the being used is because it has no value in the reparative justice claim that's specific to the demands that's being made. So people got to understand that it is not to say that we are no longer African, that we're not from that continent of Africa. I say it all the time. I am of African descent. Matter of fact, the sister Yvette has a video where she took her DNA test that shows that she's like, what, 69% have African descendancy or whatever, 60 something percent of African descendancy or whatever. So why would she do that? Why would she share that and do that and talk about it and have a whole video about that if it was a complete cutoff from Africa, as if to say that we're cutting off from our ancestry from the continent? That's not the case. People exaggerate and taking it out of context. That's not the case at all. And so the thing is that we are American. Right now, on your if you have a passport, your nationality says United States of America on it. Guess what? You are an American citizen. You are taking advantage of being a citizen. You're being a citizen of this country. You have a right to have rights, and you have a right to participate in access to the government. But in general, historically, we have been apolitical. We have not been participating in government. We weren't allowed to at first. Now that we are allowed, now that we are allowed to, or whatever, now that we do have access, I should say, we're not even taking advantage of it, which is crazy. Man. Because this is the thing. We live here because this is the thing. If we're not going to participate in the macro apparatus that controls our lives, then we need to pack up and roll out and go somewhere where we can control the macro mechanism or apparatus that has a control over our lives. People gotta understand, on the federal, state, and local levels, government does control your life. These laws and policies that are in place, they control your life. I don't care how Pan-Africanism we are, or Pan-Africanness we are. I guarantee you, if you got income, you paying some taxes to these people that you don't like. And if you don't, guess what's gonna happen? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, we complain about our situation. Well, let's get into legislation and make the laws that's conducive for our interests, that are in our best interest, that what we would like to see. And on top of that, our ancestors are the one that built this country. You got to know that. If you are an actual ADOS, if you are a descendant of an ancestor who was a victim of the institution of slavery, then guess what? Your ancestors built this country. Your ancestors helped build this country and helped propel the United States to be the superpower it is today. So we are owed, and we coming to get ours. That's the bottom line. Like that's more gangster.
Right, bro. You ain't gonna get nothing without no gun. That's the only thing.
That's not the only thing Europeans. See, you gotta stop that. The only thing Europeans. That's not the only thing Europeans talking about. Okay, so what's politics about?
Bro, check this out. You know the South is predominantly black, but it's ran by Republicans. How did they do that?
Okay, so the right question is, how are we gonna change that then? How are we gonna change it?
See, they make the law.
No, I know. You say they. Okay, why don't we make the law? You know why? Because we're
not the predominant population, and we're also in America. We're not the dominant population in America. That's why they don't even cater to us anymore, because we're sitting at 15-20%. These Mexicans are outpopulating, so they're giving them the precedent that they used to give us. because we listened to them in regards to how to procreate. That was a mistake. If we would have kept procreating at the rates we would have a strong population. Therefore, that would have gave us a better right, a better strength in the voting block.
Hey, let me ask.
Because we're so weak in the voting block, they don't care about a 15% when they're looking at somebody that may be getting ready to surpass them with the Hispanic. I'm here in Texas. I see them all day.
Okay, but let me. I got a question for the whole. I got a question for the whole panel, and I want to ask you first. But I want to say that we have historically voted Democrat. The Republicans don't need our vote, and they operate with that mindset. Whereas Democrats is the opposite. They feel that they need our vote, and our vote counts when it comes to the whole Democratic Party in general. I'm speaking in general. But my question though is, if we really about it, and we really we really want to do something about it, and we real serious, and we want to put together a real agenda while we're here in this country, because ain't nobody packing up and leaving right now. Because like me myself, I'm like several generations just soleil. I'm several generations of this soil. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of us on this panel probably are, with the exception, I think Shaka Ra. I think he's in London, if I'm not mistaken. But most of us are several generations here. So my question is on, if we understand politics, we understand that a state is a sovereign entity with a very limited aspects of a sovereignty that they had to relinquish in exchange to be a member of the union. Okay, so every one of these 50 states is a sovereign entity of itself, with the exception of being a member of the union, and they had to exchange for protection of the government and all this other kind of stuff. All right, so now the governor of every state is equivalent to the president of the United States. So with the governor, the question is, if we were serious, then why we as a people collectively, I don't care what we call ourselves, but collectively as a people in some form or fashion, why haven't we migrated to demographically take over a state, several states, or let's say the whole southeastern block from Louisiana all the way to South Carolina and then Florida? Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. At least those states. Like right now, Georgia has what I think. What's the numbers? 10 million people in Georgia. Georgia's like heavily populated. But
okay, brother Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah. So that's my question. Like if we were real serious, why isn't there a serious agenda? Not just talking, but why isn't there a serious agenda
about mass migration?
Say it again.
You're talking about mass migration, where all of our people move to one sector of this nation and basically create a nation within the nation.
Well, 1 second, not even that far. I'm just saying, just to be able to control the politics, because once we like, if we would demographically dominate a particular state, that means that our governor will reflect our interests. The governor will be a African American. And,
right,
and then the people in the state Congress
and the local politics and the sheriff, and et cetera, et cetera. I get what you're saying.
Exactly. So I'm not even talking about to separate, like to secede from the United States or none of that yet.
No, I didn't say seed. I said basically mass populate X amount of states to basically to where you make a nation within the nation,
so to speak. Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to stay a brief of things. Go ahead and continue, bro.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So why hasn't, like, and I'm not asking y'all as if y'all have an answer. I want to know your thoughts on that, because if you think about it, 30 years or all of this complaining that we do day in, day out, week after week, year after year, decade after decade, that we complain. And so if we understand how government works and how politics works, why haven't we sought to take full control of our own government within the confines of the apparatus that we hear? Yeah,
bro, don't you know they miseducating us from the fucking womb?
Right.
God damn.
Wait,
most of the people that for us to do that, we would have to have a conference. We would have to have the comprehension to do so. We've been miseducated. Most of us only get educated until we in our 30s. Before we even find out, if it wasn't for the internet, a lot of us wouldn't even know this history. This is so new. Us being able to talk to each other on a national or a global scale. This internet thing. We wasn't even able to do this 10 years ago. Most of us that came from an era where we didn't even know what to use the internet for.
Okay, so
we just now getting to this time where we can talk to each other and really figure out what the hell did happen to us.
Okay, great. Hey, listen, hold that point, but I want to pass the mic around because I know Wild Funk had his hand up for a minute and all that stuff. So I'm gonna give everybody a chance.
Some other people get in there.
Go ahead.
Yo, peace, family. How y'all doing?
All right, good.
African power, Black African power,
Black African power. Yo, I just wanted to say, from the first part of the discussion earlier on, with regards to Irritated Genie and the politicizing of what he's trying to do as a movement and his acceptance on the African continent, as a result of it, we can't engage that cat on the scholarship. He's not interested in it. He's there for a reason. He's so bent on what his agenda is. You're going to get nowhere with that brother. So he's doing what he's doing. Let him do it. It's all good. He's in, Africans. I'm a Zimbabwean myself. He's been to my country a couple of times. Let him do what he's doing. He does it well. As far as his scholarship and all that sort of stuff, there's nothing different from what he does when it comes to Hitler and his flirting with the scientific side of supremacism is. Now, what he's doing is necessary. This is why he's embraced so well. Half the stuff that he talks about is nonsense. But he's got an agenda. He knows what he's doing. He's got a following. He's bringing in a different following on the continent. Let's respect him for what he does and leave it at that. You guys will come in on the back end and sort out all the disparities that he is throwing out to the public, both in Africa and in the US as well. So let him do what he does, man. Don't even try and convince somebody like that when it comes to stuff like genetics and science, history and culture. It doesn't matter. It's all good with him. But when it comes to ADOS, Wujao and his inside knowledge of what the process of this agenda should be, laid out from its inception and stuff like that. My biggest issue is who we've chosen as the front for this movement. So Yvette and Tariq are probably the worst people you could ever come across. In fact, their agenda will live and die on social media, in YouTube and stuff like that. You know what I mean? A lot of people will only see it that way. Now, if this is a deep-seated thing, now I'm an African. I was born on the continent. I'm a continental African. I support ADOS. I actually support it if it's applied properly. You know what I mean? This is what needs to be done. The biggest mistake is that now we're debating the fact that Yvette Carnell is LGBTs.
Right.
And, where does the allegiance lie? If called in because LGBTs is a bona fide movement, bona fide political movement, when they call her in to speak for them as an organization, is she going to talk about us or is she going to talk about them? Is she going to use their platform? Is she going to use ours? Tariq, now he's got a little bit of a history as far as, his pro-black initiative is, but at the same time, he's a bit two-faced because he'll speak against the Jamaicans or the Caribs. He'll speak against the diaspora. Them Africans this, those Caribs this. There's a problem there. You can't use him as a face for ADOT. It's wrong. What we need to do is go into the fundamentals of it. Speak to the black legal fraternity. in the US approach, which is what Wujawa has done really well in doing by saying, look, these are the people that have been approached, right? These are the caucuses for the black political environment. These are people like Wujawa should have been doing this underground until it was time to bring the people in, right? Not having these two as a front to try and introduce it to Charlemagne the God, asking politicians on a breakfast radio show how they're going to deal with this. You know,
Yeah.
it was all approached the wrong way, and I'm all for it. You know, another thing is that ADOS, as far as Africans and the diaspora are concerned, we're all for this. African Americans deserve reparation. There's no two ways about it. But you need the outside support that all Africans in the diaspora can actually give it. You know, it can be as simple as one dictator that you sell this to the right way. You don't need anyone else after that. He'll give you $1 million and say, right, push it through Parliament. If you can't push it through Parliament or the Senate, go to the UN. You know, we will garner the AU. So this is what I was saying when Wujawa was talking about Africa not being a polit. It's a political entity under the African Union. Because if ADOS broaches the African Union with their agenda, with their process, they can push it through the UN. This is the way this stuff is done. Now, it's been done so many times with the Jews, with the Japanese, with the Native Americans and stuff like that. This is how we need to approach this thing. You know what I mean? Not having the discussions that we're having, especially with somebody like Wujawa, who understands what the fundamentals of the bill or proposed bill might actually be.
Okay, let me just say something real quick, and we're gonna keep it going past. And I just want to say something very quick that as far as the United Nations is concerned, they've already done the research, and they've already made the proposals and recommendations, and have on the books say that the United States should give reparations to African Americans. But the
this is all it's been done.
What happened?
Wait, the problem is that their recommendations is not binding. So the United States is not required by it's not enforceable. Put it that way. It's not enforceable. It's not binding. So
same thing that happened with Malcolm X and civil rights and human rights.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens? So it needs to become geopolitical.
That's right.
That's why you need the support of the global diasporic community.
Is
on a humanitarian basis.
Civil, meaning dealing with American courts.
Okay, but see, now this is the thing is that one, I'm gonna say this quickly because I wrote down some of the things you were saying. Okay, one thing is that a lot of people are fussing and fighting about ADOS. It's really premature to do that. ADOS, as far as Yvette and Antonio is concerned, they have planned a inaugural event sometime in October.
I saw. Yeah.
Okay, so at the very least, people need to allow that event to happen, attend the event or participate, or at least see what comes out of the event or whatever the case is, because they're lining things up for that event. They're gonna start lining things up more as time gets closer to it. Right now, because the candidates are making announcements, like for example, Kamala Harris announced her run for presidency at the end of January. So a lot of times they're speaking in real time sense, where they're trying to comment and give commentary on what's taking place in real time. And so this is what they're doing on their platforms, on their videos and stuff like that. And people should take this time to rewind their videos, go back to 2016 and find out what leads up to all this kind of stuff. But I think that some of these people that are fussing about it is premature, because it's really like sidetracking things. Because a lot of things what people say, because see, it sounds like I'm an apologist for Yvette or for Antonio the person, and not the movement. Because like
no, it actually isn't. It actually isn't, because what's happened here is it needs to be treated like a campaign. So what's happened is, you're talking about something that happened that was prematurely conceived. The opposite of that actually happened, right? There was these two characters that pushed this thing to the forefront without actually being planned as an actual campaign. But the right people approached the legislation and the policy and all that sort of stuff being dealt with beforehand before being brought out and sold to the people.
Well, that's but that's the thing. It's not quite a campaign. It's not legislation, because the legislation on the books right now is HR 40 in terms of reparative justice. That's just to set up a committee to study the effects of slavery had on particular people.
And how long has HR 40 been in the making?
It hasn't been in the making. It's been in
30 years
in Congress since
early 80s,
since 1989.
Yeah.
So for 30.
Okay.
So for 30.
That's right.
For the past.
So why is this being slid into an agenda today with these two people at the forefront, resulting in these sort of discussions that we're having today?
Okay, so here's the thing. One second. So here's something that you will understand once more people watch their videos and what's being said, is that we as black folks in America, African Americans, we have traditionally voted Democratic. So it is historically known that the Democrats are supposed to be our political representatives when it comes to the federal government. All right. And so what's happened for all of these decades is that because our ignorance and because our lack of political competency and our apolitical generalized stance, we didn't realize that although we thought that Democrats had our back and was our representative of our voice in government, that they really weren't doing what we thought they were doing. So a lot of the ADOS advocacy is to educate people on the fact that the Democrats, although we've voted for them and stuff like that, they've actually been using other things as excuses not to give what we are owed. And so like affirmative action, will come out of the civil rights movement and all this other kind of stuff. It looks like we've made headways and stuff like that, and we've just relaxed. We've like set back on our hands. And so now it's like, nah, you all have become prostitutes, and y'all are being bribed for votes by not addressing us specifically. Now you want this all-inclusive thing in this category, this throwaway category called minorities, and come up with all these different plans just to get all these other votes because the dynamic of the demographics of the country changed. And so,
right.
So this is what I'm saying. This is why we need to understand politics really well. So much so that we need to understand what lobbying is. So we don't rely on Democrats and stuff like that. I mean, I was listening to the brother before who was talking about the fact that Hispanics are now the new significant minority in America. So what's happened is these guys have given us Obama. They said, okay, you African Americans, go back into the corner, sit down and shut up. We've got something new to look at. This is not the way it should be. We shouldn't be relying on Democrats and stuff like that. We need lobbyists, right? So we've got to lobby for not just the reparations, but for this bill. And you've got to treat it like a bill, which is HR 40. That's what you got to do. You got to do it right.
That's what's being done, though. Like what.
So now, because of Obama, because of this resurgence of immigration, whether it's Hispanic or anything else, now you've matured. You've understood what your place is in American society. Now's the time to actually take hold of that, become lobbyists, do it the right way, and push this through. Send it first. If it doesn't work, go back through the UN and say, listen, there's a case that the Jews had. There's a case that the Japanese had in America. There's a case that the Native Americans had. This is the case we're going to use. It's bulletproof. This is how we're going to do it. And this is what we need to do. It's as simple as that.
Okay, wow.
No, it's not, brother. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not that simple.
In order to have a lobby, you must have capital.
There you go.
All right, let's.
Yeah, but I addressed that already. So you don't isolate. You can't isolate
situation.
Everyone. You can't isolate.
You have a lobby.
Lobbies need money, right? Because to lobby, you need money.
Let's pass the.
You can lobby. Look, Africa is a fucked up continent, right? But it's ours. It's our continent, right? You can go to one person, one president in Africa, and say, "Give me $1 million because this is what I want to do. I can help you. I can give you marketing. I can give you business. Just give us some land, whatever it is. Just do that."
Yeah,
but
and you can lobby.
Here in Black America for ADOS, that does not exist.
But hold up now. Let's
because it hasn't been broached. It hasn't been broached as a concept.
Millionaires and billionaires, but they will never step up to finance a lobby.
But hold up, let's not jump the gun.
You could do that. I would say approach.
Okay, but hold up now. Let's
brilliant
because a lot of now
wait. They won't do it because they can't do it.
Okay,
right. They've got the money, but they can't do it.
Okay, but now, listen. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves because right now it's still early. It's still early in the game and everything, and this is not something that's not like an overnight type of thing. And like I said, they plan on having some this conference and stuff. And the ADOS, the ADOS really took off because of something negative, not even something positive, because they were being accused of being Russian bots after the whole scandal with Trump and the whole Russian bot involvement with the elections and stuff like that. So this spilled over into ADOS being a continuation of that to get into the black community to cause divisiveness and this, that, and the third. But I just want to give everybody else a chance. I know 2 people got their hand up, but let's keep passing the mic around. So I think Shaka Ra had his hand up first, or when not, then we're gonna go over to Stoic. All right, but yeah, Shaka Ra, you got the mic.
Greetings, 10-9 Warrior, Uncle Justin there. Thank you for having me. And I hope everyone's well. There's a lot I really could say, but I don't want to disrespect the time on the panel and the rest of the brothers and sisters that want to speak, yeah? So I'm just going to address one particular point and hopefully pass it on. And just start by saying that I address this from the perspective of a Pan-Africanist. Those of you who are familiar with me, and for those who don't know, I'm not an ADOS. My accent gives that away. I'm not a citizen of America, although I do have family there. My family are descendants of enslaved Africans from the Caribbean. And by virtue of that, I do have family in the United States who would be considered ADOS. My input into this whole conversation really began with addressing the gross misrepresentations of Pan-Africanism. And I take it very seriously, not just because, and I know the difference, particularly from Brother Wujao, in how he characterizes the arguments. For example, when Pan-Africanists are critiquing ADOS rhetoric, it's fussing. But ideas of context and, these kinds of things are applied, or the idea that we should seek the context, the entire context for the ADOS quote-unquote critique of Pan-Africanism, is applied when speaking of the things that ADOS leaders have said about Pan-Africanism. It's not described in such emotive terms as fussing. And I do understand, the idea in debate rhetoric to try and delegitimize the opposing viewpoint by reducing it to emotionalism. But I think that would be an erroneous and somewhat unfair characterization of what Pan-Africanists have responded to in terms of the things that ADOS leaders have particularly said. I could deal with the idea of African identity, because I don't believe it to be purely legal in terms of its motivation. I think there are clearly statements that have been made that suggest that this is beyond just a legal designation. It is political and it is cultural. And even on the legal framework, if we're talking about things like HR 40, from what I understand, the term African American is actually used in the document. Yeah. I don't understand. I'm not aware of any legal document in American jurisprudence where the term American descendants of slaves is used. So it would appear to me that legally speaking, African American is a more viable terminology, whether one agrees with it or disagrees with it, than anything else, to be honest with you. So I don't believe it to be purely legal, but that's not what I'm really going to assess at the moment. I want to ask a couple questions and see where this goes in. My first question is whether the issue of black immigrants, the issue of black immigrants or other black immigrants or groups to the United States is considered to be a central or peripheral issue as far as the ADOS narrative, agenda, and platform is concerned.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah. The ADOS, when it comes to immigrants, if people will go to ADOS101.com and you look at the black agenda, the first bullet point has been a catalyst for a lot of the fussing. And let me just clarify something real quick. When I use that emotive term about fussing, I'm talking about two ways. And I thought I made that clear earlier, that it's not a one-way highway. It's two ways. I've seen fussing from both sides. So I'm not trying to pick a side or whatever. I'm saying what I call fussing, I'm calling fussing from both sides about things that are not even really material or have any value in what is actually being advocated. That's what I mean. And I'm talking from people from both sides, supporters of ADOS and people who are not even ADOS and speaking out against it. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm being biased to one side or the other. So I'm talking about the fussing that's going on, period, on both sides when it's just petty stuff like the acronym. Like people got a problem with the acronym. People got a problem with Yvette being light-skinned. Yvette got a problem with whatever the case is. All that stuff is really
we got a problem with Yvette because what she said and she's a lesbian, and that's anti-African as well. I mean, like the stuff that Dr. Clark and them taught us.
Let me just finish.
It's like we're throwing this out the window.
Those are side issues.
Yeah. That's all I mean. That's all I mean. Like Yvette being a lesbian, if she is, and that being anti-African, that has nothing whatsoever, and that's my point. It has nothing.
But no,
whatsoever.
she was the one who introduced Pan-Africanism into her conversation first. We didn't even know who she was.
No. Wait, that's not true. That's not true. Because I don't. Let me ask you this: how many videos of hers have you watched? Just give me a ballpark.
I haven't watched many.
Okay, so
I have watched a lot.
And I would think that's a good thing. Why would I want to listen? Okay, that's just like me. You asked me how many videos have I watched of hers, but have you asked me how many videos have I watched of Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark?
No.
What my standard is? I stand at a vet, or I stand at our greatest teacher. Like, what do we model ourselves after? Somebody, a Johnny or somebody that we.
Everybody freeze for 1 minute. Stop. Hold on for a minute. Everybody relax. And I'm going to let you continue to talk. I mean, first of all, we're talking about the ADOS. And so you should educate yourself on it so that we don't be arguing with you through your ignorance on that subject.
I read the agenda, brother. I haven't watched.
Hold on. So we're not talking about Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben. That's not our conversation.
I'm talking about a standard.
No, I'm saying we're not even talking about a standard. We're talking about the ADOS. You said the lady was a homosexual. We don't know. But if she is, that don't got nothing to do with what we're doing. As a matter of fact, you don't know who a homosexual is. You can only go with
hold on. This is what's killing me about this whole conversation.
Brother,
Dr. Clark and them have already set an agenda before they even came along.
Listen,
what about that agenda?
No. They can only tell you. You only know if a person is a homosexual if he tells you.
If they tell
within the Pan-African movement, are you trying to tell me that there aren't any homosexual?
No. We ain't know. Let's get past her.
All right,
I'm talking about the agenda that was set before they came along.
There you go.
Okay. Because it was an agenda set before they even showed up.
Bag.
Okay, wait.
Sorry, wait. With respect, I'm still waiting to answer to my question.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to it. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to the answer. I was just saying that because what he was saying. So, I pulled up the agenda, right? And I know y'all can see it. People in the audience can see it. This is the Black agenda, and so what I always encourage people to do whether supportive or indifferent or lack of support, I always point people to the horse's mouth, right? Either the website or the official outlets, which will be Tone Talks, YouTube, or Yvette's YouTube, or the Facebook group as well. And it's a lot of good information in the Facebook group. So if y'all not a member of that and y'all got questions and stuff, join the Facebook group. And there's a lot of other Facebook groups, but make sure you join the right one. But anyway, so the question about black immigrants is that the issue is about immigrants, period. Because like this portion here, I'm gonna highlight this portion here. What I've seen people do, now I'm not accusing anybody on the panel of doing this, but what I've seen people do is that they will read this sentence and stop right here. They will say, black immigrants should be, this is what they charge ADOS for. ADOS is saying black immigrants should be barred from accessing affirmative action and other set-asides. And then from that point, then an argument takes place, people arguing back and forth. But they don't read the entire context from the beginning to the end, and even continue the sentence where it's talking about the set-asides intended for ADOS. But before you can even understand this portion intended for ADOS, it's talking about here, we need set-asides for American descendants of slavery and not minorities. So
right,
so the
specific legislation.
Yeah.
Right.
So this first bullet is basically being specific. It is charging the Democrats with being prostitutes, because it's saying that the bribery must end, because what Democrats have done traditionally for the last few decades, they have been using the affirmative action policies as giveaways in order to be this all-inclusive. And the thing is, you can hear it right now today with Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, and the others. When they're asked questions,
right.
When they're asked questions about specific reparations for specific people, they always dance around and want to do the all-inclusive. Like Bernie Sanders will say, distressed communities.
By reparations, what do you mean?
Oh yeah.
However, he knows what reparations means when it comes to Jews.
Yeah, but let me finish. He'll say that, but he'll also say things like he has programs for distressed communities.
Right.
And Cory Booker stuff with the baby bonds and all that kind of stuff, but nothing specifically and isolated to ADOS for this debt that's owed. And so this is why Democrats are being targeted here. But anyway, back down to here, it's saying in that context, it's saying that black immigrants, but not only black immigrants, because if you read, it's saying as should, and then it's talking about Asians, Latinos, and white women and other minority groups. So in collectively, it's simply isolating ADOS from everybody else that would be considered what? Minorities. But because black immigrants is mentioned first, and people stop at this set-asides, people think that it's all about black immigrants. All about black immigrants.
I'm not suggesting that it's all about black immigrants.
I got to say this real quick. I've been listening.
Please, real quick. I want to follow a train of logic.
I live out here on the West Coast. I live here in Seattle, right? We've had neighborhoods that have always been traditionally black in the South End. And magically, in the last 10, 15 years, they've become Somali, they've become Eritrean, they've become Ethiopian. And if you talk to these brothers, they won't even call you a brother. They will say they're Eritrean, Ethiopian, Somalian, etc. Now the problem becomes this: if the rollers bust their head open, then they want the support of the black community, right? Now, on top of that,
listen. If you don't see that as an opportunity, there's something wrong. This is why you need to understand.
Let him finish his bill.
Yeah, let him finish.
I'd like to finish as well, to be honest, but okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Onyx, you finish up, but I want to make sure we get back to Shaka, because that was his original question. So I want to make sure that we
take full advantage of this EBT, of this Section 8. These were original subsidies set aside for ADOS in order to better themselves and try to get ahead in black communities. Right? Now, what I see out here is that a lot of them also, nobody talks about this, but they gangbang. Our people don't gangbang like that no more. But when they do dirt in these streets, it's put on our community. They say it's the black community and somebody doing something. However, when one of their people go on to be a doctor, a dentist, do something great in athletics, all of a sudden then they're Somali. Then they're this, that, and the third. And that's a big problem with us out here.
Okay, so now that's an interesting point. But
they're only black Americans when it's convenient. They want to take advantage of the United Negro College Fund when it's time to get in school and take the place of one of our children, but they don't want to be black when it's time to be black.
Okay,
when you understand lobbyists, you'll understand how they'll actually fix that quickly.
Okay.
Because
go ahead. But, you know,
okay, let's go back.
Onyx here has kind of exemplified the point that I kind of wanted to make. But what I'm getting from your answer, brother Wujal, is that ADOS does not particularize black immigrants. It's just immigrants in general.
Yes, and black immigrants has as of late became a polarized portion of the conversation because it is black immigrants that are engaging in the conversation and not the others.
What are you defining as of late?
What I'm saying as of late, we're in the mid-March now. So basically, for the past month, there's been.
So you're saying that for the past month, yeah. Mm-hmm. Only in the past month has the issue of black immigrants been centralized as far as ADOS is concerned.
This goes back years. We've always showed them love. We've always opened.
Wait. 1 second. Hold up. Onyx. But 1 second. So, because I'm trying to hash out the what Shaka is asking. So the thing is that. So what I am saying, I'm not saying that they didn't bring up black immigrants because it's a compare and contrast. It's actually coming from William Doherty's work as well. So if I don't know if people are familiar with his work, but he's not the only one. There's other people that pointed out the differences between immigrants in here, specifically black, because black is isolated, and the reason why. Wait, 1 second.
Who set this system up? Africans or Europeans?
Wait a minute. Africans and Europe. That's what I'm saying. See, we keep getting back into these contents. So hold up 1 second though. What I'm saying is that there's a need when you see, you gotta understand statistics and numbers and stuff. There's a need to have inclusion versus exclusion, and you got to be specific. And so in the process of crunching the data, there has to be a compare and contrast done with the flat black, which is what everybody would be called black in general. But then specifically, you have immigrants who once here they'd be called black, and then you got people who are not immigrants who are also called black. And because of statistics, there has to be a differentiation made in order to be able to talk about it and to discuss it. And so the answer is no. As of late, they haven't been. Black immigrants as an issue has not just come up as of late. What I meant has come up as of late is the heightened problem, the arguing that's been going on, and the pushback and the back and forth is as of late. That's what I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying, my problem is this, and it's called fence jumping. When it's convenient to be a black American, if it gets you into college or school, they one of us. But other than that, they Somali, they this, that, and the third with they orange beards. They look at us as if we lesser than them, even though they come into our communities, open up schools. We don't run them off. We don't burn down their stores. We even patronize them. Every immigrant that comes to this country, no matter if they're Asian, anything, start off in the black community and come up from there.
All right, so hold up. Now wait. Let's let Shaka. Wait. Listen. Hold up. 1 second. We gotta make sure we keep in a little order in here. Shaka, I want to make sure he finishes his point.
I promise I'm not going to take advantage of the space.
Go ahead,
all right.
What's this?
One thing I do want to say, yeah, is that as far as the black agenda is concerned, I'm sure 99.9% of Pan-Africanists and people that are black orientated and don't necessarily support ADOS would agree with much of what is on here. I think point number one, so the first bullet point is the main issue of contention, and maybe there are some who will have issues with how the last bullet point frames the issue of reparations. Yeah, so I'm focusing on bullet point number one because that is the issue of contention, and not necessarily because of the language in bullet point number one, but because of the narrative that informs this. Yeah, so we cannot look at the first bullet point as just the words on the screen. There is a consistent narrative that has informed this over a number of years. And so I really want to check here, because as far as I am aware, all right, first of all, quickly on the issue of African identity, the issue for a Pan-Africanist, the issue of African identity is not a peripheral issue. Yes, it can never be a peripheral issue. It is a central issue. And so when African identity is directly negated and rejected, you will find pushback from Pan-Africanists on that issue, or should I say justified critique, based upon the politicized role of an African identity within a Pan-African ideology. I could read from Blueprint for Black Power by Amos Wilson on that particular subject, but because of time, I won't. Just trust me, it's in there. Yeah. Now, numbers. Yeah. From my understanding, there's about 42 million black people in total in America. Yes. Mm-hmm. And of that, approximately 4 million are said to be black immigrants. Would my numbers be correct?
Ballpark. I mean, I've heard people quote different numbers, but the ratio is really what matters.
I've heard up to 5 million for the immigrants. You know what I'm saying? That's the most. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying
right.
a lot of people switch to saying the percentage instead of numbers because they kind of jump. So
okay,
so
what percentage is 10% and 90%? Yes.
Okay, so out of 40 million, out of 42 million, let's say 6 million are black immigrants. But go ahead. Those are ones
I've never heard 6 million before. But okay, let's go. Let's go with the 6 million. Yeah.
Okay, now we could go with whatever. I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right now, I am saying categorically that the issue of black immigrants here is a central issue to the ADOS narrative, not because of my own imagination, but because when they speak, they particularize black immigrants and comparisons between so-called ADOS and so-called black immigrants. And as an example, the video that Antonio Moore did, where he was said to be explaining ADOS. So this is meant to be a definitive now short explanation, yeah, of ADOS. He spends the majority of the time talking about black immigrants. Yvette Carnell did a video recently where she said that is entitled "Black Immigrants Say ADOS Explained in 60 Seconds" or something to that effect. And that video entirely speaks about black immigrants. Yeah. And in the ADOS Explained video that Antonio Moore did, what he said is, but when we talk about this thing, what people don't understand is, of the 42 million blacks, maybe 45 million are either first or second generation immigrants. It's just a loud bunch. So basically what he's saying here is that that 45 million kind of punch above their weight in terms of their impact on the society. In essence, what you see right now is while we do gel, they become professionals under the guise of being American ADOS, African American. Joy Reid's show is only on the air, yeah, because white America sees her as a representation of the 37 million ADOS. The problem is that she doesn't understand our issues. All she literally gets on the air and does is says stuff against our interest in the interest in native blacks. He goes on. That was at 6 minutes 20 seconds in. 8 minutes in, he says, "Let's get right into it." And what you see is that in LA, they did a color of wealth report to give a framing of this thing, of this issue of why ADOS is so important. What we saw is that native blacks in LA are worth a mere 200 liquid. That's it. you look over at African, at Nigerian numbers in particular in Los Angeles, the middle Nigerian family in Los Angeles is worth 100,000 hard. And I think what we end up with fundamentally is not understanding who immigrates here, why they immigrate here, and how it's problematic to see them in the same box of blackness as somebody like myself who grew up with a single parent, 16-year-old, and I'll leave that sentence there. Finally, he goes on to say after saying that they don't actually quite know what the numbers are, so they're looking for a report in it. He's speculating now what percentage of the top 10% of black families that have any wealth, any American wealth, are just Nigerian or wealthy Jamaicans or wealthy Haitians, because there are small sections. Understand there's an overrepresentation in corporate jobs and Hollywood of these elite groups. And the problem is that what they can do is basically say that they have diversity when they've never really dealt with the fact that you don't have no ADOS hiring. He goes on to talk about basically this is the justification now for why they created the ADOS boundary to separate themselves from the rest of black folk. So I've read all of that. Could go into all the misrepresentations of Pan-Africanism. What I want to ask is, I have not seen them substantiate the argument that black immigrants, although they suggest this, they promote this idea, but I have not seen them substantiate the argument that black immigrants, are having a net, as in national, detrimental impact upon what they call ADOS by virtue of getting university placements, jobs, and so on and so forth. And based upon the numbers, I am not even seeing how it's possible. My family's from Jamaica. I've got a lot of family in America, and none of them are wealthy. All right, I've got family from Antigua in America. None of them are doing are doing particularly big numbers in terms of money and them kind of things. So I have some first-hand experience with the team. So I'm asking anybody if they can show me data that substantiates what Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell put forward in terms of the impact that black immigration specifically, is having on black America. Now, I don't doubt that immigration in general may be having an impact, understanding that there are more immigrants from quote-unquote Latin America, and from what I understand, even more immigrants from Europe, white immigrants from Europe to America, than black people from the Caribbean and Africa. But I haven't seen the numbers that substantiate this argument on a national level. Maybe in a city like Houston, Texas, for example, where there is a lot of Nigerians. Maybe that argument could run, but I haven't seen it on a national level.
Okay, so you said a lot there. So just real quick to kind of run down, run down a little bit. Now when in that particular video and in Yvette's 6-minute one, the Yvette's one is a clip of a longer video. So what she did was she took a snippet of a longer video and just made it a separate video for people to home in on that section. So when you and this is the thing, the problem that they're having, and that I hope that it gets better with them on the website, because they just erected the website maybe about 3 weeks ago. The website is not very old at all, and so hopefully
which website?
The ADOS101.com. Okay. So hopefully with that website, they will start to develop some FAQ, like frequently asked questions, or to offer some kind of streamlining of data, and some streamlining of statements and things that they want to advocate and whatnot. But that remains to be seen. But the reason why I say that is because a lot of what they say is spread out through all their videos, and the format, people gotta understand the format of their videos is, on one hand, they're educating, but on some of them, and they don't like presentation of data, but on the others, they're giving real-time commentary of some things that are happening in the news and in black politics. They call it Black Politics 101, Black Politics 102, and stuff like that. So a lot of things are scattered around. Now, what I'm getting at is because on spread out through their videos, they have shown several different cities. They shown the city of Boston, and they shown the breakdown in the numbers wherever they can. They shown Miami, they shown Boston, they shown I think L.A. in California. I think they have shown somewhere in Chicago, I believe, or Illinois somewhere. These cities, and they have used the data.
You mentioned 4 cities.
Huh?
You mentioned 4 cities.
Yeah, so
of the
far.
thousands.
Yeah, so far. They don't have a federal census like the data that Antonio uses is the federal census of something or whatever the case is. The data they put out. So like he has an infomercial showing on a national level. But what I'm talking about is the examples that they have given is that they use these cities that I mentioned, and whether other cities exist, I don't know. But in the cities that they have shown, is like he's not arguing that, like he argues and then shows what he's actually talking about. So he's talking about in Miami, and then he'll show Miami. He's talking about LA or California, and he'll show that. He'll show Boston, he'll talk about Boston and show that. And in every one that he's shown, the examples are matching what he's saying. He's showing the numbers that are different between African Americans and let's say black immigrants if it's separated, and then Latino Americans, and then white Americans, and so on and so forth. There's videos where he's done that, and I was looking for it for the article. Like I had some of them bookmarked. I can't find them fast enough right now. But hold up one second.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna never get to it.
Yeah, but hold up. I'm saying so the context of all of that is you have to understand how American politics have been operating for the past few decades. And so what has happened is,
from its inception.
Wait a minute, 1 second. So this is the thing, is that ever since the civil rights movement, and you got to go back to that history of the civil rights movement, from Kennedy to Lyndon Johnson, and that whole civil rights era of time, and the solutions or the appearance of solutions that was supposed to be given and stuff, we have been, in so many other words, we have been kind of bamboozled. And so what has happened is people who are black immigrants are part of the conversation, but they're not really the target of the argument. The target of the argument are the Democrats, because the government has used the minority category as if an excuse to say that they have done something for us. Like earlier, somebody said that, okay, we've given you Obama. You know what I'm saying? So they'll use that. They'll have that attitude. Just like today, you could look at the candidates today. They use the same language. They're like, oh no, I'm not going to do everything specifically for ADOS or African Americans. I'm gonna do something for distressed communities. I'm gonna do something wherever. And so that's the cry. So it's like, nah, like these folks are being inclusive in something that was originally supposed to be a solution for us. Affirmative action.
Did you see how important a lobby is?
Yes. Nobody.
I mean, you could lobby. ADOS could lobby to the Republicans.
Yeah,
more of a result out of them.
Yeah,
but could.
I know, but
from the Democrats.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Do you see that?
But yeah,
but if you got the money, the process, the ethics, and the money behind it, they'll take it. If they can beat the Democrats, the Republicans will handle an ADOS argument.
Okay, but now this is the
somebody
thing.
got to turn the thing off in the background.
Yeah, we got some stuff going on. So now, hold up, but this is
a lot of our people.
Man, we got a lot of stuff going on right now, boy.
The Republican Party has done more for black people in reality than the Democratic. Because
I wouldn't even go that far. Listen, we don't need to do that.
Man, the two wings on one bird.
Lobbyists. We just need to understand lobbyists.
Listen. All right, we got to listen, y'all. Listen. All right, listen, y'all. We got to dig a little deeper than the two wings on the angle analogy. We gotta understand something. We gotta understand the history of the political parties, and we gotta understand that ADOS is not about a particular party. It's about whoever's going to affect or execute our demands, our interests, and stuff like that. You could hear this being said.
Hey, listen, let me add on. Let me add on to what Joe said real quick.
Program to be accepted by either party.
Okay,
Do you
but
have a enough agenda?
But hold up, but you
got
to
let
understand.
Me add on to that what you were saying with Joe was like, because like we keep spreading it out, like we'll never really get a chance to really get in there. We don't have to kind of get in on other people's kind of ideas. So I was saying too is like with the black immigrant thing and how he was talking about, and he was talking about the stats. That what they also do is they're showing a comparison between the Africans that are coming over. See, we think of Africa as a poor country. So we're looking at the Africans that are coming over like refugees, whereas it's not those people don't have the money to travel over. So it's a different class of immigrants coming over. And because of the class that they are in, they're able to usurp us. Because they're coming over better set up in a financial situation that we are in, and that's of a disadvantage to us. You know what I'm saying? It's not a knock against them. But that's just the real. That's like us saying, you know what? We're gonna take our money. We're gonna do a 100-man team in Jamaica. We're gonna build houses in Jamaica, and then we're gonna go over there. And then when we get there, we're gonna usurp 98% of the population. You understand?
How are they doing that?
You know what? Sosa is absolutely right, because this is the problem, and this is what we need to compromise with. Because what Sosa is saying is absolutely right. A lot of the people that can actually, a lot of the Africans that can actually make it to America, for most intents and purposes, are of a certain class or of a certain wealth status that can make it. So what the white people are doing over in America right now is saying, hey, listen, all right, we'll take you in our corporate, right? You've gone to college, you graduated, we'll take you over
exactly
other people, right? So what's going on is this is my opposition to ADOS, right? You can't do this because you need to have this incorporation with the new diasporans coming in, which are quietly doing certain things in America and everywhere else, whether they're Caribbeans, whether they are just general diasporans, whether they're in the South Americans, Angolans and Mozambicans that are doing exactly the same thing that Nigerians and people like that are doing in America.
What people don't want to talk about is this, and this is real, and I'm sorry, but I gotta say it. The only people that are about this Pan-Africanism, most of them, I know there are some on the continent that exist. I know Lumumba, and the rest of them exist. However, most of the Pan-Africanists exist here in the Americas. There ain't no Pan-Africanism. It don't exist over there.
Yes, it does. That's a lie.
They come here for the bag, and they know it for
It does, but there's a goal.
That's a straight lie.
Wait,
what you don't know who you is?
Wait a minute.
You are very.
These guys are coming over.
Very
Let me ask the level of ignorance. Question real quick before somebody cuts me off. Why do we know more about Black African history than most Africans? They don't give a damn. They give a damn about Ghana.
That's not true.
All right, listen. Wait. Let's stay. Wait a minute, y'all. We gotta stay on it. We gotta stay on it because now I see. Hold up. Because we were going somewhere for a second, so let's not. So because we don't have the numbers and pull up the stats to back up. 1 second, we don't have the stats to back up, so we gotta be easy on that. To say that no, the Pan Africanism. I know somebody from Kenya right now that understands like the whole East Africa.
But you don't know more brothers over there.
Listen. You're not gonna be cutting me off for a second. So one second for a second. I know you ain't let me finish. I know more than one person. I'm saying I know one person I can call right now, bring on a panel that can explain the whole East African thing and how they do meet and talk about Pan-African ideals and stuff like that. All right. So I'm not saying I know one person. So wait 1 second. So this is the thing. We were talking about the good question, because we gotta learn to stay on topic, y'all. And this is the thing. So Shaka raised some interesting questions. We haven't really fished it all out yet. So the thing was about black immigrants. And so the example, I Am King Sosa brought up an additional point with that. In fact, of we're ignoring, or we got to be mindful of the class of people that are inclusive of those immigrants that are coming here. So that was an interesting and good point. But what I want to say though is that to speak back to Shaka Rod, what he was saying was that as far as Yvette and Antonio, as far as also Darity and Derek Hamilton and the others, because they're not the only ones. See, everybody knows Yvette and Antonio, rightfully so, because they're the face of the movement and all that kind of stuff. But there are others. People gotta do the research. There are others who are just as active. As a matter of fact, I just got a tweet from William Darity just now on Twitter. So
brother, real quick.
So hold up, one second,
and then I'm done.
1 second, one second. So this is the thing. So when they actually talk about the data, they that's what I meant by spread out through their videos, because one recent video, Antonio and both Yvette, they brought it. Matter of fact, let me just share this real quick. Y'all bear with me, I'm gonna share it. I got it on my screen right here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go switch back to it. It's an actual article that was used. This is only one example of a few that they were showing, and y'all should be able to see it on my screen. I apologize if it's small. Maybe I could blow it up. Let's see if I can blow it up real quick, just so y'all can read it online. Let's see, get it bigger. All right, so this is coming.
I think it's in the back chat, but not on the actual YouTube.
Yeah, I put the link inside the YouTube chat, and I don't know if everybody can see this. Probably cutting off some words. Nah, it's still there. So this article, let me scroll to the top so y'all can see what the article is.
Yeah, I'm seeing this.
Okay, you've seen it before. Okay, so you've seen it, but maybe others haven't. So people can check it out. The headline of this article says Haitian, Jamaican, or American. If you're black in Miami, so obviously this is specific to Miami. If you're black in Miami, odds are you're struggling. And so this article was used as an example of showing statistics that was done. And I'm gonna scroll back down to those right about here, where it says using new survey data as well as the U.S. Census Bureau data covering a period between 2013 and 2015, the study's author calculated the median net wealth of households of various ethnicities in Miami metropolitan area, comprising of Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach communities or counties.
Big brother, real quick, before you go any further, I understand what you're saying. However, at the same time, I've stood at bus stops, looked at another man that looked like me, said, "How you doing, brother?" And he dead looked me in the eyes and said, "I'm not your brother."
Okay, you've made that point like four. That's your fourth time making that point. We get it.
And
we get it.
That has to hit home because we always show them love, but they don't show us no love. They
I know, but listen.
Can I say this?
Wait, hold up 1 second. Let me just say this. I want to the brother Onyx, Onyx. I just listen
every day.
Listen, Onyx. I just want you to understand that we're not retarded. We heard you 4 times. We understand.
Welcome them.
We understand, and not
none of that.
Listen.
We welcome them all the time.
Okay,
and
but listen.
They do.
For the sake of time, listen. You're a guest on the panel. I'm allowing you to speak, but I just want you to understand that you don't have to say your things 4 and 5 times. We're not some fly by night retards on here. So give us the benefit, give us some credit. We understand that, and it has hit home. Matter of fact, it's home. Like it's snuggle. It's in bed right now. All right. So I understand your experience is that the immigrants that in your area, you specifically said Somalians.
My experience, but wait, happens to y'all too.
I know, but you can't speak for. Wait a minute, you can't speak for us though. Number one, but based on what you said, based on your experience. Wait a minute, on your experience, you said Somalians, Eritreans, and stuff like that. They will be black when it comes time to it. But any other time, they're not black. We get it. I understand. You said it again. You called somebody your brother. He looked at you and said, "Hey, I'm not your brother." So we get it. So now
fuck the whole of Africa because somebody don't want to speak.
Back to so hold on.
You look at the fact that
so they're not out themselves,
especially Somalian.
Okay, so
will probably speak on Islam as well.
Okay, now
so there's a different paradigm.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
he's telling you that he's not your brother.
Okay,
but at the end of the day, you know what I mean. This whole thing, and it really gets to my bones that we don't like them, they don't like us. That's not true. You know, you're talking about people that are new, don't experience the African American paradigm or the history that of the 500 years of enslavement and stuff like that. People that are coming just
nor do they care. They're
Okay,
here.
all right. So see, that's what I was trying. Wait. But
migrant.
Hold up. That's what I was trying to. Wait.
Not different to Yvette and Antonio. That's the reality of the situation.
So wait. So that's why I didn't want the conversation. I'm trying to say, wait a minute. I have listen.
The culture is different.
I have some
so
statistics.
They keep away.
I have some statistics on the screen, and I want to finish that point first. We're gonna have to understand, man. You know, I don't know. Like I come from a background. Number one, I've been trained as far as an amateur debater on debate teams and everything. I have moderated discussions and stuff like that. And man, I swear to goodness that we really got to do better as a collective. Trust me on that, y'all. I'm telling you, we got to learn to stay on topic. We got to know how to tease out a topic and then branch and stuff like that. You know. So it really irks me when it doesn't happen this way. But let me just finish this topic because I'm trying to finish out Shaka Ra and then come up with a higher topic that we could kind of tease out again. So I'm just showing you got it. I'm showing this. Yeah, you don't have to keep telling me that. So I'm showing this as one of the examples that was shown on the show because here. Because now people can see it and, you know, ask themselves these questions. So the comparison is, or the data is saying that for white household, the median net worth is an estimate of $107,000. For Black American household, the median net worth is $3,700. For Black Caribbean households, the median net worth is $12,000. Meanwhile, households identifying as Cuban had a median net worth of $22,000. So as we can see, Black Americans, at least in this data for Miami, Black Americans are on the bottom. Black Americans Caribbean Americans, Black Caribbeans are roughly 3 to 4 times more in the median net worth than Black American households. So if you watch the video, this was used and then points were said and context was spoken of, centered around this. They did it for this. Is this one I can find real quick? They did one for Boston. They did one for I believe L.A. or maybe
this is crazy too.
Some other. Them
motherfuckers attacked the Black people, but they didn't even put the Mexicans that's coming over here in droves.
Right.
That's crazy.
But
you know what's funny? You know what's funny? This is just look. We've got Shaka Ra on the panel right now. Right? He's a Caribbean brother. He's gone through the length and breadth of trying to attach his history with Africa. Now, he's a UK brother. I've seen brothers from Nigeria try and rob this cat of his Africanism. You know what I mean? And that was hurtful.
But hold up, man. Let me just say, I've talked to brothers from the continent of Africa. I at the time, I didn't know exactly what they were dealing with. And when I got a chance to speak with them, they told me that they were miseducated. And then, and I know from the miseducation that we're getting in America, we're both dealing with each other from a point of miseducation about who we are. So when they look at us and they say, well, they're not us, most of us don't even want to be African. So that's what they see. They don't see the part where some of us are broken through to understand that we are African. Because before I became aware of my history, I didn't want to go to Africa, and I really didn't like Africa. Until I got my history, then I understood that I was African, and I understood the value of being African. And a lot of our people are in that situation. So I don't understand why we over here acting, for people that's supposed to be conscious or aware, why are we arguing an ignorant conversation when we know that on both sides, we've been miseducated.
Just to stand on what he's saying, let me piggyback on what he was talking about. But I just want to put this point in there, right? When you talk about, it's not about the fact that they have a dislike towards us because we don't want to be African. That's not what it's about. It's just that they like it's a term they use. It's called a kata, right? For us, and it simply means that we are without a land to them. You understand? We don't have a debt. Like when they see other Africans, they know, well, you're Somalian, you're Ethiopian. With us,
King Sosa, can I ask a question?
Huh?
King Sosa, can I ask a question? Yeah. Are there derogatory terms here among black people in America?
A kata is not even not necessarily a derogatory term.
I'm hearing you, but I would agree with you. I would agree with you, but many people are interpreting it as purely a derogatory term. And to be fair, there are times when it is used in a derogatory manner. What I'm asking you is, are there any terminologies that you can identify within Black America, yeah, that would be seen as derogatory terminologies for people from the African continent?
Tell you what, just give me an example.
No, I'm asking you for the examples. Do they exist?
I like me personally. I don't speak that. I don't speak in that way. So towards.
I'm not asking for your personal parlance. You know, I'm asking you about Black American lingua, culture, and them kind of things. There, are there terminologies within Black America that generally people can identify, yeah, as derogatory in terms of Black people from Africa?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that there ain't none. I'm just saying that I'm not aware, other than like we might say Habib, but that just reply. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, other than that, I'm not aware of it. Like I said, enlighten me though.
A lot of people will call you an African booty scratcher.
Right? But they call us African booty scratchers too, though. That can go towards African and on the continent or African American.
Right.
Yeah, but the point is that
you know, at the end of the day. So sorry, Shakara. At the end of the day,
no, I'm just saying
you need to understand why somebody like Irritated Genie is just running amok on the African continent. This guy is speaking to Africans. You know what I mean?
He's doing I think the gay and everything else.
Okay, so what's the so now let's move to another.
I still can't substantiate because even if and again, sorry, in the video where Yvette deals with that particular article, and she deals with a couple others, yeah. The point that she was making when she used the article was the fact that we shouldn't just compare Black American to white, yeah. That we should compare it to other Black as well. Yeah,
right.
And I'm forgetting the title of the video where she went through.
And that's
what you mean? African
true. And that's true.
No, the point that she's made. She said this directly that they shouldn't just be comparing ADOS to white folks. Yeah, that the comparison needs to be consistently made with other Black immigrants as well. Yeah. Now, and it's funny that the title of that article is talking about poverty, black poverty in Miami in general, and she substantiates it in the sense of Miami being a city in which Black Americans are at the bottom. Yeah. Now, all of the context for those numbers, because as they say, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yeah. I don't recall her bringing in terms of the kinds of people that we're talking about, what their social status is, or from where they were coming from, so on and so forth. What the economics of Miami is in terms of what businesses they're involved in and why these numbers are the way they are. I haven't seen that, but again, that's Miami. And what I'm saying is that Yvette and Antonio, and you can include Tariq Nasheed in this, present this issue as though it is a national problem, that Black Americans are being fleeced out of what is rightfully theirs because Black immigrants are coming and ticking the black box in universities and on job applications. And I am saying that.
Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this though. It is a national problem, but my question would be this.
How do you substantiate? I'm not denying it, I'm saying I have to substantiate.
I'm just saying, listen to my retort. I'll let you go. I'm saying it is a national problem, but if it's not, would you rather us wait until it is a national problem?
Bro, I'm not seeing it beforehand. Bro, if there was evidence that it was going to be a national problem, and you know what? I don't even have a problem with the identification of the fact that this might be a problem. And what I do have a problem with is how it's being dealt with. Yeah. So I mean, and I haven't even gone through, and I could, the number of very derogatory statements that have been made by both these individuals and you can include Tariq Nasheed in this, yeah. So I'm
don't include Tariq Nasheed.
One second. In relation to this narrative, so it's not about just about the numbers, you know. But when you begin to use words like scavengerism, yeah, to describe African nations and people in African nations,
who said that?
You're going somewhere very different. Yeah, when you begin to start one second, when you begin to start really in the context of these arguments now in this narrative, begin to start characterizing entire African nations as slave traders, yeah, then we're going somewhere different. When you begin to start characterizing and making ridiculing African cultural customs, yeah, we're going as a part of this narrative. One second, please. We're going somewhere very different. So I'm trying not to go there because I don't want to take the thing off. But I'm saying that all this comes in the same narrative, yeah. But the point is, yeah, that if you wanted to, yeah, address this issue, you don't need to do any of that. We don't need to be talking about black actors from Nigeria in Hollywood and whether we need to be asking them about whether their family were slave traders or not. That's not necessary. We don't need to be doing that. Yeah. If your issue is the numbers and the problem of disparity between black immigrants or whatever, that's not an issue. Yeah. And it could be a situation whereby
whether they're taking your jobs.
Pardon me?
Or whether they're taking your jobs or African Americans taking jobs.
I don't think the argument can be substantiated. Even just based upon the numbers, I do not think the argument can be substantiated. And if there is a fear that it will become a major issue, then that needs to be substantiated as well. You can't just fear it for fearing its sake. You have to substantiate that. And I'm not sure it can be substantiated.
Generally, every discussion she does, I watch a lot of them, she presents stats. Like, she doesn't just go off the top. Every time she do it, she doesn't like a scholarship. She presents...
She presents stats. What I'm asking is, do the stats that she's presenting substantiate the argument she's making? That is the question.
Let me ask you, stats. Yeah, let me ask you, Shakara. You ain't gonna give me an exact number, but have you watched a lot of her videos from 2016 to present?
Definitely. I've been watching Yvette Carnell since she was on Boys Watkins.
Yeah, but that doesn't help me with my answer. So that I guess the
answer is yes.
Okay, so in all of her presentations, so now obviously for the sake of time right now what we could do if you want to do something in the future is that we can survey her videos and try to extract some of the things as far as her data presentation, and we could see if we could fact check her. We could see how she substantiates some of the claims and so on and so forth. And this is what I was saying earlier, that I hope in the near future that they do that on the website where they could streamline some of this stuff where people don't have to go on a scavenger hunt through all their videos and stuff. So I hope that will happen. Wait a minute, one second.
Here's the thing.
Hold on, let me make this point real quick because I was listening and I was patient. I just want to say this too, as far as part of the demand or the agenda that trying to get prescriptions for policies and programs, part of it is to be able to separate ADOS from basically break up the flat black and break it up into ADOS versus those people who are called black, who are first and second generation immigrants, to put the government it's almost like a inventory or an audit of the government, not necessarily black immigrants, but the government. And it says here, ADOS hiring and employment data must be demanded for all businesses receiving tax credits, incentives, and government support, as well as all governmental agencies, national, state, and local. It is our belief that this will show that there are minimal, if any, ADOS professionals in the field, but not limited to engineering, medical, legal, and tech. And later on in a bullet point further down, they talk about the education stuff. So what's being demanded is transparency to keep the government audited on point for all these different programs that they have for this minority group, to find out how many of those are actually ADOS. And the only way you're going to do that is by this portion here, by passing legislation to have a designation of a difference. And that's actually going to happen in 2020 already. To an extent, they separated race. Separated race. Wait a minute.
You understand politics, right?
They separated race and ethnicity on the 2020 census that's coming up next year. where people who check black or white will have to specify what kind of black or what kind of white person, and so on and so forth. And
exactly.
Wait, and 1 second. And also, people are going to be surprised at the definitions of these caste system that they have, of what qualifies a person as white. All the North African countries over in Africa right now they can identify as white, and they have them in the definition. While y'all talking, I'm gonna try to show it up. While they talking,
they're not even Arab. They're not even Arab.
No. Wait. They're not. No, listen. Wait 1 second. See, we can't confuse nationality, ethnicity, and all that. We can't do that, because you say somebody's Arab, but they're full-fledged Moroccan national or whatever. You know, they're Moroccan. Okay,
Right.
they're not from Saudi Arabia. They're Moroccan. Okay, so even Egyptians, anybody who is a national of Egypt to this day, if they come over here and gain citizenship here, they can check the white box.
That's right.
Everybody in Egypt to right now they come over here as white. Okay, so we have to get out of our head, because these caste labels are also color labels. We have this psychology that these labels are identifying a certain phenotype or a certain look, and it's actually not. And that's our problem, because the black, for example, the black category could be called anything. It just happens to be called BLACK, black. But that caste or that class or rank is really a exploitive class, rank, or a failure class. And we've identified it to the point where we have 1 foot in on thinking it's dealing with our looks and stuff, even though nobody's literally black. And then on the other hand, we understand that it's a category of something. And it is
what the brother is saying. It's the same thing in the Indian world. I've seen Indians that are darker than me. However, they are still considered Indian, not of the lesser class. They play the classism game over there.
Yeah, it's a caste system. That's where they get it from. It's
right.
Okay, so let me. If y'all interested in the solution to all this, or do we just gonna keep talking?
You know what? Quick thing, yeah. As a point, yeah.
Put them back on focus.
The official name for
no. He's right. Go ahead and build.
Yeah, okay. That's what I want to know. Okay, so like I said, these people, Yvette Carnell, Tone Talks, or whoever these people are, you don't go to people that are ignorant to try to solve problems when you have people that have set a standard so high and already have set the solution and try to go back to an agenda that we had in 1950. Reparations is a Pan-African thought. We thought about this long time ago. We asked We asked a long time ago. Nothing ever happened. So the people that I'm talking about, they moved on to the next thing, which was let's go ahead and get Africa free, because Africa is all of the resources. We are never going to get rich off of the dollar. If you go look at the world's currency, the dollar sits number one. Africa's currency sits at the last place. Number two is Europe's currency. That is why you have Africans getting in a raft and going across the Mediterranean. That's why you have Mexicans going across the border, because they're going for the currency. And then they send that currency back to their house, back to their homeland to get rich. Just like the Africans, they go to Europe and they send the money back. The solution is to make African currency. To make African currency number one. That is we're not seeking to ask for anything anymore as Pan-Africans. We need to seek for total independence. We're not going to be independent. If you get everything on that list, Europeans are going to be still in control of you.
Then now
that's not. Wait, let him finish.
So what's your independence? What do you see?
That's false. So like,
we are seeking total independence from control of Arabs, Europe, or anybody. That is what Africans are seeking.
Okay, now hold up.
Hold up.
Wait. Let's take turns. Wait a minute. Let's take turns. 1 second, man. I mean, gotta go in turns. So Shaka first, and then we go. Now listen, we're gonna respond to what Pan African Designs just said. So everybody mute their
Yeah.
mic, and we're gonna take turns. We're gonna go around around the table and respond to what he just said. All right. So go ahead, Shaka. You go first.
Thank you very much, bro. Part of, and this is part of the problem with this reductionist idea about the identity of African. When you take from in a Pan-African context, when you take the identity African out of its political, social, economic, and cultural context and make it about feel good, which is what ADOS proponents tend to do. They tend to make it about just feeling good to be African and putting in the African garments. Yeah. But not putting the identity of African within its political context, as articulated by Marcus Mosiah Garvey, as articulated by Queen Mother Moore, as articulated by Osagyefo, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, as articulated today by people like Kemi Seba and Julius Malema. Yeah, as articulated by Baba Amos Wilson and Mama Marimba Annie. Take it out of that context, yeah, and make it just about we want to feel good to see African in the title of a thing, yeah. When you take it out of that context, you lose the perspective, and this is part of the problem, yeah. And I'm going to push back on the idea that the rejection or the separation from other Africans, and Africans from the continent in particular, is directed primarily at the government to create a separation for the sake of the government. I don't believe that can be the case. If Vet is going to say things like this, y'all tell us we're all the same. Not the government now. She talk about black people from Africa, yeah. But when y'all get in quiet corners, y'all start talking about how y'all Igbo and what tribe y'all from and all this stuff, as though there's something wrong with people that talk about their Igbo. You front in. This is a lie. You front in front of me because you need me to feel like you need me as a black American. Nah, American black DOS. I'm American first. You're Nigerian first. Yeah, and so on and so forth. She said, so you need me to feel a certain way. You need me to feel like we are all the same. But that ain't what you really say. You ain't got away from that. You're Igbo. You know that. You come over here and you traffic off my lineage. And you know you need me to feel that. And you know that you can take advantage of my people because we're lost. My people been lost. Because we feel like America don't want to. Sorry, we feel like we don't want to own America because America's been bad to us. We can't go nowhere, so we're lost. So you take advantage of my people's lostness. That's over with. I just want you to know that's over with because we're coming. Ain't nobody playing games with you no more. She ain't talking to the government. She's talking to black people from Africa. More specifically, Nigerians, more specifically, Igbos, yeah? And this is what I'm saying.
Real quick, the quick question is, where's the lie?
Hold up. Everybody get a chance to respond to what
Pan-African... What I see.
What Pan-African...
I know, right?
The lie is all over it. But the point is that I wasn't even attempting to suggest that she was lying or not lying. I believe she is. What I am saying is that the argument here is not directed at the government. It is directed at black Africans, yeah, who come over here. This statement is directed at them. And what I am saying is, in relation to what Pan-African Designs has said, yeah, what is dangerous about ADOS narrative, yeah, more specifically coming from its key proponents, which or should I say social media proponents, which at this point are Yvette, Antonio, and Tariq Nasheed, and there are others who are around those, yeah, is when you look at a movement like Pan-Africanism, what it stands for and what it has achieved. When you directly mischaracterize, yes, and that movement in the popular space, you are playing with the lives and attainments, yeah, of African people who are doing serious work in today's world, yeah. And so part of the solution, as far as I am concerned, is a proper framing of the Pan-African ideology, the Pan-African movement, and what Pan-Africanists are doing in today's world. You cannot have this conversation properly.
Yeah, because they always asked us, what have we did? It's people that died for this.
Right.
And who died in the ADOS movement?
I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example, yeah?
I'll give you one example. Since this country's been incepted.
What the hell is he talking about? Like, what? Come on, man.
I'll give you one example. Let me give you one example, yeah? On the 13th of March.
Who is ADOS?
No, we hold on. Africans died in America during slavery. I'm not denying that, but we're talking about to get free.
Pan-Africanism, though, you acting like everything that was done in America was done by a Pan-African person.
The person that died for the United States of America was Crispus Attucks, a black person.
All right, but 1 second though, we kind of got off.
So
off,
do you
off
denigrate
Pan-African.
the rest
Wait,
of Africa?
we got.
I'm confused
kinda,
right now.
Hold
diaspora?
up. Wait. We kind of got off of what Pan-African Design said at first, and that's
So
what we're supposed to kind of go.
All right, look,
around,
I'll answer the Pan-African design thing though. Listen,
round table.
The independent nation, like man, to me, that's a fallacy. You can't have an independent nation within a nation. You ain't got no army.
No, I never said that. I'm talking about it.
That's true.
About Africa.
That's true. What he said is true.
You talking about going back to Africa?
No. What I'm saying, if we're not going to get, they're not going to, when Africa gets their land, then they can dictate how we're treated here. We don't have no power here, and we're not going to get any power here.
But we can support you. We can't.
Europeans are not going
what is a nation,
power without a fight.
We can support you.
And we want to.
King Sosa, what's a nation?
Huh?
What is a nation?
Okay, they fragmented Africa into 54 countries, right? They did that on purpose, right?
We don't care. Africa is a continent.
I know, but hold on. We're talking about what Europeans did. They fragmented Africa into 54 countries on purpose.
Africa
hold on. Africa right now is trying to come back together and get rid of those colonial borders. Why?
If ADOS needs support, we'll support them. But
all right, so hold up.
We'll support them as the African Union and the diasporans that are around you. You can't isolate us.
But the brother is talking about lines that were drawn by Europeans that created those nations.
Right.
All right,
it's too late to talk about it.
But hold up 1 second though. People have to realize that even before the advent of the white man coming on the continent of Africa, Africa was never a homogeneous society.
Right. No Pan-Africanist argues that.
No. I'm not. Wait a minute.
Africans will be the first people.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm not claiming that Pan-Africanists make this claim at all. I'm just saying that as a reminder because part of the aspirations, and I see this by people who make these comments and type on Facebook, the aspiration is to create this federated state of Africa. It's
which Dion spoke about in his book Black Africa.
Pan-Africanism is all Africans. That's what Pan-Africanism.
No, I know, but what I'm saying though, listen, hold up for a second, because Shaka Ra made a point that one of the solutions is because of the time has gone by and we have these Pan-Africanist leaders that have expired, that have made transitions, become ancestors and so on and so forth, that there has to be a pause and a reassessment of Pan-Africanism so that it could be characterized and clothed properly to where people who are coming upon this information, whatever, can have somewhere to go where something is more definitive. Because, like, for example, I can watch a Dr. Umar Johnson video.
You don't need an example. So this is what ADOS might actually be. So we've got African Americans fighting for this agenda. And they need support behind it. This is what we need to do. It's as simple as that.
But hold on,
we got to get support from our
Africanist definition.
But hold on 1 second. But 1 second, outside. Let me just finish my thought for a second. I was just getting ready to say that, and I'm speaking to something that Shaka Ra mentioned, that you can kind of get lost with the whole Pan-Africanism depending on who you listen to, because you do have a slight different variety of Pan-Africanism going on in our communities. Everybody can kind of bear witness to that. So there does have to be some kind of reconciliation, some streamlining because people can go back and study and whatnot, but I say the same thing about a whole lot of things that people just don't study. So if there was some reconciliation somewhere, like Shakara said, that would be excellent. That would be part of the solution. That would be a move
But
in a
bro,
step direction.
part of that though is people that are ADOS.
I have a
People that
quick
are
question.
ADOS that choose to speak of Pan-Africanism, inform yourselves on the thing. Yeah, it don't make no sense that.
Okay, and vice versa for the ADOS demands and the issues. Oh, go ahead, because you haven't spoke. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a historic one. I want the historic one from the chat room. I have to ask a question about the American Liberians and the U.S. Virgin Islanders, if they too are eligible to be ADOS status.
No.
Good question.
And the answer is no, because it's a legal argument that, like I said, we have to understand. And I said this at the onset, and we didn't kind of talk about it anymore. But I said you have two different frameworks. You have the social justice framework, and then you have the restorative justice framework. Although they kind of overlap, they seem like they overlap, but they're very different in terms of how to proceed between each of those two domains.
With y'all, though, real quick, out of respect, those brothers may have went through the same things that we did because they were controlled by the United States. We don't know their situation.
No, I know, but that's not even an issue. That's why I say, see what's going to have to happen.
Listen. If you look at what the last brothers,
so they're going to get excluded from the conversation. Then
it's a matter of exclusivity.
No, listen.
Right? He's saying, hey, listen. Can we support you in doing what you can do?
I'm not saying every island. Okay, however, those were controlled by the United States.
Listen, y'all, this is the thing. We're talking. We're just talking. Like we're not understanding the how to proceed through the legal maze, the legal legislative maze that this justice that this claim is going to have to travel through. We are all over the place, and we got one foot on the social side and another foot on the political legal side, and then we're separating politics from legal, and you can't. Politics, Congress is nothing but the legislative branch of government. That's the part of government that makes the laws. I don't know if you all are aware who are not from America or in America, but we have. I mean, and if you do, forgive me.
I'm with you.
One second. All right. So, man, I gotta mute you because I can't stand when people, while I'm talking, they make the little noise. So, no offense, but please let me just talk. So, what I'm saying is that, and forgive me if y'all already know this, but we have three branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. At first, when I first started talking about this, people actually thought that these demands or ADOS is targeting the judicial branch, because I had people say, well, the only way that you're going to sue for reparations is if something was a crime, and slavery wasn't a crime. Slavery was legal. So we had to go through all of that for a whole week and a half just to explain that, no, it's not going through the court system. It is actually at the notch above in terms of legislative branch, because we're asking for legislation to be put on the books to become laws, bills to be passed for as laws as prescriptions specifically for descendants of victims of American slavery, nowhere else. And so just like CARICOM, 15 Caribbean nations got together and constructed a claim against Britain or Ireland, I forget, whichever country. They did that, and they have a claim, and they're making headways and stuff, and nobody in America is fussed about it or criticize them for not including the ADOS or anything of that nature.
You'd be wrong.
Be patriotic.
You'd be wrong on that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so hold up. So you said that I'm wrong about which part? Which part am I wrong about?
The idea that nobody. Sorry. First of all, CARICOM is not making headway. Right. What's it called? Secondly, there are reparations activists from around the world, and some of them are in America, who have criticized the CARICOM initiative. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But the most vociferous critique comes from Africans who are quote unquote Caribbean themselves. Yeah. And so because there is a global reparations movement, there are people that share that perspective across that reparations spectrum. which will include Africans in America who are reparations activists.
Okay, so when I say, I wouldn't say it wasn't criticized. I'm saying that people are not having the same criticism as saying, okay, why ADOS is not included in CARICOM's
Yeah, you know why?
claims.
Do you know why? Because CARICOM did not characterize Black Americans in any particular way.
Okay, but hold up, realize what you said. But wait, realize what you said, and in what you said, in what you said, you acquiesce.
African Americans.
Hold up, but you acquiesce to the fact that they're not doing it, and that's all my point. I don't care why, but I'm saying it's just not done. So I understand why.
No, bro.
I understand why.
You gotta care why, you will, Joe. That's not
why is fundamental.
No, hold up. Wait. I'm not. Listen. The why is okay, but I just want you to understand my point. My point is that it's not being done. You cannot refute that it's not being done, but you can give me why.
I am refuting why it's not. He said it's not being done because they didn't demonize Africans around the world.
But understand. Wait. But hold up. But understand. Hold up. Understand. Wait. Understand.
Criticizing it on the principle.
Understand.
Yeah?
Hold up. Understand that when you utter the words that it's not being done, and then you say because, everything before that word because is an agreement with what I said.
Bro.
Oh, wait. One second.
You know why? Because you know what's also not being done. The people in the Caribbean that are for the CARICOM initiatives do not have a characterization of Black Americans to go with their reparations claim.
I understand that. Yeah.
Right. So that's fundamental.
Yeah.
You can't divorce the why from it because it's that.
No, listen. Hear me what I'm saying. I am not divorcing the why. Okay? I'm not divorcing the why. All I'm saying is you are agreeing that it's not happening. Now you can tell me why and keep it married to it. That's all good. That's fine. I already know why. So you can tell me why. You could tell the audience why. I'm not divorcing why. All I'm saying is that it's not being done. It's not done. And you can't disagree with it's not done. You can give me the reason why it's not done, but you can't say that it is done because you already agreed that it's not done.
What is also not done
right.
is that Black people from the Caribbean are characterizing Black Americans in a particular way in relation to their reparations campaign. You cannot argue that is being done.
No, wait, hold on, one second. And nobody, and nobody makes that claim either at all because now ADOS has a different. ADOS is in that regards, ADOS is different because CARICOM, the 15 nations, they're not seeking reparations from their own particular nation. The ADOS is a little different in that sense because ADOS is seeking something from
UK, from Great Britain.
Yes.
I think they are.
Right. But my point is wait. But my point is that ADOS is different in that regards because ADOS is targeting their own government. Like I am ADOS. I am asking my own government. I'm not going overseas. It's not a public or international or a issue. So it's a little different because they're going to some other sovereign. Whereas we are dealing with our own government, asking for prescriptions, policies, and programs, and set aside specifically for us because we're owed. So it's a little different.
Do you know who the sovereign is in Jamaica?
You can also attach to your campaign. Also, the British can be attached to it.
That's the next thing. Get me? But do you know who the sovereign is in Jamaica?
We know a lot of people suffered in Jamaica, but that's not.
No, he said sovereign. He said sovereign. He said sovereign.
The sovereign. Who is the sovereign in Jamaica?
No.
Great Britain.
I don't know.
The Queen of England.
Yes, she is the.
Well, then go holler at her, rocking her crown. That's not our beef. That's y'all's.
I'm not saying it's your beef, and it probably is your beef because of the fact that the majority of slavery in America took place under the British.
Are you saying that
it mostly did?
America won war against the British, so our beef was with the American government.
So American slavery is about 87 years.
Y'all's beef is with the Queen, brother. That's why you guys still hang her picture on your wall.
Listen, all right, this
1776.
Wait.
But you know what? The funny thing is, though, I have not come across one individual who has challenged the idea, first of all, that the American government owes Black Americans reparations. Yeah, nobody. Agree or disagree with ADOS? I have not come across a single individual that has denied that. I have not come across a single individual who is up in arms because they want a piece, for example, of whatever what is due to the Black Americans from the American government. This is a straw man. Yeah, I have not come across this argument anywhere. There's no Black Africans or no Black Caribbeans, quote unquote, that I've come across that I say, you know what, we want some of whatever the American government is giving you ADOS people. That is not
Shaka Rock, I can tell you that is happening.
The logical fallacy and it's xenophobic at its roots.
All right, let's hit the reset button for a second. Let me ask, because we've been on for so long. So I want to kind of get to some closure. We could do this again, y'all. So like I said, I'm personally gonna continue.
Thank you for allowing me to come in.
Okay, no problem. So listen, I'm personally gonna continue the conversation on my channel. That I never use, so I'm gonna make sure I invite y'all, and vice versa. I'm gonna look out for anything y'all talk about. So I want to kind of spend some time to kind of wrap it up. But let's hit the reset button, and I want to ask everybody on the panel, right? And I pretty much know the answer, but let's, for the sake of asking it, is anybody here in disagreement of the fact that United States citizens who are descendants of victims of the institution of slavery here, and by institution of slavery, it also includes not only chattel slavery, but it also includes black codes, Jim Crow, and all that, basically from 1619 to 1952. Okay, so does anybody on the panel disagree with the fact that ADOS folks are due reparative justice?
No.
Man, you ain't gonna get no answer for that. Of course not.
Okay, so if we start off on the same footing that we all agree with that, then let's go to the next thing. So what do you think is the first thing? I know it could be a lot, but what is the first thing that you see where we, even on this panel, can start having a disagreement? Oh, it got
Chaka.
You can go.
People can't let go the name African.
I can break it down. As far as I'm concerned,
one thing. Okay, I tell you what. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, Shaka. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 of us. So let me do it this way. I'm because I'm gonna try to wrap it up. So I'm gonna put the question. My question is as everybody heard, we all agree, and I like you said, I don't even think that anybody out there would disagree, but as far as us in here, we all agree that ADOS is deserving of reparative justice. So my next question, and I'm gonna go one by one, and I just want a concise response if you can. Where do you see is the first inclining of a disagreement? So I'm gonna start with Wab Funk. If you're there.
I don't think he's there.
Oh, sorry, you broke up. Say it again. Just repeat it.
I don't think he's there.
Oh. Okay. Well, Story, go ahead. I'll go to you first. Go ahead.
Well, the first disagreement, and what I've noticed from just being in the rooms and being and listening to some of the media, is that there's a xenophobic taste to this kind of rhetoric. That's where I see it not being really about the strength of the American so much as it is anti-black immigrant.
Okay, so let me. Okay, because I want to keep it concise as possible. So basically, your first your first wave of witnessing a disagreement is basically xenophobia.
It's very xenophobic, and it seeks to alienate and demonize.
Okay, so
people have nothing to do with the status of American black people.
Okay. So let's make note of that. So basically xenophobia and what do you call it? What do you say? You said xenophobia and something else after that.
It seems as though it seeks to demonize.
Oh, there you go, demonize. Okay, so let's keep it there. So now I'm gonna go. Let's go to Onyx. So what do you see that you could add to that, or if you agree, or you could add something else, and try to be concise.
Just to speak to what he was just saying, Brother, we're not demonizing. We're not trying to fight.
No. Don't do that. Nah, come on. Let's stay on it. I don't want to. It's not a conversation. I just want your input. Don't worry about his. I just want to know what you.
And I'm closing out.
What you see as a first wave of a disagreement that you see that comes off of everybody's agreement, because we all agree that ADOS is deserving of reparative justice. So I'm asking you.
Yes, we all do agree. However, I feel that our other peoples that come from other parts of the world feel some type of way that we're tribing up the way that they do. The difference is that we're 30 some odd deep, 30 some odd million deep, whereas, where they come from, they may not be as deep. And so when they come here, we've always shown open arms. We've always shown love. We've always been Pan-Africanist, and we haven't had it reciprocated to us. And so now we're at the point to where, well, if y'all don't love us, well, then we gonna do us. And now people feel some type of way. We want to love y'all. We always have. We've always been about everything. Mind you, Marcus Garvey came here to do what he had to do.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, now hold up. So hold up. I'm trying to be concise. Wait. Don't wait a second, because let everybody get their thing out. Don't we? Because I don't want to argue what everybody's saying. Let's just.
I know.
No.
But hold up. Second. So let your brother have the floor real quick.
So try to be concise.
We have always pushed the Pan-African agenda. However, it has not been reciprocated, and we're at the point to where we're looking out for self like everyone else does, and now everyone feels some type of way.
Okay, so cool. Now, so okay, so now check this out. Just like
all of them, I love everybody.
Okay, so let's be concise. I'm trying to close it out. It's 3:30. Listen, Onyx.
You showed y'all.
All right, so Onyx, well, we got it. So, because I'm trying to wrap it up, but I don't want everybody's answer to be argued, because we're gonna save this for another conversation. Because this is recorded. Obviously, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna take note of what everybody's answer is, and then we're gonna pick up from here, or I'm gonna attempt to, even if y'all are not, even if you all are not present. Oh, come on, I'm talking. Even if y'all are not present, I'm going to use your commentary as talking points to kind of continue the conversation. So that's what I'm doing. So I don't want anybody to argue with whatever somebody's saying. I just want to hear from everybody. Is where you see where you start to see some kind of disagreement, whether it's from you yourself or how you see other people are framing it. Because like we've already established, 99.9% of everybody will agree that ADOS is due reparative justice, but obviously, man, there's some problems. So I am King Sosa. So if you understand the question, just trying to give you a concise point where you see some disagreement coming.
I see the first point of contention is if Africa ain't it, I ain't with it. You know what I'm saying? Like if it ain't Africa something, I ain't rocking with it. Bottom line, man.
Okay, all right. So we got that one. All right, so we're gonna check that one. And let's go to Pan-African Designs, because Pan-African Designs is about to say what you just said, King Sosa.
Exactly.
Well, it's what's crazy to me is that I guess I don't know what that brother's name was just said. Did you say what you said? I was gonna say, but what is the problem with that? You know what I'm saying? That's where you come from, and that's where they trying to keep you from.
All right, but hold up, Pat.
They erased your memory. They wouldn't even allow you to read a book for 200 years. Why?
Yeah.
They split Africa up 54 countries. You saying that it was, we understand tribalism, but it still was no colonial borders, and we still were interacting with each other. And you have like species, a black ant will fight another black ant for territory. So we looking at nature and we understand that.
Okay, so Pat,
but the deal is this. This is what the deal is. What I have a problem with.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that we're talking about everything but the solution. And the solution is from what a Pan-African perspective of total independence. Nobody wants to be controlled by another species. That's abnormal. And when you say we want reparations or we want some kind of concessions, I understand that we are old, but it's bigger than $1 at this point. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, appreciate that, man. So next we got Kadeem. If you still on, what's your take on like where you start to see things go sour, whether it's from you yourself or what you're witnessing in the conversations. I'm just trying to set something up for our next conversation. So go ahead. Okay, he might not be there. So Shakara, you got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say between what Onyx has said and what I Am King Sosa has said. I Am King Sosa point is fundamental from a Pan-African's perspective, in the sense of the fundamental, the centrality of identity, yeah, and what that means in the Pan-African context, politically speaking. I think that Onyx's narrative is again a part of departure, because it's a narrative that I don't think can be substantiated. This idea that Black Americans have been carrying the weight of the entire Pan-African world on their shoulders with nobody helping them, and no reciprocation is just ahistorical, yeah, and that can be proven. I was listening to a speech of Thomas Sankara speaking in Harlem from Burkina Faso, speaking in Harlem about how he was going to represent the issues of Black Americans in the ghettos at the UN the very next day. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So the examples abound in the universe. But yeah, so that particular narrative, the mischaracterization of movements prior to ADOS, and the hostility towards them as well is a part of departure as well. I am not, for example, a follower of Martin Luther King, and what he dealt with. I would never disrespect him though, and I would never deny the contribution that he and that civil rights movement has made. Finally, that narrative it reduces the argument to a situation whereby it lacks an analysis of America's global presence. So you don't put immigration to America, and there's a fantastic article written by Black Agenda Report on this recently. Go check it out. But there's you don't put the immigrations to America in the context of America's foreign policy, America's economic hitman status in the world, yeah, and how America dominates the economies of Africa and the Caribbean. Without all of these things and the characterization of immigrants in that context, which is what has been called xenophobia, it's going to cause problems.
Okay, so that's good. That's excellent. So I'm because we're saying it, and obviously this is gonna be archived, I'm gonna come back to this and take note of what everybody said, and hopefully to continue the conversation. I'll make sure that I try to reach out and invite y'all. If y'all not here or around, then I'm gonna try to continue the conversation on a regular basis, because this is a hot topic and it's an important topic, and I don't think that it should be treated as a street corner type of debate. This is something that affects millions of people's lives, and people are taking it serious. People have died to bring us to this point, to even have these kind of conversations in the context of what we're talking about and stuff like that. So it needs to be taken serious. And what I see now, let me just get mine, because I let everybody else do it. Let me just get mine.
Before that, this could name for my little small input.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You want to hear?
Let's go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that I see people's point of view, but at the end of the day, it's like it's still an American issue. We cannot go to outer countries and ask for support or anything. It's like it's just a small matter. It's not really. This is not really the end game or end all to, our Black issues or whatever. But it's an American thing that's going on right now. We have to go to our government and seek, reparative justice in that manner. We can't go to the UN and ask for any assistance or anything. This is just a small minor issue for current events that's going on in America.
Okay.
From chattel slavery to the Jim Crows and all that. Every Jamaica did not go through Jim Crow or anything in that manner. So we have to get those things in order before we can go to anything else, that I believe.
Okay, so if I had to kind of frame what you were saying, so basically the problem you see is the expansion, like through seeing it through a global problem as opposed to a more narrow American problem. Like that, you see that as being problematic when people do that. Am I kind of correct? Okay,
it's not a global crisis.
Okay, so cool. So all right. So listen, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Look, it's 3:30 in the morning, my time. So Shakara, I think you the only one that's I don't know. Whoever's overseas, man, I know it's
most of the chat must be on LA time. There's 112 people still watching.
I'm in Texas. It's Central Time here.
Wait a second. I jumped in the conversation at about 4:30.
Yo, before you get out of here, you Joe, could you look up the statistic to show how many Mexicans got here in the last 30 years as opposed to how many people from Africa and Haiti got here?
They undocumented though. You ain't gonna really get a correct number of those.
Yeah, they got estimates. Let's what I'm saying. Come on.
No, that's the thing. But
half eight in the UK.
Yeah.
The brother that's in where did he say he's in Seattle? How many Mexicans? How many Mexicans is up there compared to those what did he call them? Somali immigrants? How many Mexicans is up there?
Real talk, they done took over construction sites where brothers was working, the whole knot.
Yeah,
and it's a real problem.
So which would you say is more of a problem, Mexicans or Somali?
Honestly, it's a mix of both because they both doing what they do.
Wow. All right, but wait, see, hold up, but see now y'all arguing. Hold up, y'all.
Okay, I didn't mean to go back into that.
Yeah, y'all arguing the points
again. Make sure you tag me, man, when this go down.
Yeah. Right. I mean, listen.
Here, taking advantage of situation.
I know.
Honestly,
but I'm not trying. I don't want to.
Black Americans.
Come on.
They get what they get out of it.
Okay, but hold on. I just don't want to reiterate the arguments because I'm trying to wind it down.
I know you shutting out.
Yeah, my bad, but I just know.
Yeah. I'm saying, listen, y'all. This is a continue. Everybody is having this conversation, and it's a breath of fresh air when we can have a mature conversation, and actually tease out these issues, because really we only scratching the surface. Because time won't allow us to really. Because see, what I would like to have done is do a survey of what's being said. Because what I appreciate about what Shaka Ra did is that he must have something typed up somewhere where he's quoting what somebody said verbatim, and that's an excellent thing to do. That's what I do. That's what I encourage everybody else to do, and that's how we should get down. But as long as we understand, we keep things in context, and we can actually not pull things out of context when we even do that. But that's how you do that. And so if we could do that with different topic points, because like I said, the difficulty people are going to have, and this is something that Yvette and Antonio are going to have to acknowledge, they're going to have to realize that a lot of the information is spread out over a lot of videos, and nobody's going to sit down and listen to all their videos. I was crazy enough to OD on their videos. Like I sat, I let it play on my speakers and while I'm doing other stuff and everything. But most people are not gonna sit there and do that. So if they can streamline more of the stance and positions and arguments and this, that, and the third on the website, man, that would be a tremendous thing. And they need to really do that.
Well, tell them to put the Mexicans in there too.
Well,
so they put some, so we can see that.
But hold up, so
I just want black immigrants. I just want to basically pointedly at black immigrants.
Okay. Yeah, the one you read, that's all I seen. That's what I'm saying. Make sure they add the Mexicans.
Hey, let me say this though too. The reason I think that's in there too, because y'all, the immigrants, they look like us. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to confuse. That's why we need a set. That's why they're saying we need a distinct separation because y'all look like us.
Okay,
the
but
Mexicans don't look like us. So it's easy for us to, it's easy for us to point them out.
yeah, but
Man,
let me just
I
get
don't know, bro.
okay. Wait, let me
Separations there through
let me
culture
get
and things like this.
let me give my last let me give my answer to my own question that y'all answered already. Let me just give it out and I'll close out with my thing. So what I see out, like, once we all step on the same block and we all agree, once we step 1 foot out of that, where I see the initial foggy disagreements come into play is mainly what I first see. Now it's a whole bunch. Like I said, I'm only talking about the first wave of what I see as a cause of the problem is ignorance in general, but more specifically about legal competency, political competency, because like I said before, we have a habit as African Americans to be generally apolitical. And I don't think anybody will argue with me about that. Even although we participate in voting sometimes, but in general we're apolitical. All right, and the ignorance on both sides, the people who support ADOS and the people who are against it or criticize or speak out against it. When I watch these conversations, a lot of the conversations, if people were to pause and take time out to do some knowledge and do some due diligence, I think that it would eliminate a lot of the problems, and we could get to the real disagreements and stuff like that. As far as Yvette and Antonio, I think that this movement has grown so fast that there's some things that they have to take an analysis and assessment of and rearrange and so on and so forth. Like what I already said about the website. Like, they erected the website, which was really good and a step in the right direction, but ever since there, it hasn't been updated, and they really need to start streamlining some of those points that they've been making throughout for the past 2 years, so where people can come to a concise spot and see some information and stuff like that. So anyway, so I see, because of a lack of that, of what I said, I see that as a first wave of where some disagreements come into play, among others. Now, like I said, I'm not trying
I was gonna say, you don't see nothing wrong with the way she attacked.
No, that's what I said. Because some
I know you say it's a multitude.
Yeah,
okay,
yes, and plus some of y'all already said some of the ones that I also agree with too. I'm just laying out.
So real quick, big brother, before you cut this out, and thank you for hosting us and having all of us. All we saying is this is ADOS, man. We've shown love to everybody else. All we asking is that everybody else have our back when we're trying to do what we're trying to do. That's it.
Now, what I also now what I also noticed though, and this is something I don't know if y'all noticed it though, is
all of them, and you know that.
Crazy. But hold up, what I noticed is that what I haven't seen. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, period, but I haven't seen the open opposition claiming, being opposed to ADOS and all this stuff. I see the inner fighting among what we would consider black people. Like even though there's a difference between ADOS and black immigrants, but if we were to just fall under the more global umbrella of being black, we're the ones that are at each other's throat. I don't see white people arguing and attacking or dealing with ADOS as much as I see our own people fighting each other.
But honestly, to me, I don't see it as a misunderstanding between black immigrants and ADOS. I see it as black immigrants not understanding what we're trying to do, because I can't help them if I haven't helped me first. I can't do for someone else if I haven't done for me first. That's all I'm saying.
All right, so again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. I know Unc done rolled out. We here like at almost 4 o'clock in the morning,
big brother.
And
and you were great. Yeah.
But now listen, this is the Amara Squad Media YouTube channel. So if y'all are listening, make sure you subscribe to my channel. I've never used my own YouTube user channel. I always use as a group, because I don't like doing things solo. Like that's just not me for my whole life.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna start using my own channel for these kind of discussions and maybe some other things. So make sure you subscribe. You can search my name.
Mate. Good stuff.
It's
too, Jaro. If you do it, man, do it like you did it tonight. Do it like late, like you do it like 8 or 9. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody done settle down. You know what I'm saying? Kids sleep.
Yeah.
You know
Right.
Blessings to all you brothers. If you find yourselves up here in the mighty Northwest in Seattle, come find your family. I'm here for you.
All right. So now with me.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Okay. So with me, when I do have these future discussions, if anybody who knows me, been my friend on Facebook, whatever, they understand that I like interaction. I like panel
Right.
I like panel discussions. I like to hear people's thoughts and stuff like that. I don't, I do teach, I do give presentations, but even then, I like Q&A, I like that. So in my future discussions about this, I already did one the other night. It was last night or night before. It's blurry now, but I had one the other night, and I'm gonna continue it. So it's an open invitation to all y'all. I know some of you all have channels, and do the same thing. So I'll do my best to check it out or participate, because I'm interested in this conversation outside of other work that I do. Because my focus, everybody who knows me, they know me for being an independent researcher and a teacher of ancient Kemet, the culture, the language.
I was about to ask you that and go there. What's up with this Medu Netter? I'm trying to learn to read and write it.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's my thing. So that's what I focus on. I do.
Well, all right, Wujao, man. I'm gonna break out.
Got to buy ahead of time. Let me know.
All right, so yeah, I definitely. And if you're on Facebook, hit me up in the inbox and send me a friend request and all that good stuff. So we make sure everybody keep in touch. But anyway, listen,
that's great. That's good stuff.
All right, so everybody who listen on a YouTube chat, I appreciate it. Unc had to roll out. I think I outlasted everybody. Everybody know me as MC Iron Lung. I talk a lot. So sorry I couldn't get to any questions in the chat, but that's why I gave the link out. Everybody was welcome to come in, and we had a good discussion. So I appreciate it, and I'll see y'all next time. And now listen,
man, I appreciate all you brothers, man. Y'all just don't know.
Likewise. Good conversations,
All right,
cheers.
Now,
cheers with that.
And I'll talk to y'all. All right, so peace
all
to
right.
y'all.
Appreciate it.
Y'all safe, stay healthy.
All right, peace. Okay, so I know that I am still on I'm still on YouTube for a second. So let me just close out everybody. So again, for everybody who's watching on YouTube, who hung out late with us, again, I appreciate it. And we're gonna close out. So I'll see y'all next time. But make sure, matter of fact, let me see if I can put the link in there, because I gotta make sure that y'all subscribe. So hold tight for a second. Let me see if I can get this link here. Give me a hot second. Let me find my own channel. Where we at? Where we at? Right here. All right. So listen, I'm gonna put a link so y'all don't have an excuse. Y'all can subscribe and tick the bell to make sure that you all are notified when I go live. And like I said, I like the interaction. All right, there it is. I put it in the box. I'm put it in a couple more times. Make sure you subscribe. You know what I'm saying? And let's continue the conversation. All right, good, bad, and different. The good, the bad, and ugly. It's all good. All right, but let's be mature about it. Let's try to make some progress. Let's try to help this situation, because I think everybody, as you saw, everybody agrees that ADOS is due for reparative justice. Period. And then Africans. Period. Anybody who's a victim of the entire slave Holocaust, the atrocities, and all the above, the kidnapping, everything is due reparative justice. Period. And that's more the whole entire global issue. And I don't think anybody in their right mind would disagree with any of it. So how can we hash this out? How can we minimize the disagreements that we're having already? That's what I'm trying to kind of fish out and filter out. All right. I've been observing this thing. I've been quiet about it. I've did my due diligence. I took the time before I opened my mouth, before I typed a single comment. I did my homework. I went back in Yvette's channel's archives. I went back in Antonio Moore's archives. I researched William Dirty, connected with him, got his work, read the recommended books that was recommended by William Dirty, Antonio, and Yvette. I don't really deal with Tariq Nasheed, but as far as those three and Derek Hamilton, and then even some others. Matter of fact, Dr. Tracy McCarthy, you can't sleep on her presentations and clarifications on the legal matters. So make sure you check out her YouTube channel, Dr. Tracy McCarthy. All right. And I think she's creating a specific YouTube channel for ADOS related things. So I think some of her videos she had up there are gone now. And I think she's going to move them. But anyway, just look out for that and make sure you get involved. But anyway, so I'm going to say peace, and I appreciate everybody tuning in.